For the fifth year in a row, the Bills beat the Kansas City Chiefs in the regular season. A 28-21 win over Kansas City yesterday at Highmark Stadium. Josh Allen, surgical with a 23-426 stat line, 273 yards, and a touchdown through the air, and then 2 rushing touchdowns for Allen as well. James Cook went over 100 yards, as did Dalton Kincaid, as the Bills improved to 6-2. Patrick Mahomes under pressure all day, was hit as many times as he ever has been in an NFL game. He had less than a 50% completion percentage in this one. Chiefs fall to 5-4. Bills still behind in the division for now as New England won yesterday. The Bills losing Michael Hoyt yesterday to a torn Achilles. His season is over for the Bills. Next up is the Dolphins in Miami. The Patriots yesterday win over the Falcons. Atlanta missed an extra point in the final 5 minutes, so the Patriots win by 1. They're at 7-2. Other scores from around the NFL, a crazy one in Cincy. Bears win 47-42. Steelers get 6 turnovers on the Colts and win 27-20. Denver comes back to beat the Texans, who lost C.J. Stroud in this game to an injury, 18-15. Denver wins. They're now 2 games up on Kansas City in the AFC West and play them next week. Last night on Sunday Night Football, Seattle dominates Washington 38-14. The Commanders lost Jaden Daniels to a dislocated elbow. He is out indefinitely. Tonight on Monday Night Football, it's Cardinals and Cowboys just after 8 o'clock. Sabres won over the weekend in a shootout over the Washington Capitals. They are next in action tomorrow, hosting Utah. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
It's all Bills, all day. Buffalo Bills Football Monday on the home of the Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550. Brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com.
Clip this. What did I say? 27-yard line. He's going to catch it at the 4, 2nd and 5 or 4 or 5. And Allen will boot out to his right, layer a throw to an open Kincaid. When the ball's on its way, you'll know he's going to catch it. You know it's in the end zone. You can score.
Snap, and it is a blitz. Allen back to pass. Looking down the right sideline for Kincaid. Complete, and he walks into the end zone for a 23-yard touchdown reception. Well, how's that for an opening act?
Right away, you could tell, again, talk about attitude and mindset. The way we were running the football in that first series, James Cook, the O-line, you could just see our pads were in this direction. There was a forward lean on our offensive line and a forward lean on our offense, Josh included. And when he's rolling like that, I know he's vibing.
There's the handoff. The shove is there, and he is in for a 1-yard touchdown run. Josh Allen.
You know, earlier in that week when we talked, me just manifesting it, you know, just putting it in the air and then just trusting God the rest of the way. You know, I go out there, I pray before every drive, and I just play with confidence and play free, knowing I'm protected by God. And he came through, man. I got my first interception on Pat Mahomes.
Pressure coming. Mahomes heaves it down the field, looking for Worthy. It's picked off by Maxwell Hairston.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe on the home of the Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550.
Hey, happy Football Monday, Victory Monday. Bills win, and it is a Buffalo Bills Victory Monday. Football Monday brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. A number of people tagged me because my prediction on that Dalton Kincaid touchdown. Listen, I did pick the Bills to lose the game. Wrong.
You did.
But I predicted a Dalton Kincaid touchdown, not quite to the yard line. It was also 3rd and 8, and I said it would be 2nd and 5. But
pretty close, though.
But it was the play I thought we would see because he catches these touchdowns where, he kind of breaks open, and he ends up catching the ball and sauntering into the end zone, and he did.
Yep.
So Bills win 28-21. I've got a Twitter poll up, Bills fans. Victory Monday. I get the feeling that not a lot of people expected a Victory Monday. Plenty of you did, but they were underdogs in this game, and a lot of people were feeling not so good about the offense and not so good about the defense. I have a Twitter poll from earlier in the week. 65% of 5,000 people that voted, Joe, said, I don't feel good about either matchup.
Yeah.
And the Bills looked very good in both of those matchups. And I don't know if you want to say dominate the Chiefs, But man, it's a game script we've not yet seen between these two teams, where the Bills are routinely harassing Patrick Mahomes in the backfield.
Yep.
They hit him 15 times. They had him under pressure on 52% of their dropbacks. So it was quite impressive from this Bills team, the way they put it all together. And I feel like it might have been Sean McDermott's most complimentary football win in the history of complimentary football. What didn't they do?
They did everything.
They didn't make a kick.
One
kick.
Yeah.
That kick would have been the most complimentary football. The doink off the upright stopped the full complimentary football, but everything else worked. They passed the ball. They ran the ball. They stopped the run. They stopped the pass. 4th and 17. Other than that, I'm sure people will want to talk about that play, but still.
Maybe.
It's just a banner day for the Bills.
They had and what was one thing that was picked apart and on purpose, like to be fair, like, you know, sometimes it gets labeled as they're being doubted when it's like, no, they're just not doing something. Yeah. And that was downfield passing.
Yep.
Like that was under the microscope because they hadn't been doing it. And yesterday, the Bills had as many 20-plus yard passes, air yard deep passes, as they had in the previous 6 games.
Yeah. Well, it looks good when they do it.
How about that? Kincaid, Knox, Elijah Moore. 3 20-plus yard completions yesterday. They had 3 since the Baltimore game. I mean, even that was working. When they wanted it to, at least. And the run game worked. The pass defense worked. The secondary looked good.
Secondary looked so good.
The pass rush was that the best day the pass rush has ever had against Patrick Mahomes for the Bills? I mean, I guess statistically it has to be, right? He got hit as many times as he ever has been.
Hit a bunch. He didn't scramble. That's the other thing. They didn't
let him scramble.
They limited him to 1 carry for 5 yards.
Right.
Which is incredible. The season he's had, he's been scrambling quite a bit, and he did not against the Bills.
I'm thoroughly impressed. I mean, I was one of those people. I did not think they were going to win this game. I kind of thought it was very possible they were going to get smoked in this game. They were going to get rocked by the Chiefs at home. And it looked like in the second half that it might be the other way around.
Yeah.
I mean, if the Chiefs don't convert that 4th and 17, I mean, the Bills were going to be having the ball in pretty good field position up 15?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that game could have got ugly really quick. And the 4th and 17 does keep it alive, and then it's alive until the very end. But man, like I couldn't be more impressed with what the Bills did yesterday. And how it relates to the deadline now is interesting because you might have felt yesterday, some might have like, I don't know that this team is worth going all in right now the way that they look. And now, like, I want to be careful not to make it super meaningful for this matchup again.
Yep.
They are to play again in the playoffs. But it was a big game for the standings. Like, New England won. And Denver won. So the Chiefs, like, that's a big loss for them. They're 2 games back now, and they play Denver this week. That's a huge game for them, too. The Bills, I mean, you want to keep pace with New England. Beating a team like that, I think, is huge. Because I wasn't expecting it going in. I really wasn't.
Same. The Chiefs' offense had been rolling, and they had kind of a brutal day. They just did not have answers. Honestly, I thought Nate laid it out pretty well in the postgame show, and he tweeted this as well, that Mahomes yesterday looked like Josh Allen has looked for the last 3 weeks, which is a guy that's back there and doesn't feel right, doesn't feel comfortable in the pocket. I know that there's
searching for somebody to get open down the field, which is incredible.
Yeah, but they were so sticky in coverage.
Core, like that might be my number one thing to feel good about out of yesterday. I mean, maybe you can answer a million different things, but their ability to cover those receivers. I know that not all these plays Mahomes had a lot of time, but there were some of them where he did.
I thought he had plenty of time.
And Hairston was right there in coverage all the time. Bishop had his best game as a Bill. Whenever him and Hancock are out there together, it just feels like they're covering space. They're so much more athletic.
Yep.
When they've got a secondary out there of Benford, Bishop, Hairston, and Hancock, it is so night and day different than the secondary they began the season with that had Trey White, Taylor Rapp on it. I think it's totally different. And I think it's part of what helped them against Kansas City.
Oh, for sure. I know the pass rush will get lots of the attention, and justifiably so. But Mahomes, I said this during the week, he's the best quarterback in football once you get past his first read. So, the first read's not there. Now I'm going to make something happen. And the Bills owned him on that. he did not make too many plays off the first read. There were a couple breakdowns. You'll see some, and I feel like you kind of have to expect that. You're playing the Chiefs, you're going to break down. You're playing Josh Allen, you're going to break down. And yet, like, Hairston was impressive. Bishop, the Cole Bishop game, maybe. 2 months
so
ago,
far, yeah.
2 months ago, who had on the predictions that you would feel like Cole Bishop is one of the top 3 players on the defense instead of the guy who's fighting for the job?
Right. I mean, he is in position. It's a fourth down. How many times on a fourth? Was it 4th and 3 early in the game for Kansas City? How many times have you seen Mahomes take the snap, ball comes out immediately, Kelsey's done that little stick route where he jogs 4 yards forward, he turns around, and nobody can get around him. So it's just a completion every time. How many times have you seen that play work?
A million.
500 times
Yep.
in his career, and Bishop's just on it. Like, he knows exactly that is exactly where that play is going, and he's fast, but he's got the size to get around Kelsey and knock that ball away. I mean, Bishop. There was the Cole Bishop play earlier in the year, right? The end of the half against New Orleans, where he made like an insane interception. But complete game, yeah, that was a game. The secondary was just so good yesterday.
Because the Chiefs have beaten the Bills with quick game, and they couldn't get anything going in that department. They tackled well the secondary when they got in space.
Yep.
They hit hard. Got somebody in the chat pointing out and calling out that Bishop hit on Kelsey. Like, man, Cole Bishop
he smoked him.
He lit him up. And Kelsey, he got through it and kept playing. Anyway, it's a Victory Monday. Give us a ring, 803-0550, 1-888-552-550. We'll talk about what it means, all of it. I feel like, there's apology forms, right? People like their apology forms, and you apologize. If you thought Josh Allen's bad, here's an apology form. Sean McDermott takes over play calling. I know the bigger conversation is the playoffs and all that.
Yeah.
But you want a more aggressive defense. You want them to not be so bend but don't break. And that's what they were yesterday. They were much more aggressive. They were able to hit Mahomes. They crossed him up on a blitz from Christian Benford. They had him looking like he never looked before. The fact that Patrick Mahomes had his career low completion percentage in this game, to me, that says a lot. Full boat of his weapons, and their line started to fall apart. There's no doubt about that. Like in Kansas City, that line, they might have concerns again. They lost their left tackle during this game.
Josh Simmons was already not
He was
playing.
already out, right. So, like,
Juwan Taylor got hurt. I don't know if he returned.
It started to kind of fall apart on the offensive line, and the Bills were just merciless. And that's probably what Sean McDermott wants, is to get them one-dimensional. What you saw the Chiefs be yesterday is, I think, what McDermott fears the Bills become, which is, all right, they can't run the ball. They have to throw it, and I'm teeing off on their quarterback. That's what the Bills were able to do. Yeah. The Chiefs running the ball, there's the occasional Kareem Hunt run, but
not much.
Not much.
Not much.
And, in fact, the last drive of the game, I thought it was malpractice. The Chiefs are out here running on first down, running on 2nd and 2. Are they doing it to protect the offensive line and protect Mahomes because he's been hit too much? Maybe. Why?
Yeah.
But anyway, lot to get to. And, of course, my favorite moment of the entire game when Gene Steratore did not know a rule and said, I don't see why not, regarding a challenge.
Because it was an intentional grounding and not a pass interference?
Yes, that's right. I don't see why not.
Is that what happened?
Because he said, I don't see why not.
I was watching the game without the CBS sound up, so I didn't know he said that because we were like, I don't think you can challenge that for intentional grounding.
Thing. I don't think you can challenge
Gene
that.
didn't know that, though?
He literally said, you can challenge on a pass interference, and with this, I don't see why not.
It's like, well, Gene, it's not a pass interference. So
right. That's
seemed like a Romo. Where are you?
That's
Get him on
index
that.
Card Steratore, who improvised with an index card that one day, just decided, what, if it was me, I'd take some artistic license up there, and I'd say, like, sure, guys, let's challenge it.
Do we think they took it up another level than we went through some of the numbers earlier last week? Like, the Bills' defense has performed well against the Chiefs in the regular season. Like, they force a lot of punts.
Yeah.
They get their turnovers.
Well, if I give you the numbers,
but these are career low completion percentage, career high getting hit. Like, is this kind of the same thing, but they took it up another level?
If you want to say that, you can. It depends. Like, do you like the story better or do you like the numbers better? I had told you that in the regular season, the Chiefs' points per drive against the Bills is what? 2.
2, right.
2.
Yeah. And it's like 3.7.
In the playoffs, 3.6. In the regular season, the Bills, against Patrick Mahomes, the Chiefs scored 2 points per drive. They had 21 points yesterday. How many drives? 10. 2.1. So
in line with
it was about the same.
Yeah.
If you want the numbers, it was about the same. Does it feel better? Did it look better? Did it look like a more sustainable brand? Because what you want to do, of course, against the Chiefs is you're not worried about the 2 number. 2 points per drive in the regular season is not ghastly. It's fine.
Yeah.
What you want to do is translate that to the postseason, where you give up 3.6 points per drive, which is horrific. It's like you're playing the 07 Patriots every game. You get that down to 2, and then maybe you beat that team. So, we saw some of the Bills' vision of what they can be defensively come together. Of course, it's already gone now with Michael Hoyt out with an Achilles injury, and maybe you think he's so important, or someone that's going to do his role is so important, that the deadline shifts to now go get a Michael Hoyt replacement. Is that Jalen Phillips? Could be. The Dolphins are open for business to sell off some pieces after firing their GM. And maybe the Commanders are going to sell off now because they lost their starting quarterback, Jaden Daniels, to a dislocated elbow in a blowout loss. Their season might as well be over.
How's Von Miller been playing?
He's been okay from what I understand.
I don't think he's someone that's ever come up in our former Bill, future Bill draft.
It's not a terrible idea, but he's not exactly the same as Hoyt. Either way,
right? Yeah.
If that's something they specifically need. The receiver conversation, I think, is still there. And again, maybe even more so, because if you think you're great, what's the thing you want to shore up to make sure you have a chance to win it and one thing doesn't defeat you? And for the Bills, the list of positions we would have thought for that, the deadline's tomorrow. We would have thought maybe safety. All right, now that's looking short up a little bit.
Yep.
Corner definitely looks really good because Max Harrison looks like he can play. Defensive tackle, all right, you might have some needs there still. I don't think you have a needed edge, but you could still add a Hoyt replacement. And then receivers, the other one. So what will Brandon Beane do in the next 48 hours? We'll find out. But the deadline's tomorrow, and I think they should consider buying. Then again, the league hasn't really bought. Are we going to get 5 trades in the league today? The Patriots lose Keyshawn Butte to a hamstring injury. How serious is that?
They could be in on a receiver.
Would they act on that?
I saw something about New England and Rashid Shaheed, which
wouldn't surprise me.
I mean, they're throwing the ball down the field. Just give him another guy. Like the Bills yesterday, for all the things they did, and they didn't really need it, but how much contribution did they have from the outside receivers yesterday?
Very little.
They didn't really need it because
they didn't need
Dalton Kincaid is the guy that should be feasting in this offense, but Coleman wasn't really much of a factor. I don't even know where he lined up on that big play he had.
In a big play,
but that was pretty much it.
Yeah,
it
never.
It's fine.
I don't say it never crossed my mind, but I don't think it's a game we come off thinking like, oh, they didn't do this, they didn't do that. Not every game's going to go that way, and you're trying to protect against all things.
And I do think part of yesterday not needing Coleman to have a game, not needing Curtis Samuel or more to have more than one catch each, was that when Allen dropped back and you needed somebody to get open down the field, Kincaid was doing it.
Yep.
And that has been happening all year when he's on the field. I don't know what his snap count ended up being yesterday. I know he's still battling injury stuff. Even Allen alluded to that in the postgame. But this passing offense has looked at its best by far this season when Kincaid is the focal point of the passing game. There's no doubt about it.
Well, just to give you some numbers on the passing game, you had longs from 4 different pass catchers of 47, 20, 30, and 28.
47 from Kincaid.
47 from Kincaid on one play, 20 from Shakir, 30 from Knox, 28 from Elijah Moore, even 18 yards from Jackson Hawes.
That was the flip pass.
Yeah. So you had explosive plays in the passing game. And this is a recipe. If you told me what's going to come out of this game that's going to really test me on, I think you might believe in them, dude, it's going to be, can they pass and stop the pass? That's always the most important. And they look like a team that can pass and stop the pass, not against Andy Dalton, but against one of the best, and Patrick Mahomes. So we'll get your calls, 803-0550. It's a Victory Monday, lots to break down, and we're here to talk about it with you, Jeremy and Joe, here on WGR. Right to the phones, right to Mo in New Jersey on Victory Monday. Mo, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Always great to talk to you guys after a victory, especially against the Chiefs. Admittedly, this is not the type of phone call I thought we would be having last week. If you want to send me that form, I'll sign an apology form because I thought for sure we were going to lose this game. And it's not that I didn't have confidence in this team. I just didn't see this Josh Allen since the fourth quarter of the Baltimore game. right? And whatever it took for him just to click and get going, I love it. And this team, the way they played the first 3 quarters, and I'm not saying they played terrible in the fourth quarter, but the way they played the first 3 quarters, there's nobody that can beat this team in the NFL if you ask me. But the problem is, and I'm not trying to be a Debbie Downer, that loss of Hoyt for the rest of the season is really going to hurt us. He really brought that pass rush together, and they were relentless yesterday. And same thing in Carolina, but you know what? I put more credence in the game yesterday than the one against Carolina. And I was so excited to see him for the rest of the season. It just, for me, I want to say, hey, we have to go. We got to make a trade, make this happen, make that happen. Go get a guy like the Lions did, right? They did that last year. Not that they won the Super Bowl, but go get a guy. Go get Hendrickson. Go get Max Crosby. Go get somebody. Just somebody that we can, in our ears, not say this guy is going to be what Hoyt could have been for us. Because with that type of pass rush, I've seen this recipe win Super Bowls. Get a defensive line that can stop the run, get to the quarterback, let everybody do their job behind you. And get, you know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. And you know, all the credit goes to Sean McDermott. The last 2 weeks, I think he is calling the plays now. And if that's what we need, let's just get it done.
Yeah, thanks, Mo. I mean, these ideas of the big defensive ends, I don't know how it's happening. It's huge money. Hendrickson is big money, and Crosby is big money and big cap hits as well.
Do they need Hendrickson though? Do they need a top I don't want to make it sound like I think Hoyt's a bad player or anything. I think he was pretty incredible through 7 quarters.
Yep.
Like 7 quarters, the impact he made was greater than I thought he was even going to provide. His rush from the inside, really mostly, right? Like when they are in passing downs and he's rushing from the inside, their pass rush looked awesome.
Mm-hmm.
So I definitely think he's valuable. But how irreplaceable should a guy be that is the 36th highest paid defensive end in the NFL, whose career high in 5 seasons is 6 sacks?
And that's not taking anything away from him.
I'm not saying he's a bad player. I'm just
they should be able to replace what he does without going to all the way to Trey Hendrickson.
I don't think you should need to trade a first-round pick for an edge rusher. Maybe the hardest thing to replace about him is not even about the sacks or the production. It is somebody that can be so effective kicking inside and outside.
Right.
And maybe that's the tougher thing, is that specific versatility to replace. Because again, it's 15 sacks in 5 seasons for him. It's not like he is an all-pro player they have to try to replace. I think they could do it. They could probably replace him for a day 3 pick.
He's a piece.
They find the right guy.
He's a piece. Is Jalen Phillips more that piece? Maybe. That's
maybe.
It's more of the type of defensive end you'd be talking about.
Sure.
Hendrickson's base salary is $22 million. I had it up here. His cap is $25. Now, you're not shooting for the moon here.
Yeah,
I don't think.
That.
I do wonder though. I don't exactly know cap stuff and how it works, but Hoyt being out for the year, IR, do they get some money back on the cap because the player's not being used? That's
when we start getting into insurance policy stuff that teams save cap on, which is way over my head. I know it exists.
Same. So maybe that's the answer. Maybe receivers the answer still. I mean, again, I look at it as you look at any team. Wait a minute, you're good enough to win the Super Bowl. That's the time to finish out the last few final pieces, finishing pieces.
Yep.
A win is maybe more of a reason to make the trade that you wanted to make than a loss would have been, where it's all right, the division looks far away. You're probably going on the road in the first round. Instead, it's bolster the lineup, fight for that first round bye, which you're back in the mix for. You still have a big hill to climb, but you're still back in the mix.
Nobody in the AFC has fewer losses, right?
Yep.
2 losses. Indy, New England, Buffalo, Denver. Right? Those are the 4 teams. Now, some of those teams have 7 wins, and the Bills have 6.
Well, right now, New York Times playoff machine puts it at about 25% to get the bye, which I bet all 4 of those teams are about 25%. It depends. The Colts have a really tough schedule. The Bills have a very easy schedule. The AFC West, of course, is going to cannibalize itself to some degree, you would think.
Yep.
So get the job done, get by New England, and you're off and running for a 1 seed. It's back on.
It might be Bills and Patriots for it.
It really
might, because those 2 teams have the easiest schedules of the group. So it really might just be who wins the AFC East could end up being the 1 seed.
And if you were watching the Patriots and Falcons game, a fun little thing happened. You might hear, Atlanta missed an extra point, so New England's lucky. I think the opposite actually happened. Missing the extra point was better for Atlanta because, now we might get the ball back. And they did. And New England stopped them. It's just like, think to the Baltimore game when the Bills don't get the 2-point conversion. That ended up being better because by not getting it, the team in front played conservative and kicked it back to you. And that happened with the Falcons and the Patriots.
Wait. And you're saying I was not totally plugged in on the last couple plays?
if
New England made a decision late that they wouldn't have made if they were tied?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, if that game is 24-24 on the drive after the touchdown, the Patriots try to score points.
Yeah.
They did not. They ran short passes and
I was going to say they did. They ran a 3 and out.
That's right.
They went run for 4 yards, and then 2nd and 6, they went pass.
They went 2 short passes.
They were short passes?
Short passes.
And then they punted on 4th and 6 at their own 33.
Right.
Okay.
I'm saying
that punt wouldn't have been different.
No, that's right, but they would have been ripping down the field to try to score.
All right.
Instead, they punted, and they stopped the Atlanta offense, who then punted it back to whatever.
There was like an intentional grounding there, right? Wasn't it? Like they got backed up.
Yes.
They got to like a 3rd and 20.
Not to devolve too far into that, but to me, it's just like this also happened in the Bills-Cowboys Monday Nighter when the Cowboys don't get the 2-point conversion, so they have to play for a win instead of just like sometimes when you miss and you have to play for a win and the other team thinks they can just sit on it, that works out better for you. That's the Bills and the Ravens, and I think that's that missed extra point yesterday for the Falcons. Anyway, Drake London went off on them. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Bills, a big win. It's a Victory Monday. You can join us at 803-0550, Victory Monday, brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. What do you think was most impressive? What means the most going forward for Act 2, chasing down New England? Jeremy and Joe here on WGR.
Hand off to Cook and a bouncing outside, and he's got the corner. Up the sideline, 45-40, and forced out of bounds by Jalen Watson. It's another first down as he goes 16 yards.
We saw some of the Bills' vision of what they can be defensively come together. Of course, it's already gone now with Michael Hoyt out with an Achilles injury, and maybe you think he's so important or someone that's going to do his role is so important that the deadline shifts to now go get a Michael Hoyt replacement. Is that Jalen Phillips? Could be. The Dolphins are open for business to sell off some pieces after firing their GM, and maybe the Commanders are going to sell off now because they lost their starting quarterback, Jaden Daniels, to a dislocated elbow in a blowout loss. Their season might as well be over.
How's Von Miller been playing?
He's been okay from what I understand.
I don't think he's someone that's ever come up in our former Bill, future Bill draft.
It's not a terrible idea, but he's not exactly the same as Hoyt. Either way,
right? Yeah.
If that's something they specifically need. The receiver conversation, I think, is still there, and again, maybe even more so, because if you think you're great, what's the thing you want to shore up to make sure you have a chance to win it and one thing doesn't defeat you? And for the Bills, the list of positions we would have thought for that, the deadline's tomorrow. We would have thought maybe safety. All right, now that's looking short up a little bit.
Yep.
Corner definitely looks really good because Max Harrison looks like he can play. Defensive tackle, all right, you might have some needs there still. I don't think you have a needed edge, but you could still add a Hoyt replacement. And then receivers, the other one. So what will Brandon Beane do in the next 48 hours? We'll find out. But the deadline's tomorrow, and I think they should consider buying. Then again, the league hasn't really bought. Are we going to get 5 trades in the league today? Chiefs offense had been rolling, and they had kind of a brutal day. They just did not have answers. Honestly, I thought Nate laid it out pretty well in the postgame show, and he tweeted this as well, that Mahomes yesterday looked like Josh Allen has looked for the last 3 weeks, which is a guy that's back there and doesn't feel right, doesn't feel comfortable in the pocket. I know that they're
searching for somebody to get open down the field, which is incredible.
Yeah, but they were so sticky in coverage.
Core, like that might be my number one thing to feel good about out of yesterday. I mean, maybe you can answer a million different things, but their ability to cover those receivers, I know that not all these plays Mahomes had a lot of time, but there were some of them where he did.
I thought he had plenty of time.
And Hairston was right there in coverage all the time. Bishop had his best game as a Bill. Whenever him and Hancock are out there together, it just feels like they're covering space. They're so much more athletic.
Yep.
When they've got a secondary out there of Benford, Bishop, Hairston, and Hancock, it is so night and day different than the secondary they began the season with that had Trey White, Taylor Rapp on it. I think it's totally different, and I think it's part of what helped them against Kansas City.
Oh, for sure. I know the pass rush will get lots of the attention, and justifiably so, but Mahomes, I said this during the week, he's the best quarterback in football once you get past his first read. So, the first read's not there. Now I'm going to make something happen, and the Bills owned him on that. He did not make too many plays off the first read. There were a couple breakdowns. You'll see some. And I feel like you kind of have to expect that. You're playing the Chiefs, you're going to break down. You're playing Josh Allen, you're going to break down. And yet, like, Hairston was impressive. Bishop, the Cole Bishop game, maybe. 2 months ago, 2 months ago, who had on the predictions that you would feel like Cole Bishop is one of the top 3 players on the defense instead of the guy who's fighting for the job?
Right. Bills beat the Chiefs in the regular season, 28-21. 5th consecutive year that they've done that in the regular season. The Bills go to 6-2, staying a half game behind New England in the AFC East. Josh Allen with 3 total touchdowns on the day. He did pass Cam Newton for the most touchdowns, and not including passing touchdowns, in NFL history for a quarterback, including the playoffs. 23 of 26 through the air for Allen. Kansas City, meanwhile, drops to 5-4. In the division around the league yesterday, New England beats Atlanta by 1, staying on top of the AFC at 7-2. Denver comes back to beat Houston, so they are now 2 games up on Kansas City in the AFC West. The Chargers also stay above Kansas City. They survived the Titans yesterday. Elsewhere around the NFL, Jaguars beat the Raiders in overtime. Rams dominate the Saints by 3 touchdowns. The Panthers come back to upset the Green Bay Packers after allowing 40 to the Bills the week before. They held Green Bay to just 13 points. Tonight on Monday Night Football, it's the Cowboys and the Cardinals just after 8 o'clock. No Kyler Murray to be Jacoby Brissett again for Arizona. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Down, the kick is up, into the wind, it is good! Ryan Fitzgerald delivers for the Broncos, and the kick is good, and the fourth quarter magic remains for Denver.
68 yards away, it's up there, it's out there, and it's good! It's good from 68!
Had some big kicks last night. Yesterday in the NFL, Cam Little set an NFL record for the longest kick in league history and immediately got a PED check. He tweeted that out.
Did he?
He got a drug test.
Come on.
He did. Yeah. Highlights of the game brought to you by Northland Workforce Training Center. Train for what's next. Some of the highlights from some of the game-winning kicks last night. On the Sunday night game, Sam Darnold surgically took apart the Commanders, whose season is a nightmare for them.
And he allowed everybody that wanted to go to bed early to go to bed early.
That's right, they did.
He was 16 of 16 in the first half.
That's pretty good.
He had, I think, I don't know what the yardage was, but it was like 16 of 16, 270, and 4 touchdowns in the first half. Like, it really might have been the best half of football I've ever seen from a quarterback.
That's how they looked against the Saints, too, this year. The Seahawks have had some really impressive offensive performances.
Yep.
The Bills had one yesterday, too. Pretty good, right? 28 points. Not up to their normal 30, 31, 35, but they got the job done. Good in the red zone. 3 for 3 in the red zone. The Chiefs went 2 for 3 in the red zone. And the Bills' defense comes and makes big plays throughout the game. How about keeping the Chiefs out of the end zone right at the half? Huge stop there to make sure they stay up. I thought the Chiefs going for the field goal was not terrible. We could talk about that a little bit later. Ooh. Not terrible. Specifically because of double dip. I've treated it like one long possession. I don't think it's terrible to go for the field goal. I'm sure the numbers might say otherwise. I thought it was okay based on the double dip context.
We'll double dip. Go get 2 touchdowns.
Well, you'd like to, but I think just because if I'm kicking to them, I think I got to go for the 4th down because the game might be over. But I'm getting the ball back immediately afterward. I think I could defend going for the kick. 803-0550. Victory Monday, Buffalo Bills Football Monday. Brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. We'll get to Rob in Connecticut. Rob, good morning. Happy Victory Monday.
Happy Victory Monday to you, Jeremy and Joe. You know, I'm sitting here listening to you guys, and I just realized that you guys are like a great cup of coffee in the morning, especially after a great win. I mean, it's exciting to win and listen to you guys go over and over everything that I listened to yesterday. For me, going into this game, and if you remember, Jeremy, one of my concerns was Josh Allen trying to find his footing and the trust in his receivers, which I needed to be convinced. So going into this game, it was convinced me. It was a convincing game for me. And I was pleased. I was pleased with everything that I heard on the radio and the TV when I was listening to it. The defense, I was impressed with, of course, Cole Bishop. But there was 2 things that I thought were key in this game was the 4th and 3 stop that when we stopped Mahomes and Kansas City. And then the other thing that really stood out to me, and even Romo touched on it, I know that a lot of times we as fans and sometimes you guys gripe about the timeout being called. But when Hollywood Brown caught the ball down the sideline, that long pass, and McDermott called timeout right before they were starting to line up, you know, that was key because it allowed the defense to settle down after that big play, and we only held them to 3 points, which was huge. So, you know, having that timeout was definitely a big thing for me. Maybe other people may have not agreed, but I thought it was.
Yeah, thanks, Rob. I just think it was different, though, than what we're used to yesterday. Like, McDermott is known for the snapshot timeout right before an important play.
He took him before the 4th and 17, the old Kodak.
Okay, he did that, right, and that one was the Kodak snapshot before. But every other timeout he took yesterday, including that one that you're referencing after the Hollywood Brown play, I didn't think that those were Kodak, let me see what the Chiefs are in. That was the defense multiple times yesterday was
not ready.
Really late getting out of a huddle and was scrambling around, and McDermott called timeout because the defense wasn't set yet.
And didn't you say you counted 12 men on the field for the field goal attempt?
Yeah, although Sal said yesterday in postgame that it was actually because it was offsides.
Okay.
And I had just done one quick count. I did count 12 yesterday, but I could be wrong on that. So maybe it was just offsides. But either way, I think there was a penalty coming.
Yeah.
That's why they called timeout on the field goal. So I don't think those were your typical McDermott timeouts. I think these were different yesterday.
Right. The Kodak one, it was...
And the Kodak one didn't work.
Right. It was such an interesting play, by the way, what they ran on that 4th and 17, where Tony Romo flat out says he's never seen a protection call like that.
The guard,
they simulate a screen to one side.
Yeah.
To get, we can't stop Joey Bosa. How are we going to stop him? Let's convince him there's a screen going.
They fooled him.
Yes.
Right. They mind control, basically.
Yes.
On Joey Bosa. They decided not to block him, and he was so confused that he stopped.
Credit where it's due. And then Mahomes rolls out and simulated scramble and finds Rice. I mean, it's an incredible play if it happened in a very, very big moment.
You should bank that away, by the way. Anybody that thinks that the Chiefs save things, by the way.
I was just going to say, is that an indication
that's something they should have saved for a playoff game?
That they do have some break glass because they're thinking like, oh, it's 4th and 17 here. And they probably have 5 of those plays that they're ready.
But that's not a play they're running on 1st and 10.
Nope.
They're saving. Maybe they're not saving that for the playoffs. They're saving that play for a big spot in a game.
I don't know. They could use it on any play where a screen might be a thought the defensive end has. You see these plays.
But they didn't.
Well, 4th and 17. He thought there was going to be a screen.
That's what I mean. Like they waited until they absolutely needed a huge play.
You could think it's 2nd and 10, and if there's a screen potential, whatever. I don't think that play is a one-time use. I mean, they can use it again if they want.
No. But
anyway, 8030550.
But are you fooling Bosa the second time?
I don't know.
Because the play is designed on basically confusion.
Maybe you go the other way. Maybe you do it against another team. Maybe there's a different wrinkle. It wasn't just that they had Bosa fooled on that. They had the guard come out and get ready for him. It was the guard on the right side.
True.
So even if he got through, he was kind of going to get hit from the guard from the other side. So they had a protection plan. It's just
that's true. Did you watch Bosa though? Like that guard's not getting to Bosa in time.
I don't think so.
If Bosa keeps running, he's going to get clean to Mahomes, and it's going to be a sack. And he turned around because he thought it was a screen.
Good play.
Yeah.
8030550 and 1-888-550-2550. Victory Monday. Aaron is up. Hey, Aaron, good morning.
Hey, how you doing, man?
Morning.
Good. I just wanted to say, so I try to be an objective Bills fan, man. And I got to give praise when it's due. They came in with a good game plan. They did a lot of things right. I say my biggest concern is that I think with this Chiefs game, man, it's kind of like when we play them in a regular season. We kind of get a taste of we got all of our guys. We go out here in back-to-back weeks, we lose out, or we lose Hoyt. And for me, it always looms bigger because when we play them in a postseason, we get in there, and I feel like we end up at a disadvantage because we lose difference makers. And they come in here, we lose, and there's always conversation, they can't beat the Chiefs. And I know it takes two. But Brandon Beane, he just need to give it up. He got to give up the picks, man. And we got to get a couple of guys because we can't go into another year where we kind of sit back, we keep the draft picks, and then we come upon Josh Allen's age 30 season, and we hadn't sniffed the Super Bowl. Like, if I'm him, well, I can't be him because I don't know what it's like to be the GM of a football team. But it's just like you got to give it up, man.
Yeah. 6-2. 4 weeks ago when they're 4-0, we were thinking the 1 seed, it's right there for you. Go get it. And then the losses to New England and Atlanta kind of really knocked that off. We'd kind of gone through some of the numbers of it. New York Times had them at from 60% to get the 1 seed down to 13%. Well, the last 2 weeks have gone really well, and the rest of the conference has fallen in line with the Colts losing and some of these other teams coming back to the pack. So now you just got to go track down New England, and you can have it again. So, I feel like that conversation is back. Who are you going to have to beat in the playoffs? It might be Baltimore, might be New England, might be Kansas City, might be Indy, who knows. But if you want to make a case for going and getting reinforcements or just bolstering anywhere with a good football player, I feel like there's a case to be made. And there's a point to say about that, too. Whoever's good, where are your needs? Your needs change, right? Did you think they needed a defensive end until Michael Hoyt got hurt? I didn't think they needed one. And now Hoyt gets hurt, and it's, maybe you should try and add a replacement there because he's one of your big pieces from this offseason. Defensive tackle, if they had Ed Oliver available, would they need one? Maybe, maybe not. If Maxwell Hairston was unable to play, we would be talking about corner. So, injuries might pop up. Whoever the best players you can get are, within reason. It's up to the GM to decide how far in he wants to go. When the Rams win the Super Bowl, they trade for Beckham and Von Miller. They don't trade for Beckham; they sign him.
Yep.
Right, he gets cut, but they trade for Von Miller, and
they had traded for Ramsey earlier that year, I think.
And you mentioned that Bean felt regret not pulling the trigger for him that year. He's said that.
Yep.
And they signed him the next season. So I wonder how this win will have him feel. I feel like he'll feel validated on like a lot of things. The Hairston pick, the Hoyt signing, how it's all kind of coming together. Kincaid. And the question is, all right, this really might be the year. What do I need to add? How far should I go? 803-0550 to join us, and 1-888-550-2550. It is Victory Monday, Buffalo Bills Football Monday, brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com.
The Chiefs are showing blitz. Here's the snap, and it is a blitz. Allen back to pass. Looking down the right sideline for Kincaid.
Game script we've not yet seen between these two teams, where the Bills are routinely harassing Patrick Mahomes in the backfield.
Yep.
They hit him 15 times. They had him under pressure on 52% of their dropbacks. So it was quite impressive from this Bills team, the way they put it all together. And I feel like it might have been Sean McDermott's most complimentary football win in the history of complimentary football. What didn't they do?
They did everything.
They didn't make a kick.
One
kick.
Yeah.
That kick would have been the most complimentary football. The doink off the upright stopped the full complimentary football, but everything else worked. They passed the ball. They ran the ball. They stopped the run. They stopped the pass. 4th and 17. Other than that, I'm sure people will want to talk about that play, but still.
Maybe.
It's just a banner day for the Bills.
They had and what was one thing that was picked apart and on purpose, like to be fair, like sometimes it gets labeled as they're being doubted when it's like, no, they're just not doing something. Yeah. And that was downfield passing.
Yep.
Like that was under the microscope because they hadn't been doing it. And yesterday, the Bills had as many 20-plus yard passes, air yard deep passes, as they had in the previous 6 games.
Yeah. Well, it looks good when they do it.
How about that? Kincaid, Knox, Elijah Moore. 3 20-plus yard completions yesterday. They had 3 since the Baltimore game. I mean, even that was working. When they wanted it to, at least. The run game worked. The pass defense worked. The secondary looked good.
Secondary looked so good.
The pass rush was that the best day the pass rush has ever had against Patrick Mahomes for the Bills? I mean, I guess statistically it has to be, right? He got hit as many times as he ever has been.
Hit a bunch. He didn't scramble. That's the other thing. They didn't
let him scramble.
They limited him to 1 carry for 5 yards.
Right.
Which is incredible. The season he's had, he's been scrambling quite a bit, and he did not against the Bills.
I'm thoroughly impressed. I mean, I was one of those people. I did not think they were going to win this game. I kind of thought it was very possible they were going to get smoked in this game. They were going to get rocked by the Chiefs at home.
Chiefs offense had been rolling, and they had kind of a brutal day. They just did not have answers. Honestly, I thought Nate laid it out pretty well in the postgame show, and he tweeted this as well, that Mahomes yesterday looked like Josh Allen has looked for the last 3 weeks, which is a guy that's back there and doesn't feel right, doesn't feel comfortable in the pocket. I know that they're
searching for somebody to get open down the field, which is incredible.
Yeah, but they were so sticky in coverage.
That might be my number one thing to feel good about out of yesterday. I mean, maybe you can answer a million different things, but their ability to cover those receivers. I know that not all these plays Mahomes had a lot of time, but there were some of them where he did.
I thought he had plenty of time.
And Hairston was right there in coverage all the time. Bishop had his best game as a Bill. Whenever him and Hancock are out there together, it just feels like they're covering space. They're so much more athletic.
Yep.
When they've got a secondary out there of Benford, Bishop, Hairston, and Hancock, it is so night and day different than the secondary they began the season with that had Trey White, Taylor Rapp on it. I think it's totally different. And I think it's part of what helped them against Kansas City.
Oh, for sure. I know the pass rush will get lots of the attention, and justifiably so. But Mahomes, I said this during the week, he's the best quarterback in football once you get past his first read. So, the first read's not there. Now I'm going to make something happen. And the Bills owned him on that. He did not make too many plays off the first read. There were a couple breakdowns. You'll see some. And I feel like you kind of have to expect that. You're playing the Chiefs, you're going to break down. You're playing Josh Allen, you're going to break down. And yet, like, Hairston was impressive. Bishop, the Cole Bishop game, maybe. 2 months
so
ago,
far, yeah.
2 months ago, who had on the predictions that you would feel like Cole Bishop is one of the top 3 players on the defense instead of the guy who's fighting for the job?
Right.
This is more of who we are. Let James go and do what he does, be able to run some play action, again, finding completions, and when we need to drop back, especially on third down, we got the guys capable to go make plays for us.
Josh Allen on the offense. Locker Room Audio brought to you by Reimer Home Services. Homes rely on the Rhino. Allen sets a franchise record for completion percentage in a game. In the same game that Patrick Mahomes has the lowest completion percentage of his entire career. Now, I'm not one to sit here and say completion percentage is the end-all, be-all, but that is a good story on what happened in this game. Mahomes could not sustain drives the way the Chiefs normally do. The Bills got negative plays in the form of sacks and pressure. They did get one interception. Max Hairston, the turnover from him. I would say this about Allen if that's him on that play. That to me looked like an arm punt. 3rd and 10.
Yep.
Heave it.
Because there's not the guy's coming and there's nothing else open for the first down,
right.
So throw it as far as you can.
Heave it. And good for Hairston to make a play there.
Yeah, he's there.
I didn't think it was the biggest mistake from Mahomes. So with that in mind, I want to point to that as not, sure, that's a turnover, but the Bills beat the Chiefs without really winning the turnover traditional battle. What'd they do? They forced punts.
Yeah.
They held them to field goals. They got them off the field. And that's, to me, a sustainable recipe. If they'd won the game with 3 turnovers, I'd be worried. Instead, they kind of just won it straight up, and their defense just harassed Mahomes into bad plays. To keep him to the stats he had without turning him over that many times is a testament to how well they played. So full credit to the defense and a very impressive win for the Bills. The Michael Hoyt news, tough. Achilles injury out for the year. Ryan in New Jersey. Hey, Ryan, good morning.
Hey, how are you guys?
Good.
Couple thoughts in the game. Just want to see what you guys think about this. First thing is, for such a defense that looks so broken at times, how is this scheme so complicated that every time we're at the line of scrimmage, communicate where we're supposed to go? That's one thing that just kind of blows my mind that I don't understand. The other thing is the 3rd and 10 screen to Shakir. I don't understand that either. We run that drag pass to Shakir across the middle of the field. Great play. The layered pass to Eli Moore. Beautiful play. I don't get why we go so gimmicky sometimes on these, surefire passing downs where you see it in the NFL all the time. You watch it in the Seahawks game last night. These simple drag route concepts are wide open, and we have guys that should be able to run it. And sometimes it looks so easy for us. I don't get why we don't do it more. The other comment is the James Cook play action pass to him. My Lord, run that 5 to 7 times a game. That is such a lethal play that could be so dominant because teams will stack the box against us. Even when you have Reggie Gilliam in, run it. I mean, it's automatic. I'd rather do that than the freaking Buffalo plow that Josh somehow just gives up on and gets stuffed. I don't understand it, but it's just crazy to me how, like, there's just times I want to go in there and just shake Brady and shake McDermott and just say, guys, what are we doing here? Why is this so complicated? But overall, I mean, great win. It sucks to lose Hoyt, but I don't know. I just want your guys' thoughts on those couple things.
Well, starting on the defensive part of it, it happened a few times yesterday. I can't remember it being much of a thing before yesterday.
I don't know that it means
not getting lined up and having to call timeouts because the defensive play calls aren't in.
And I don't know that it means it's overly complicated. I think it's kind of standard. A lot of defenses will communicate. It is harder for a defense to communicate at home because of crazy crowd noise. You know, if that's on the road, that doesn't happen. It's one of the things about being at home. If you're a defense, it's tougher on you.
And again, I just think that's the first time I've ever really seen that from them.
All right. Checks on defense, I don't know. I don't think that's overly complicated. I think that's kind of standard for a lot of teams around the league. The rest of it. The screen passes, okay, it's part of their offense. Sometimes it gets them some yards. I think it's an extension of their run game. And sometimes, and I'm not saying this to be snarky, sometimes I think we should view Shakir like a running back. Like he's kind of he's kind of their scat back that they use in a lot of spaces. Like his air yards yesterday, he ends up with a bunch of catches and gets a 20-yard catch along the way as well. And they know what he does well. On a 3rd and 10, when they run that, what are they doing? Sometimes they're checking to it. Sometimes they know they can get a yard after catch break from him. Is it always going to be the best play? Probably not. But it's one of their blitz beaters. It's one of the ways to prevent Allen from getting hit. And in this game, a 3rd and 10 screen's not always going to be popular. And maybe they'll get something better cooked up down the road.
They also didn't run any of those plays to anybody else. And that's always been my biggest complaint. It's like, if you're going to run those plays, do it through Shakir. And there were no handoffs to Elijah Moore in this game. There were no screens to... Did they run a screen to anybody but Shakir in this game? I think it was just Shakir.
Yeah.
So...
No gimmicky handoffs, inside handoffs.
No giving the ball to Dawson Knox in short area. It was just... if we're doing those plays, it's going to be Shakir. And if we're not doing those plays, it's either James Cook run or it's a traditional pass play.
Yeah. 803-0550. It is time for Skyworks Stats of the Game, brought to you by Skyworks Equipment Rental, building America from the ground up. Skyworks Equipment Rental. All right, so some of your stats of the game. The Bills defensively really good on 3rd down. The Chiefs end up the day 3 for 13 on 3rd down. They were 2 for 3 on 4th down, but 3 for 13 on 3rd down. And sacks, they got to Mahomes 3 times. 24 yards lost on sacks. It's not just sacks, it's about the yardage you lose on those sacks, too, and they got them in some really negative situations. The Chiefs rushed for 79 yards on 20 attempts. Maybe I don't know if this is surprising. We came into the game thinking the Chiefs were going to maybe bottle up the Bills' run because they'd done it to Detroit. They'd done it to Washington. The Bills end up with 141 yards rushing. It is on 35 attempts. So 4 yards per carry is not great if you only have 18 attempts. If you have 35, you might feel better about it. So anyway, 3 for 3 in the red zone. Penalties in this game. The Bills might have caught a break or two. But, hey, whatever. It's your Skyworks Stats of the game.
You want some stats real quick on, you mentioned that arm punt interception that Mahomes had?
Yeah.
That interception yesterday was minus 1.0 EPA yesterday, that interception. 5 of the 6 sacks were worse.
Yeah, right.
Between the two quarterbacks.
Yep.
There were 6 sacks in this game. 5 of the 6 were worse. In fact, on that drive, this again, it's some interceptions are not the same as others. The worst play by EPA on that drive for Kansas City wasn't the interception. It was the holding penalty that they took.
On a 2nd and 2 run.
Yeah. That was minus 1.5. The interception was minus 1.
I know Mahomes had a terrible day, and maybe he was going to have a terrible day no matter what. Every time they handed the ball off, I was thinking, thank you. Right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, please. More Kareem Hunt. Thank you.
Right.
803-0550. Sal on the other side will also we owe you eye on the quarterback. We'll do that with Sal. The injury report, of course, the Michael Hoyt news. That is that's tough news. Very tough. Just kind of getting to know his game and what he was bringing to this offense. Jeremy and Joe on a Victory Monday, Buffalo Bills Football Monday. Brought to you by Northwest Bank for what's next. Get started at northwest.com.
Late motion from Worthy right to left. Here's the snap. Fakes the handoff. Looks left. Blitz coming. And they've got him wrapped up for the sack. Coming off the corner was Christian Benford.
We saw some of the Bills' vision of what they can be defensively come together. Of course, it's already gone now with Michael Hoyt out with an Achilles injury, and maybe you think he's so important or someone that's going to do his role is so important that the deadline shifts to now go get a Michael Hoyt replacement. Is that Jalen Phillips? Could be. The Dolphins are open for business to sell off some pieces after firing their GM. And maybe the Commanders are going to sell off now because they lost their starting quarterback, Jaden Daniels, to a dislocated elbow in a blowout loss. Their season might as well be over.
How's Von Miller been playing?
He's been okay from what I understand.
I don't think he's someone that's ever come up in our former Bill, future Bill draft.
It's not a terrible idea, but he's not exactly the same as Hoyt. Either way,
right? Yeah.
If that's something they specifically need. The receiver conversation, I think, is still there. And again, maybe even more so because if you think you're great, what's the thing you want to shore up to make sure you have a chance to win it and one thing doesn't defeat you? And for the Bills, the list of positions we would have thought for that, the deadline's tomorrow. We would have thought maybe safety. All right, now that's looking short up a little bit.
Yep.
Corner definitely looks really good because Max Hairston looks like he can play. Defensive tackle, all right, you might have some needs there still. I don't think you have a needed edge, but you could still add a Hoyt replacement. And then receiver's the other one. So what will Brandon Beane do in the next 48 hours? We'll find out. But the deadline's tomorrow, and I think they should consider buying. Then again, the league hasn't really bought. Are we going to get 5 trades in the league today? The Chiefs' offense had been rolling, and they had kind of a brutal day. They just did not have answers. Honestly, I thought Nate laid it out pretty well in the postgame show, and he tweeted this as well, that Mahomes yesterday looked like Josh Allen has looked for the last 3 weeks, which is a guy that's back there and doesn't feel right, doesn't feel comfortable in the pocket. I know that there's
searching for somebody to get open down the field, which is incredible.
Yeah, but they were so sticky in coverage.
That might be my number one thing to feel good about out of yesterday. I mean, maybe you can answer a million different things, but their ability to cover those receivers. I know that not all these plays Mahomes had a lot of time, but there were some of them where he did.
I thought he had plenty of time.
And Hairston was right there in coverage all the time. Bishop had his best game as a Bill. Whenever him and Hancock are out there together, it just feels like they're covering space. They're so much more athletic.
Yep.
When they've got a secondary out there of Benford, Bishop, Hairston, and Hancock, it is so night and day different than the secondary they began the season with that had Trey White, Taylor Rapp on it. I think it's totally different. And I think it's part of what helped them against Kansas City.
Oh, for sure. I know the pass rush will get lots of the attention, and justifiably so. But Mahomes, I said this during the week, he's the best quarterback in football once you get past his first read. So, the first read's not there. Now I'm going to make something happen. And the Bills owned him on that. He did not make too many plays off the first read. There were a couple breakdowns. You'll see some. And I feel like you kind of have to expect that. You're playing the Chiefs, you're going to break down. You're playing Josh Allen, you're going to break down. And yet, Hairston was impressive. Bishop, the Cole Bishop game, maybe. 2 months ago, 2 months ago, who had on the predictions that you would feel like Cole Bishop is one of the top 3 players on the defense instead of the guy who's fighting for the job?
Right. Bills win over the Chiefs, 5th year in a row in the regular season, 28-21. Josh Allen went 23 of 26 in this game. He had 3 total touchdowns. Big game for James Cook, who went over 100 yards. Dalton Kincaid went over 100 yards for the second time in his career as the Bills win. Patrick Mahomes had the lowest completion percentage of his career. He was hit more times than any game in his NFL career as well. The Bills did, however, lose Michael Hoyt in this game. Sean McDermott saying in the post-game press conference that it was a torn Achilles for Hoyt, so his season is over. The Barnes Firm Injury Report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help? Call 1-800-8-MILLION. Chiefs fall to 5-4. Bills at 6-2. In those two divisions, New England wins over the Falcons by 1 point. Falcons missed an extra point late. So Patriots are 7-2, half a game up on the Bills. In the AFC West, Denver comes back to beat the Texans 18-15. So they're 7-2, tied atop the conference. And the Chargers also win, surviving the Titans, who had a punt return touchdown and a defensive touchdown, but still couldn't win over the Chargers. The other result from the AFC, Steelers beat the Colts 27-20. Indy picks up their second loss of the season. Tonight on Monday Night Football, Cardinals and Cowboys. Jacoby Brissett starting, no Kyler Murray for Arizona. 8:15 kickoff tonight in Dallas. Sabres are off today. They win over the weekend against the Capitals in a shootout. They play Utah tomorrow at KeyBank Center. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Happy Victory Monday. Jeremy and Joe, open phone line for you. Jump on our YouTube stream if you're there. Hello. Leave us a comment. We are talking about the Bills' 28-21 win over the Kansas City Chiefs on a Victory Monday. And Victory Monday is brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. Good morning, Sal. The Bills sit at 6-2 with wins over the Ravens and the Chiefs, which, coming into the season, I feel like that would look pretty nice. You'd ask, how do they beat those two teams and lose to two others? But still, 6-2 and the most complete game of the season. Is that fair?
Yeah, good morning. Standings first. I just tweeted out the division and conference standings, and one of the things that people have, really pointed out when I've been doing this after every week is, well, strength of victory and strength of wins, the Bills have beaten nobody. Well, it's still a little bit lower than a lot of the conference, but it's a lot more in line now after you get a win. I mean, it's a long season, right? You're going to beat teams that have some better records, hopefully, and that happened yesterday. And obviously the Bills beat a team that, in the Kansas City Chiefs, not only that already had 5 wins on the year, that most people and power rankings or whatever you want to hear said they were the best team in the league right now. So, yeah, for sure, a really good win from that standpoint. I would say, yes, the most complete game, most complete win of the year. Offense, defense, special teams, I guess, wasn't as much up to par. But that being said, offense and defense, I mean, guys, the Kansas City Chiefs in this game had the Bills put more yards on them than they'd given up all season in any game. And the Chiefs had their second lowest yardage output in any game all year. I mean, that's pretty impressive right there, number one. Number two, I'm sure you guys have been talking about it all morning. Josh Allen sets a franchise record for completion percentage in the same game that Patrick Mahomes has his lowest ever completion percentage for a game. And then if you just go to the offensive side, I mean, 400 yards of offense divided up by 140 rushing, 260 passing. That right there is exactly how Sean McDermott wants to play football in a two-dimensional attack. Maybe it was even a little bit too close for comfort at the end. I totally get that. A field goal mattered at the end to make that happen. But when you put it all together, that was a complete performance that the Bills are looking for.
Yeah. There's so many things to like about the way they played, Sal. Like, they ran the ball pretty well, but the passing game found its explosives Joe had the stat. They had as many 20-yard completions in this game as they had the previous 6 weeks.
Yeah.
So finding the downfield passing game, Allen hanging in the pocket, finding Kincaid, finding even Elijah Moore here. Like you had a quarterback that looked a lot more comfortable, and that's really what a lot of this was. For a couple weeks, we saw him get blitzed and look skittish and not have answers. And man, in this game, whether it's him playing better or the scheme being better or whatever it was, like everything was synced up, and this was a lot more what we've been accustomed to seeing Josh Allen comfortable in this Joe Brady offense.
I'm glad you said that word comfortable a couple times. It's exactly what I thought. During the game on the broadcast, I said the same thing to Eric and Chris. I said, I just think Josh has looked more comfortable than I've seen him all year. There were times earlier this year, last several weeks maybe, going back to Atlanta especially, where he just seemed like a little bit happy, a little bit trigger shy at times, but maybe too quick at other times. Just wasn't comfortable, right? Him talking about not trusting his feet in the first half of the game against the Panthers. I just think in this game he looked comfortable. He looked in command. He looked in control, whatever the reason was. And we also know this isn't a super blitz-happy team. They do a little bit, but they also don't get a ton of pressure, and that probably helped right away, knowing you kind of know what you're going to see when you get up to the line. I think that helps, obviously. The offensive line did a nice job to protect him. He hung in the pocket. I agree with you. This was a very, very comfortable Josh Allen. The reigning MVP looked like the league MVP yesterday. I mean, he played like the MVP yesterday. That right there is what, when you have Josh Allen playing like that, I don't care who you're playing or where you're playing them, the Bills are going to be very, very tough to beat.
How much of that comfort, Sal, you think is Dalton Kincaid's presence? Because he doesn't play the Atlanta game. He played very little in the Carolina game. Not that he played, you had the snap counts you tweeted out a couple minutes ago. Not that Kincaid played a ton in this game, but it was more, and he obviously is making a big difference really whenever he is out there for this passing offense.
Yeah, for sure. And he's a matchup problem, guys. That's the issue, right, for teams. He's such a matchup problem, and when he's on the field, you see what happened. I mean, he's against a linebacker. My apologies, I don't remember who tripped on the play, who was covering him, but he ran a great route, and that's a linebacker. He's not that guy was already beat on the play, and then he trips because Dalton's running a route that he can't keep up with, right? And he's wide open. Josh sees him. It was great to see that. Yeah, snap count wise, he was actually the third tight end as far as snaps are concerned.
Right.
And I mean, you think about it, and the reason is because the Bills are so good at running the ball, and they're so good at doing with Jackson Hawes on the field and Dawson Knox, who can also contribute in the passing game. Hawes caught a pass. Tight ends overall in this game were huge for the Bills. 8 catches, almost 150 yards. I think it's 148 for the tight ends combined. But Dalton Kincaid being on the field, Joe, I think was absolutely huge for them. Now, when you talk about the explosive plays, you're right. I'd still like to see more from the wide receivers in the explosive plays, meaning down the field. They did get Khalil Shakir in a couple of yards after catch. That was great, the Elijah Moore. So, no, not it was better. There's no doubt about it. I do think still, though, to have a little more threat of through the air, the explosive plays from the wide receiver, because getting yards after catch is great, and that's kind of how they're making it. You don't want to rely on that all the time as you get a little bit close as you go through the year here. So we'll see what they do. But that said, yeah, to answer your question, I think Dalton Kincaid is a massive part of it.
Right. The fact that stat about how they had as many deep passes yesterday as in the previous 6 weeks, Kincaid was 2/3 of it. And yeah. I mean, they also Sal, that snap.
And I think Dawson Knox would have been one of them, right?
Knox would have been one of them, right? I think the only one that was a receiver might have been the Moore play. I'll have to go back and look. But
I think that's right.
They're managing Kincaid? Is that fair to say right now? Maybe there will be some complaint about he's not playing more, but we know he's battled this oblique injury. They've got 2 other tight ends that they trust. Do you really feel like there's a need for him to play more, or this is kind of what they should do while he maybe is dealing with some nagging things?
Yeah, I think it's fair, Joe. I mean, I don't know exactly. He wasn't really. I have to go back. Was he even on the injury report this week? I don't even know if he was. I don't think he was. It's fair to say that. There's no doubt. I think it's also just a long season. He dealt with an injury last year, and they just couldn't get him right by the end of the year. So I think they're managing all of that. It's not maybe it's just the oblique. It's just, hey, everything. You want to make sure that these guys are, trending up basically at the end of the year health-wise. I think it's a reason why they didn't play Bernard last week. It's like he could have played probably, but you want to make sure these guys are healthy. So yeah, it was good to see. I just think that the Bills like using 3 tight ends, and this was a game where I think they felt they had the advantage up front if they went heavy. I gave Reggie Gilliam an arrow up. I mean, he was a monster blocking again. This guy, I mean, if you're a linebacker and Reggie Gilliam's on the field, he's coming at you, right? And you just got to know it. And you're like, okay, I'm going to hold out for dear life because he makes blocks in the holes. And then you add him into that running game with Hawes and Knox, and that's how the Bills want to do it.
Sal Capaccio joining us on the Wester hotline, chatting about Bills and Chiefs. Sal, looking at the defense, we'll get some calls in here in a minute. Marrying the pass rush to coverage is, of course, like what you want to do. And the pass rush got them Mahomes and hit him a bunch. What did you come away more impressed with? Is it their ability to get to Patrick Mahomes, or was it that the secondary was able to hold up to a point where they were able to get to Patrick Mahomes? I know sometimes we think of the long sacks or coverage sacks. I feel like every time they were getting there, Mahomes had to wait an extra step, an extra second or two. And for me, the secondary was the thing I was the most impressed to see.
It's a good question, Jeremy. I don't know if you can split the hairs here. I'll say it this way. I just think I'm going to sound like a coach. I'm going to sound like Sean McDermott here. But I do think there's a point to be made here. And the reason I'm going to say it is this way. It feels like Sean McDermott is a much bigger hand in calling plays, right? We're all going to agree with that, right?
Yep.
I mean,
Yep.
that's happening right now. And I don't think it's a coincidence that the coverage and the pass rush are marrying together better. I just think that this is his system. This is it's his system, his baby, right? He knows exactly how this is supposed to look. And how many times did we hear through the first 5-6 weeks, pass rush and coverage aren't marrying with each other. You have to have that marriage. They have to be in sync. And it wasn't good enough at many times this year. I think what we've seen the last 2 weeks is pass coverage and pass rush marrying with each other the way that it's supposed to look. And when people say, what does that mean? Well, if you have a blitz on a certain side, you're playing a certain coverage on that side. On the other side, maybe you're not playing that coverage. When you're blitzing, when you're sending guys from the interior, you're dropping guys back. Where are your coverages in man-to-man? Where are guys playing? How many high safeties are you? It's all a part of the equation and package. So I think that's number one. But I'm going to go the other way and say, for me, it's getting to Patrick Mahomes. Guys, he was hit in this game a lot.
Hard, too.
The Bills had 15 quarterback hurries. That is a huge number in the NFL. And not only were these hurries helping, obviously, in the play, but they were affecting Patrick Mahomes. He was getting beat up back there. And to me, when I think back of all the reasons why all the games the Bills lost to the Chiefs in the playoffs, the number one thing we always talk about is they're not getting to Patrick Mahomes. They're not getting him to the ground. They're getting close. They got him to the ground, but not even all the time when he was still in the pocket, and they did that. They sacked him 3 times. I think the pass rush was really, really good in this game, and that's the part that I'll go with. But no doubt, Max Harrison was really good in coverage. I just did the snap counts. The Bills never came out of nickel or dime. I mean, Cam Lewis played every single snap, and that tells me that they played nickel or dime every single play. They never played base in this game.
Right. It was more Jordan Hancock than last week, right?
I have to look back what his snap count was last week, Joe, but I think this one he was 20-something snaps. He was 26, which is 43% this week.
Right, yeah, that was definitely higher. Right, and that would speak to they were trying to defend the pass. And
yes.
It's definitely a sad, injury, Sal, after that game that Michael Hoyt was having. A lot of that was coming up the middle too, right? Look back, it was only 7 quarters, but, man, a lot of those plays where they were getting after him, it was Rousseau and Bosa on the edge, and then it was usually Hoyt, and then maybe it was a different defensive tackle, rotating in. And that was the 4 that it felt like we're getting home a lot. So, I don't know, we'll talk this week about replacing Hoyt or who might do, but, that role of being able to kick outside and inside is the thing that I think is going to be toughest to replace.
It's devastating. I mean, as the number one conductor of the Michael Hoyt will change this defense train for 6 weeks, you guys know, I've been saying it. I said it for 6 weeks, and it happened. He did, even more so than I thought he would. I thought he would help a lot. I mean, he has been absolutely awesome for them. This is a devastating, devastating blow for the Bills. And for exactly the reason you said, Joe, yes, he wins one-on-ones, no doubt. But the things they can do with him in coverage, the things they can do with him in pass rush, they don't have another player on the roster to do that. They do not have another player. The guy that is the other guy to do this is Javon Solomon. Javon Solomon is not Michael Hoyt, but that's the guy. That's the guy that they used before he showed up after suspension, and that's the guy they used yesterday after he got hurt.
Right.
and it's just not the same, right? Michael Hoyt is a defense changer. He allows you to shape shift your defense like a transformer, like nobody else on the roster does. The Bills, I've been in the camp of I don't think they need to trade for a D lineman. Like I think you could find some guys that can help you, whatever. I think what I need for them is somehow, some way, whether that's trade or whatever. I mean, they need an interior pass rusher because it's no Ed Oliver and no Michael Hoyt now. Like that's going to be a huge deal. The other thing that Michael Hoyt did, and people might not realize, he set the defense on passing downs. Like he's a communicator. He went to Brown. People talk about that because he's so smart. His football IQ is off the charts. He's actually setting the defense a lot on passing downs. He's setting the front seven. He's noticing where guys are and what they're doing, and he's pointing out to guys up front what to do. This is a massive loss for them, and they're going to have to find a way to not only replace him, but now get some interior pressure because no Oliver and no Hoyt.
Anybody else show up in the Barnes Firm injury report? Here, Sal, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-million. Guys that got dinged in this game, it's Hoyt and anybody else?
I'm thinking, guys, nobody that we had any injury updates on.
Okay.
So yeah, now I think early in the game, I think CBS said something about James Cook had his ankle
he got his
or something.
foot taped up a bit, yeah.
He did get it taped up, but he went back out. He was right back out there the next series.
I thought he ran
did come off,
and he ran
early.
really well after it. So
So I don't think. I mean, would I be stunned if we see James Cook on the injury report dealing with an ankle injury he's getting treatment on? I would not.
Yeah.
Going forward this week, but it should. I mean, he played the rest of the game.
Yeah,
and he looked good, obviously, so I wouldn't worry about that.
The other injury update would be that McDermott got asked about Taron Johnson, right, in postgame.
Right.
I don't know. I don't know what he said, Joe. I was in the locker room.
Gotcha. I think he said something like that he didn't have a chance to play and they don't really know yet. So it didn't sound like it was like he was a day-to-day thing where he was ready to return.
I mean, it was a Friday injury, right? It's so tough to have a quick recovery and to return.
And Cam Lewis, I mean, for the most part, you could go back on their secondary a little bit, Sal. Like, I'm sure Taron Johnson would be in there, if everybody's healthy. But they didn't really skip a beat, and man, they just looked so much more athletic than they did at the beginning of the year. Especially when Hancock's out there and Hairston's out there running with Worthy, and Cam Lewis fits into that too. They just look like they cover more space.
I mean, Cam Lewis just knows his job, right? And he is a tough dude, and he's just going to give you every single bit of ounce of what he has inside that smaller frame in the run game and in the pass game. And he's not going to be running downfield with really fast receivers a lot of times. But when you have Max Harrison, you have Jordan Hancock back there, it helps a lot. I mean, Cam Lewis is a really – the Bills have said basically before they believe Cam Lewis is the best backup nickel in the league and he can start in a lot of teams. I believe that. I think that is the case. And when Taron Johnson's off, Cam Lewis is on, I think Bills fans should feel at least good, very good about having the ability to have a player like that on the team. Hey, Jamarcus Ingram also in dime packages. Like, he played a role in this game too.
Yeah, the other thing too, Sal, I was just remembering this from yesterday because we talked about it, me and Nate in the booth. I said this earlier. It wasn't Kelsey, by the way, that Cole Bishop knocked it away from on that fourth down. It was Rashee Rice. They did that on this play, and I think they did it a few other times, Sal. When Cam Lewis...
Wait. You're talking about the fourth down where Bishop had the two back-to-back plays?
Yes.
Yeah, that was Rice, right? I think it was Rice.
It was Rice. Did you notice how the Bills were lined up? I did not. They switched Cam Lewis and Cole Bishop. So Cam Lewis, because of his ability to play safety, before the snap, Bishop runs up to play, I guess, kind of like the big nickel role, and Cam Lewis runs back to play deep safety, which... I'm not saying he should start over Taron Johnson, but that's a little chess game that you don't have when Taron Johnson's out there, and then Bishop makes the play.
Great observation by you, Joe. I did not notice that in real time on the field. I was just texting with a couple people about just the game itself and things that we saw, and one thing is, just the packages, a lot of different looks that they gave, right? And yes, I agree. I'm going to go back and look at that. Just some of the packages they used, some of the looks that they gave. I mean, in a lot of it's dictated by, we say they didn't get out of nickel or dime. I mean, we said it going into this game. The the Chiefs aren't a great running team, and they didn't really go heavy personnel. That's dictated a lot about what the other team is doing, right? It allowed the Bills in this particular game to be able to stay in those sets that they wanted to use. It's a great observation by you. I want to go back to Max Harrison. Obviously, just want to say, congratulations on his first pick. That was a pretty cool play, obviously, right there. It was more of an arm punt by Mahomes. Doesn't matter, right? You go up and you get that ball like he did. But I think earlier in the early third quarter, him sticking with, was it Worthy?
It was
down
Worthy.
the field?
Yep.
I mean, that right there, that play on a box score, you don't see it, right? There's no pass breakup even on the box score. It's an incomplete pass. That play right there is a just great example of how the defense changes with him on the field.
Yeah. Sal Capaccio on the Wester Hotline. Sal, thanks very much. We'll be listening today, the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show, 10 o'clock here on a Victory Monday.
You got it, guys. Thanks.
Sal Capaccio. I also think, like, that play where he sticks with Worthy and runs down the field.
Yeah.
Mahomes did this a couple times. To me, it speaks to the desperation that was in the Chiefs' passing game. He's not open, and he throws it anyway, right? Like, that's not any sort of – when you see Worthy get a lot of these deep throws, often it's – I feel like I'm often seeing him run on posts, and for Hairston to stick there, he's just trying something. And he did the same thing on the 3rd and 10 arm punt. That's Mahomes like, screw it, throw it 50 yards.
Yeah.
Which, when an offense isn't working, a quarterback sometimes will just try and rip something, and the Bills were up to it. So I think, that play, like Sal says, doesn't show up in a box score. It also is to me, it's a symptom of what was happening to the Chiefs in the passing game. They really didn't have any comfort. 803-0550. The deadline is tomorrow. We'll see if we get the Bills linked to any other sort of, receivers have been linked. Is a defensive tackle or defensive end now in the mix? Somebody help the pass rush with Michael Hoyt's absence. We'll, of course, keep you up to date on the latest, I should say. 803-0550. We'll rip through some phone calls. It's a Buffalo Bills Football Monday, brought to you by Northwest Bank for what's next. Get started at northwest.com.
Back to pass.
Chiefs offense had been rolling, and they had kind of a brutal day. They just did not have answers. Honestly, I thought Nate laid it out pretty well in the postgame show, and he tweeted this as well, that Mahomes yesterday looked like Josh Allen has looked for the last 3 weeks, which is a guy that's back there and doesn't feel right, doesn't feel comfortable in the pocket. I know that there's
searching for somebody to get open down the field, which is incredible.
Yeah, but they were so sticky in coverage.
Core, that might be my number one thing to feel good about out of yesterday. I mean, maybe you can answer a million different things, but their ability to cover those receivers. I know that not all these plays Mahomes had a lot of time, but there were some of them where he did.
I thought he had plenty of time.
And Hairston was right there in coverage all the time. Bishop had his best game as a Bill. Whenever him and Hancock are out there together, it just feels like they're covering space. They're so much more athletic.
Yep.
When they've got a secondary out there of Benford, Bishop, Hairston, and Hancock, it is so night and day different than the secondary they began the season with that had Trey White, Taylor Rapp on it. I think it's totally different. And I think it's part of what helped them against Kansas City.
Oh, for sure. I know the pass rush will get lots of the attention, and justifiably so. But Mahomes, I said this during the week, he's the best quarterback in football once you get past his first read. So, the first read's not there. Now I'm going to make something happen. And the Bills owned him on that. He did not make too many plays off the first read. There were a couple breakdowns. You'll see some. And I feel like you kind of have to expect that. You're playing the Chiefs, you're going to break down. You're playing Josh Allen, you're going to break down. And yet, like, Hairston was impressive. Bishop, the Cole Bishop game, maybe. 2 months ago, 2 months ago, who had on the predictions that you would feel like Cole Bishop is one of the top 3 players on the defense instead of the guy who's fighting for the job?
Right. Definitely like a sad, injury, Sal, after that game that Michael Hoyt was having. A lot of that was coming up the middle, too, right? Like, to look back, it was only 7 quarters, but, man, a lot of those plays where they were getting after him, it was Rousseau and Bosa on the edge, and then it was usually Hoyt, and then maybe it was a different defensive tackle, rotating in. And that was the 4 that it felt like were getting home a lot. So I don't know, we'll talk this week about replacing Hoyt or who might do, but that role of being able to kick outside and inside is the thing that I think is going to be toughest to replace.
It's devastating. As the number one conductor of the Michael Hoyt will change this defense train for 6 weeks, you guys know, I've been saying it. I said it for 6 weeks. And it happened. He did, even more so than I thought he would. Like, I thought he would help a lot. I mean, he has been absolutely awesome for them. This is a devastating, devastating blow for the Bills. And for exactly the reason you said, Joe, yes, he wins one-on-ones, no doubt. But the things they can do with him in coverage, the things they can do with him in pass rush, they don't have another player on the roster to do that. They do not have another player. The guy that is the other guy to do this is Javon Solomon. Javon Solomon is not Michael Hoyt, but that's the guy. Like, that's the guy that they used before he showed up after suspension, and that's the guy they used yesterday after he got hurt.
Right.
And it's just not the same, right? Michael Hoyt is he is a defense changer. He allows you to shape shift your defense like a transformer, like nobody else on the roster does. The Bills, I've been in the camp of, I don't think they need to trade for a D lineman. Like, I think you could find some guys that can help you, whatever. I think what I need for them is somehow, some way, whether that's trade or whatever. I mean, they need an interior pass rusher because it's no Ed Oliver and no Michael Hoyt now. Like, that's going to be a huge deal. The other thing that Michael Hoyt did, and people might not realize, he set the defense on passing downs. Like, he's a communicator. He went to Brown. People talk about that because he's so smart. His football IQ is off the charts. He's actually setting the defense a lot on passing downs. He's setting the front seven. He's noticing where guys are and what they're doing, and he's pointing out to guys up front what to do. This is a massive loss for them, and they're going to have to find a way to not only replace him, but now get some interior pressure.
There's a trade in the NFL just a minute ago. Adam Schefter reporting that the Dolphins are trading edge rusher Jalen Phillips, former first-round pick of theirs, to the Philadelphia Eagles for a third-round pick. That is the Eagles' third trade in the last week. They are dealing going into the deadline. The Bills win last night 28-21 over the Kansas City Chiefs. They go to 6-2 on the year. Josh Allen went 23 of 26 in the game, passing 3 touchdowns, and the Bills stay half a game back of New England, and they send Kansas City to 5-4. They're 2 games back of Denver in the AFC West, who they play next week. Other results from yesterday in the league, the Colts pick up their second loss of the year. They fall in Pittsburgh by 7. Also, a crazy game in Cincinnati. The Bears beat the Bengals 47-42 on a wild Colston Loveland touchdown at the end of the game. Joe Flacco threw for 470 yards, which was a career high in a losing effort. 3-6 for the Bengals. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
It's a big loss. I thought he gave us a certain level of toughness, smarts, knowing how to play the game. We got to find somebody else that's going to step up, and we've been kind of one of those years. We've been tasked with doing that, and tonight you saw it again. So you can never replace one player. That said, it's about the team, and we got to continue to figure out how we can manufacture wins at this point, and just who's next up.
Sean McDermott, if he wanted Jalen Phillips, he's gone.
Gone.
Phillips traded from Miami to Philadelphia for a third-round pick. And I don't know if the Bills were eager or after Jalen Phillips. It's very possible they would have made a call, and the Dolphins could say buzz off in the division. I also think if Miami is really going sell everything and rebuild kind of scenario, then they shouldn't care who they trade somebody to. That's an expiring contract. That's what if you're at the bottom, go ahead and trade wherever. If you're in competition with that team, which I don't think the Dolphins are right now, then I'd stay away from it. But anyway, Jalen Phillips, gone. Traded to the Eagles. This will probably lead a barrage of how do the Eagles keep getting these players?
It is just.
And they get another one. So
there's no one like him.
The good news
there really isn't. Like even
Roseman,
the Bills do their void year deals, and there's the sunglasses meme for Bean, and other teams can be aggressive, but there's nobody close to the Eagles.
No, not right
and
now.
Howie Roseman.
And I wonder if this is a domino that gets the deadline market kind of moving, because Phillips is as big a name as probably gets traded.
I mean, think so.
You might go bigger at one of the receivers. Past that, like Hendrickson.
I was going to say Hendrickson would be the guy that could go above that. Garrett's not getting traded.
The place I've seen Hendrickson mocked to the most is San Francisco.
They just lost their first-round pick. Another defensive lineman.
So we'll see. 8030550. It's Victory Monday. And yes, the deadline's still a conversation. It is tomorrow. The Chiefs this year in one-score games are 0-4 after last year being 11-0. This is your future reminder for the next time the Bills lose a couple of one-score games. We say, do they have a one-score game problem? No. It's supposed to kind of tick back to being generally good, but you're going to lose some.
Well, good on Matt Prater, by the way, to miss that field goal
make it a one-score game.
To make it a one-score game so that they would drop to 0-4 yesterday.
Thank you for that point. Yeah. The Bills were able to win a one-score game because their kicker missed a field goal.
Right.
Yes. 8030550.
By the way, if you were wondering about punting there, did you hear McDermott on this in post-game? Me and my brother were talking. I was like, should they punt here? And I'm like, no, you kick the field goal because it was 51 yards, 52 yards. I thought kick the field goal. I saw a couple people saying punt. McDermott got asked specifically, did you think about punting there? And he said, no, we were actually considering going for it.
Sure.
Which was 4th and 7. And they were thinking about going for it.
To end the game.
To end the game. Right. You mentioned, like, I know who's over there. You got to put them away. And just keep that in mind. Like, he was closer to going for it on 4th and 7 than he was to punting it and pinning him.
On that call to kick the field goal, in the moment, I didn't really have a problem with it. I kind of still don't have a problem with trying to kick that field goal. There's so little time left. They've got to go the length of the field. You could make a case to kick a field goal. You could make a case to punt. You could make a case to go for it for me.
If you do hit a touchback, it's like a net of like 15 yards.
Right.
That you're pinning them.
I mean, you might try for a pooch punt, whatever.
You want to pin them, but if you don't, how does that look let me put it this way. If he did decide to punt and Wisnowski, who's their third punter of the year, doesn't hit it perfectly and it goes into the end zone, and again, it only backs up Kansas City like 15 yards, 10 yards from where they otherwise would have been. How does that make McDermott look? Be like, well, what'd you really gain out of that one? Right. You could have made it a 2-score game. So I think he made the right call.
He did earlier in the game go for a 4th and 2 that was, finger quotes, aggressive. And I now believe that in like between the 40s, McDermott will go for 4th and 2 and he will kick on 4th and 3. We've got a couple in a row of that exact difference in distance being it. 3, kick. 2, go. And they went for it, and they did not get it. 8030550, but I was fine with that. Nick Wright, who I'm going to hear a lot from this week, I'm sure.
I'm sure he'll have new banners for the Bills.
He did say, he said, all credit to the Bills. He was the first one that got me thinking about that field goal, like really how bad was it, if it was bad. He called it malpractice to kick the field goal. Genuinely insane to kick the field goal. And I was fine.
Listen, I didn't. It was it not the field goal that McDermott kicked in the AFC Championship game in 2020? Was it not the same exact thing? He would have been kicking a field goal, I guess, instead to go down 9, he would kick the field goal to go down, 7 in that spot? But it was a 20-yard field goal. It's the same thing that McDermott got blasted for in the AFC Championship game.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm talking about the field goal from Prater at the end of the game.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we moved on to the Andy Reid field goal.
No, the field goal at the end.
I'm sorry. I thought he said the Andy Reid field goal was malpractice.
He thought whatever.
I didn't think it was possible to call the McDermott field goal malpractice.
I didn't either.
That blew my mind. That field goal to me was definitely the right decision, and punt would have been the worst decision.
Adam in New Jersey. Adam, good morning.
Hey, guys. Good morning. How are you?
Good.
So I was looking online after this game, and I was looking at like Chiefs like message board a little bit. So they seem a little upset with Chris Jones. Last year they had that Chris Jones had 5+ QB pressures, finishing with 74 total, 5+ QB pressures per game in multiple games, with a win rate of 19%. And this year he's only had 2 sacks and 12.9 pressure rate, and he ranks 65 in the league. And that's a huge drop off. And he has a cap hit of $44 billion next year, and they seem like he's like mailing it in, and they're really upset with that. I was just wondering your thoughts about maybe his drop off, because he did not look like the guy he used to look like at all.
Yeah, thanks, Adam. On Chris Jones, like he's 31. I don't know. Is he the kind of guy that has success fatigue and is just kind of waiting until the games matter more? This game looked like it would have mattered. You know, he took the playoff in Jacksonville. There's the play earlier this year where Trevor Lawrence runs it in to win the game. He's not even really trying. You feel like that's a high leverage play you might try on. So I don't really know what's going on there. But yeah, he did not look like a very big factor at all.
No, it has been all year. His pressure numbers are down. There was that play against Jacksonville where he's kind of accused of not trying for it. So, yeah, I think it's a thing right now with him. I don't know. He's 31, though. I'm not going to guess that all year that's going to be the case with him. But we'll see, I guess. I didn't notice him. I didn't notice him the entire game. And the Bills really, protection-wise, they held up, didn't they?
Yeah.
Like, Allen had been under pressure in Atlanta specifically. But did Spags really come after him? Like, was there really a lot of blitzing?
No.
And, like, I didn't really notice a lot of that.
I was very surprised by the lack of blitzes. It did not seem like there were blitzes in the way that they normally would. Then again, is that because the Bills were able to kind of never get into too many obvious passing situations? They were able to hit.
Maybe. That's
the run
right.
game worked pretty well. Cook got how many carries in this game?
27.
27?
Yeah.
That's a way to kind of stay ahead of the sticks and make yourself not get into 2nd and 13s. So,
right. They did not have. Right. How many 2nd or 3rd and longs did they even have in this game?
Right.
It can't be many.
803-0550. No Jalen Phillips. He goes to the Eagles.
That also means he won't play against the Bills next Sunday.
That's right. But he will play against the Bills when they play Philadelphia.
Right. Okay. So I guess it's just trading when you play him.
He gets a deferment for later in the year. Let's go to Anthony in New York City. Hey, Anthony. Good morning.
Yeah, guys, you were just talking before. Why not pin them back at the end there instead of going for that 53?
Again, because I think if you hit a touchback, then you've only netted like 10, 15 yards.
Right. The trade-off is I'm trying to end the game on the leg of Matt Prater.
Right.
That would end the game. Versus you punt and move 30 yards. You don't end the game. Listen, I think all 3 options. I guess I should go to 4th down. Should I go to Ben Baldwin and see what he had on that? Because I don't have the numbers of it. I kind of just trust what Ben Baldwin would have on that.
Didn't see a tweet or anything about that decision.
I'll find it. If you want to know,
here it is. Yeah, Seth Walder had this. Our model preferred punt very narrowly.
Okay,
0.6%. Punt would have been the best decision. Going for it would have actually been the second best decision by 0.1. Field goal actually was 3rd.
Okay, there you go.
And field goal is what they did.
But were all 3 separated by very little?
Yeah, it was like here it is. If they win probability based on what decision? 99.9 if they had punted, 99.3 if they had gone for it, 99.2 if they kicked the field goal.
Right, sure. There you go. That's to me,
How about punting though? 99.9. Again, like it's not a gimme that you're going to pin him.
But you don't even have to pin him. You're going to use 6 seconds to punt, right?
Yeah, but same amount as a field goal.
That's right. So you use the time, and they're back even further with no timeouts. So,
what if Allen had run around backwards for as long as he could have and then took a safety? What about that? What's the win probability on that play? I'll get numbers on that. How much time could Allen kill running? He had 60 yards behind him.
This is great.
He could kill 20 seconds.
Let's get stupid. How many seconds were there when they snapped the ball to kick the field goal?
26.
Okay, give it to James Cook. Run backwards. But here's the problem with running backwards. You better make sure you make that end zone.
Yeah, you have
because
to. You have to make sure you get to the end zone.
You can tackle short. The worst play in NFL history.
Right, yes.
You get to that end zone.
Or if he stumbles and falls, and everyone's like, no!
All right, 803-0550. Chris Brown joins us at 8:30. It is a Victory Monday. Jeremy and Joe here on Victory Monday. It's brought to you by Football Monday, brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com.
Back to pass, has some time, fires over the middle, it's complete, and racing away is Kincaid, 30, 20, 15, 10, and out of bounds at the 8-yard line. It's first and goal, Buffalo.
Sal, looking at the defense, we'll get some calls in here in a minute. Marrying the pass rush to coverage is, of course, like what you want to do. And the pass rush got them Mahomes and hit him a bunch. What did you come away more impressed with? Is it their ability to get to Patrick Mahomes, or was it that the secondary was able to hold up to a point where they were able to get to Patrick Mahomes? I know sometimes we think of the long sacks or coverage sacks. I feel like every time they were getting there, Mahomes had to wait an extra step, an extra second or two. And for me, the secondary was the thing I was the most impressed to see.
It's a good question, Jeremy. I don't know if you can split the hairs here. I'll say it this way. I just think I'm going to sound like a coach. I'm going to sound like Sean McDermott here. But I do think there's a point to be made here. And the reason I'm going to say it is this way. It feels like Sean McDermott is a much bigger hand in calling plays, right? We're all going to agree with that, right?
Yep.
I mean,
Yep.
that's happening right now. And I don't think it's a coincidence that the coverage and the pass rush are marrying together better. I just think that this is his system. This is it's his system, his baby, right? He knows exactly how this is supposed to look. And how many times did we hear through the first 5-6 weeks, pass rush and coverage aren't marrying with each other. You have to have that marriage. They have to be in sync. And it wasn't good enough at many times this year. I think what we've seen the last 2 weeks is pass coverage and pass rush marrying with each other the way that it's supposed to look. And when people say, what does that mean? Well, if you have a blitz on a certain side, you're playing a certain coverage on that side. On the other side, maybe you're not playing that coverage. When you're blitzing, when you're sending guys from the interior, you're dropping guys back. Where are your coverages in man-to-man? Where are guys playing? How many high safeties are you? It's all a part of the equation and package. So I think that's number one. But I'm going to go the other way and say, for me, it's getting to Patrick Mahomes. Guys, he was hit in this game a lot.
Hard, too.
The Bills had 15 quarterback hurries. That is a huge number in the NFL. And not only were these hurries helping, obviously, in the play, but they were affecting Patrick Mahomes. He was getting beat up back there. And to me, when I think back of all the reasons why all the games the Bills lost to the Chiefs in the playoffs, the number one thing we always talk about is they're not getting to Patrick Mahomes. They're not getting him to the ground. They're getting close. They got him to the ground, but not even all the time when he was still in the pocket, and they did that. They sacked him 3 times. I think the pass rush was really, really good in this game, and that's the part that I'll go with. But no doubt, Max Harrison was really good in coverage. I just did the snap counts. The Bills never came out of nickel or dime. I mean, Cam Lewis played every single snap, and that tells me that they played nickel or dime every single play. They never played base in this game.
Yeah, there's so many things to like about the way they played, Sal. They ran the ball pretty well, but the passing game found its explosives. Joe had the stat. They had as many 20-yard completions in this game as they had the previous 6 weeks.
Yeah.
So finding the downfield passing game, Allen hanging in the pocket, finding Kincaid, finding even Elijah Moore here. You had a quarterback that looked a lot more comfortable, and that's really what a lot of this was. For a couple weeks, we saw him get blitzed and look skittish and not have answers. And man, in this game, whether it's him playing better or the scheme being better or whatever it was, everything was synced up, and this was a lot more what we've been accustomed to seeing Josh Allen comfortable in this Joe Brady offense.
I'm glad you said that word comfortable a couple times. It's exactly what I thought. During the game, on the broadcast, I said the same thing to Eric and Chris. I said, I just think Josh has looked more comfortable than I've seen him all year. There were times earlier this year, last several weeks maybe, going back to Atlanta especially, where he just seemed like a little bit happy, a little bit trigger shy at times, but maybe too quick at other times. Just wasn't comfortable, right? Him talking about not trusting his feet in the first half of the game against the Panthers. I just think in this game he looked comfortable. He looked in command. He looked in control, whatever the reason was. And we also know this isn't a super blitz-happy team. They do a little bit, but they also don't get a ton of pressure, and that probably helped right away, knowing you kind of know what you're going to see when you get up to the line. I think that helps, obviously. The offensive line did a nice job to protect him. He hung in the pocket. I agree with you. This was a very, very comfortable Josh Allen. The reigning MVP looked like the league MVP yesterday. I mean, he played like the MVP yesterday. That right there is what, when you have Josh Allen playing like that, I don't care who you're playing or where you're playing them, the Bills are going to be very, very tough to beat.
It could be great, it's a lot of things we could clean up, and, in our offense. Left a lot of points out there. So, just going back to practice Monday, Tuesday, and, fixing things.
Hey, that's James Cook on the run game working. Bills win. It's a victory Monday, Jeremy and Joe. Happy Victory Monday. What a day at the stadium. Perfect fall day. It was
perfect. Yeah.
Absolutely perfect fall day. And a banner day at Highmark as well. Question. Mr. Brightside play at the end of the game?
Yes. Smart.
No.
Yes. You got to wait until you know you have the win.
Okay, so wait until you know you have the win, or once the team is walking off the field, which is like if they're kneeling or if they're up 10.
Right. That works too. Like once the game is no longer in doubt, you cannot play Mr. Brightside and then have the Chiefs complete a Hail Mary.
You can play it whenever you want. You could just start the fourth quarter and have that be your tradition.
No,
to move it around is to have a game where you're what? Again, are we on the win probability chart?
Yes. No, this is what last week. My idea was that you don't play it until you get to at least like a certain benchmark. And maybe their benchmark is like 99%. I don't know. I wouldn't want to play it if it were me. I like what they're doing. You play it when you know you've won the game. I don't need you playing it when you're up by 3 going into the fourth quarter. Because I'm tense at that point. I don't need Mr. Brightside. I want to wait until it's a party and we're celebrating a victory.
803-0550. I think you just play it whenever you want and not have to feel like you have to tie it into a win.
But it's their victory song. It's not the... I think it's their victory song more than it's their song.
It's not their Renegade?
No, it's
Pittsburgh,
not Renegade.
All right, well, I'd like a Renegade
because they play Renegade when they lose?
I think they play
they have the shout song.
No, I'm saying the Steelers play Renegade at the start of the fourth quarter. No matter what.
If they're getting smoked?
I think so.
I don't want it when I'm getting smoked.
Well, if it's a tradition...
That's like playing the shout song after a field goal to go down 20-3. No thanks. I don't want it.
They do that.
Right, and I don't want it.
803-0550. Trade deadline's tomorrow. Jalen Phillips has moved. If the Bills had any offers out there for a receiver, like maybe Jacoby Myers or Chris Olave, would the Hoyt injury change that? Pull that back? Wait a minute. I might have this asset now to use on my defensive line. The Bills put in a complete performance. I don't think it's any debate. I shouldn't say no debate. Their best game of the year. In Baltimore, they were sloppy. The defense was a mess, and they got away with one. In this one, I thought they were the better team for most of the game. There might have been about 10 minutes where I thought the Chiefs looked like they were getting in rhythm, and I was fearful of how it was going to go.
Which 10 minutes were those?
When it went from 7-0 Bills to 10-7.
Okay, yeah.
They're moving Rice all around, the direct snap. All of a sudden, I felt like the Bills' heads were on swivels, completely spinning. And then from there, they just buttoned it up.
They lost Kelsey a couple of times in coverage.
Yep. 803-0550. Get to Ed in Boston quickly before the break. Hey, Ed, good morning.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call. I thought we'd have the Patriots in the rearview mirror for a lot longer than just 5 years, but that's why the loss of the Patriots was so annoying. But the thing that worries me a little bit, despite the good win yesterday, is some of the defensive play calling. And I don't know if Sal can ask McDermott at some point here, why does he want to lean on the zone defense? I mean, Kelsey could not have been any more wide open at 4th and 17. Who converts 4th?
It was Rice. It was Rice on that play.
All right, Rice.
But
still, the point is he was wide open. And I don't know. Maybe you guys talk about it later, but I just wonder if the Bills don't go deep in the playoffs, you got to give a hard look to whether McDermott's a guy. Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. If that 4th and 17 happens on a game-winning drive where they couldn't close it out, that's a different conversation.
Yes.
This 4th and 17 was a lot like, well, I don't want to make too many comparisons. Like, it's a bad play. Fine, it's a bad play. They got him the 4th and 1 at the 1-yard line, too, and gave that one up. But ultimately, the defense did more than enough to win this game. You could as easily say 4th and 17 is a problem. They also had the ball up 15 points in this game.
Yeah.
And you could kill a game right there. It doesn't have to come down to a 4th and 17. So could they have been better in some spots? Sure. But I know we've got a sore spot for these plays with names like 4th and 17 might have. It was not a good play. It was sometimes you tip your cap. They had a protection the Bills had not seen. Joey Bosa got fooled on the play, and it happens. Like, I don't know. I'm not that worried about it. I'm sorry, the Bills did not have the ball up 28-13. They had the ball up 28-21 after the 4th and 17 and punted. You could just kill the game there. They punted, gave it back to the Chiefs. Defense made a stand there. So as mad as you are about the 4th and 17 stand that they didn't make, the next possession they did. Like you had a 2-score lead, which means you need one stop, and they got the second one.
Yeah, it looked like, by the way, the Bills were running. I'm watching the 4th and 17 back. They were running like a blended coverage, because while almost everybody was playing zone, Benford was covering Kelsey one-on-one, right from the line of scrimmage. So basically it was everyone's playing zone except Benford was playing man on Kelsey. And honestly, watching it, the play doesn't, like, they kind of got it covered up. One guy made a mistake, and maybe that's what you would say about why zone maybe isn't great there, because but you could do that, man. Bernard gets turned around.
Yeah.
If Bernard doesn't get turned around, we're talking about how, hey, what a great job. What a little creative call to have Benford cover one-on-one Kelsey and everybody else is playing zone. But instead, Benford got turned around, or Bernard got turned around. And
I think it's been a refrain this year that Bernard has been kind of lost in this defense.
Yeah.
Multiple games. The Bills have been linked to linebacker.
Yep. No Shaq Thompson in this game.
803-0550, our phone number. Okay, more your calls. It's Buffalo Bills Victory Monday, Football Monday, and we're talking about it with you. We'll get Chris Brown at 8:30. Next segment, your phone calls. The AFC picture. We'll get you the latest on the Patriots, their schedule from here, the Bills from here. The Dolphins are about to be very interesting. It's Bills-Dolphins this week, and also the GM's fired. Is everyone available? Jalen Phillips has already been dealt. Who's next? Deadline tomorrow. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR.
Motion right to left. It's another handoff to Johnson. He's through a hole and into the end zone. And he throws the ball into the stands and does a Buffalo bounce.
We saw some of the Bills' vision of what they can be defensively come together. Of course, it's already gone now with Michael Hoyt out with an Achilles injury, and maybe you think he's so important, or someone that's going to do his role is so important, that the deadline shifts to now go get a Michael Hoyt replacement. Is that Jalen Phillips? Could be. The Dolphins are open for business to sell off some pieces after firing their GM, and maybe the Commanders are going to sell off now because they lost their starting quarterback, Jaden Daniels, to a dislocated elbow in a blowout loss. Their season might as well be over.
How's Von Miller been playing?
He's been okay from what I understand.
I don't think he's someone that's ever come up in our former Bill, future Bill draft.
It's not a terrible idea, but he's not exactly the same as Hoyt. Either way,
right? Yeah.
If that's something they specifically need. The receiver conversation, I think, is still there, and again, maybe even more so, because if you think you're great, what's the thing you want to shore up to make sure you have a chance to win it and one thing doesn't defeat you? And for the Bills,
Yeah.
The list of positions we would have thought for that, the deadline's tomorrow. We would have thought maybe safety. All right, now that's looking short up a little bit.
Yep.
Corner definitely looks really good because Max Harrison looks like he can play. Defensive tackle, all right, you might have some needs there still. I don't think you have a needed edge, but you could still add a Hoyt replacement. And then receivers, the other one. So what will Brandon Beane do in the next 48 hours? We'll find out. But the deadline's tomorrow, and I think they should consider buying. Then again, the league hasn't really bought. Are we going to get 5 trades in the league today? It's a game script we've not yet seen between these two teams where the Bills are routinely harassing Patrick Mahomes in the backfield.
Yep.
They hit him 15 times. They had him under pressure on 52% of their dropbacks. So it was quite impressive from this Bills team, the way they put it all together. And I feel like it might have been Sean McDermott's most complimentary football win in the history of complimentary football. What didn't they do?
They did everything.
They didn't make a kick.
One
kick.
Yeah.
That kick would have been the most complimentary football. The doink off the upright stopped the full complimentary football, but everything else worked. They passed the ball. They ran the ball. They stopped the run. They stopped the pass. 4th and 17. Other than that, I'm sure people will want to talk about that play, but still.
Maybe.
It's just a banner day for the Bills.
They had and what was one thing that was picked apart and on purpose, like to be fair, like sometimes it gets labeled as they're being doubted when it's like, no, they're just not doing something. Yeah. And that was downfield passing.
Yep.
Like that was under the microscope because they hadn't been doing it. And yesterday, the Bills had as many 20-plus yard passes, air yard deep passes, as they had in the previous 6 games.
Yeah. Well, it looks good when they do it.
How about that? Kincaid, Knox, Elijah Moore. 3 20-plus yard completions yesterday. They had 3 since the Baltimore game. I mean, even that was working. When they wanted it to, at least. The run game worked. The pass defense worked. The secondary looked good.
Secondary looked so good.
The pass rush was that the best day the pass rush has ever had against Patrick Mahomes for the Bills? I mean, I guess statistically it has to be, right? He got hit as many times as he ever has been.
Hit a bunch. He didn't scramble. That's the other thing. They didn't
let him scramble.
They limited him to 1 carry for 5 yards.
Right.
Which is incredible. The season he's had, he's been scrambling quite a bit, and he did not against the Bills.
I'm thoroughly impressed. I mean, I was one of those people. I did not think they were going to win this game. I kind of thought it was very possible they were going to get smoked in this game. They were going to get rocked by the Chiefs at home. Bills win over the Chiefs 28-21. Josh Allen only 3 incompletions in the game, 3 touchdowns for him. And James Cook goes over 100. Dalton Kincaid goes over 100. And Patrick Mahomes, meanwhile, had the lowest completion percentage of his NFL career. He also was hit as many times as any game in his NFL career. The Bills win, go to 6-2 on the year. They send Kansas City to 5-4. Both teams still trailing in their divisions for the time being. Michael Hoyt left the game with a torn Achilles, according to Sean McDermott. So Hoyt, a very short time this year with the Bills, 7 quarters, and now his season is over. The Barnes Firm Injury Report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-million. The Bills still do trail in the division because New England won yesterday by 1 point over Atlanta. Falcons missed an extra point late in the game. Patriots go to 7-2. Denver, meanwhile, stays ahead in the AFC West with an 18-15 win over Houston. Chargers also won over Tennessee, 27-20. So both those teams still above Kansas City in the division. Crazy game in Cincinnati, 47-42. Bears over the Bengals. Colts fall for the second time this year, this time in Pittsburgh, 27-22, the Steelers. On Sunday Night Football, Seahawks dominate the Commanders 38-14. The Commanders lose Jaden Daniels to a dislocated elbow. He is out indefinitely. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Third and goal from the 1. Play clock down to 2. Here's the snap. Fires, looking for a Kelsey, and he's labeled as the ball goes flying behind him. Oh, Cole Bishop buried the crown of his helmet into his sternum.
Big hit. The Cole Bishop game. Listen, just like everybody had it drawn up 2 months ago, we all got together and said, listen, by November 3rd, we're going to think Cole Bishop's like the 4th best player on the team. He looked like it yesterday. He really looked like a player yesterday. Reading, instinctual. He could have had a pick 6 in this game.
That play, that was what happened there. He defended it with the back of his head while he was jumping in the air.
That's how good he is, Joe.
It looked like he was doing it on purpose.
That's how good. I'm going to bat down this pass with the back of my head.
No doubt this was his best game, but hasn't he been fine all year? The complaints have really never been about him. It's been about rep. True? Or Tre'Davious White even. Or Bernard and Milano. I don't know that he's been great all year. I just think he hasn't been the lightning rod guy of the defense. So I don't know if that means he's actually been playing okay and just this was his best, or if maybe he has been playing poorly and we just haven't noticed it because other guys have been playing worse. And take PFF for what it's worth, but his PFF grades on everything this year are solid for the season. So way better than they were last year. So maybe this was a culmination of he's actually been improving all year, and
maybe the guy next to him is not getting roasted routinely, and that helps the situation.
That's also true.
803-0550 is our phone number, and 1-888-550-2550. Get your calls in here. It's a Victory Monday. Something I just tweeted out a moment ago. So Jalen Phillips got traded from the Dolphins to the Eagles, and many Bills fans might think, well, maybe the Dolphins wouldn't trade with the Bills. And that's very possible. It's right. The Dolphins play the Bills this week. I don't know if they want to send Jalen Phillips to the Bills this week. I don't know if the Bills were after Jalen Phillips.
I'm also not sure they would care about this week.
Sure. He's on an expiring contract. So anywhere you trade him, it's not like you're giving him to, your opponent for 5 years. This isn't that's what Jalen Waddle would be as a trade. He's under contract. And if any team acquires Jalen Phillips, like the Eagles just did, and then he leaves in free agency, he would very likely factor in the compensatory pick formula. So the Eagles just paid a third, and what do they get back from? A third?
Maybe a third or a fourth.
Maybe a third or a fourth. So they had Jalen Phillips. We'll see about the Bills. Jacoby Myers is a name I'm kind of keying in on right now, only because he is very likely to move.
Right.
I don't know about Olave. I don't know about Shaheed. Myers is very likely to move. He could. Would the Bills have had an offer on the table going into yesterday's game? Would that just be a static offer? Would things change because of the Hoyt injury? The deadline coming up so quickly after this Chiefs game, we kind of have to, all right, good. You beat the Chiefs. Boom. Back to what we were doing. We were talking about the team and how to complete it by Tuesday's deadline, I don't know that anything should change or would change, but that Hoyt injury really could, It could mean they make more calls. It could mean they pull one offer because they're going to now think about using that asset over here. So anyway, I'm thinking about Jacoby Myers and Rashid Shaheed. I'm thinking about New England going for a pass rusher. Ben Volin tweeted out that New England had 1 sack on 40 dropbacks.
And Diana Rossini reported that they were one of the teams that was in on Jalen Phillips.
Yeah, okay. And that's in division, so they couldn't get him from New England. What would happen? What's New England going to chase? Are they going to chase Hendrickson? Like, they could probably get him.
Yeah, and they have the money. So they have $60 million in space. So they could just take the contract and not have to worry about anything. I think New England, I would expect New England's going to go in on somebody. Maybe this isn't the all-in move. Like, I think that's coming too eventually, but that might be more on the offseason. Like, when is their whale? When is their Vaughn move? They're gonna, or their Diggs move even. They're gonna trade a first-round pick for some star. They're gonna go get a high price paid player. I don't know if that player gets moved at the deadline, but I expect them to be in on it. So they're ahead. Like, if you can match what they do with the deadline, that would be that would feel okay. Are they also going after the same things? If New England's after a defensive line, and they're probably after a receiver.
Yes.
I mean, especially now that Keyshawn Butte's got an injury, they might have been in on one already. They're definitely wanting A.J. Brown, but it doesn't sound like he's getting dealt. So if you're the Bills and you're looking at D-line or receiver, like, those are the two positions I think that the team above you in the division is also going after.
803-0550. Patrick Mahomes, 1-5 regular season against the Bills.
Yeah, that's
4-0 in the playoffs. I'm not.
It's just sitting there. It makes it annoying, but
that's right. Here's my
listen. The Bills have lost the right for yesterday to feel totally meaningful.
If you want to say that, you can.
That's the consequence of you lose that many playoff games. Like, it's just going to happen. That's the consequence. You're not going to have everybody believing that yesterday is something you should get full credit for.
Sure, you're not going to have everybody. What I want to say is, if you want to feel great about that win, I think you should and you can. Do whatever you want. Nothing that can happen can convince you they're going to win in January.
That's right.
So why bother being upset that something didn't convince me of a thing? Instead, I'm going to be happy they put the 4th loss on the Chiefs. They made Mahomes look as bad as he's ever looked against the Bills.
Yep.
They got to 6-2. They did great work yesterday, and the difference between a win and a loss yesterday, while it doesn't actually change the outcome of the game that they play against the Chiefs later in the year, it might change the location of it. It might change the Chiefs' road. It might mean that along the way, hey, look at that, in the opening round of the playoffs, the Chiefs lost Rice and Kelsey to injuries.
Yep.
You helped your own road quite a bit, and for that, it has a lot of meaning to me.
I said this in pregame. Like, for me, like, on the specific playoff matchup between these two teams, I don't want to take anything from yesterday about what a playoff meeting would be between the two teams. The meaning for me is that it is, I think by beating the Chiefs yesterday, you increase the odds you won't have to see them. That's what you did yesterday. They probably are still going to make the playoffs. Like, it would be stunning if they didn't. But to put them 2 games down in their own division, chasing 2 teams, the Bills have their own division to fight for here, but I just think you have helped the chances that you wouldn't have to see them in the first place.
803-0550. Mark in Atlanta. Hey, Mark.
Hey, guys. Good morning, and thanks for taking my call. Just a very quick observation and a question. On the hits on Patrick Mahomes, I don't think I've seen so many hits on a conference champion quarterback since Bruce Smith and Leon Seals pummeled Jeff Hostetler in Super Bowl 25. That gives you a little bit of indication of just how old I am, but a lifelong Bills fan. And I kept expecting to see Mahomes come up with a separated shoulder or at least a wind knocked out of him and a flag or 2 for unnecessary roughness, because it seemed like Epinesa and Joey Bosa and the others that got the hits on really attacked him with the idea of letting their full weight fall on him. So just an observation. But my question is on the intentional grounding call last night, just exactly why is the tip issue unreviewable? Even Andy Reid said in his post-game comments after the game that even he didn't know the play wasn't reviewable because otherwise he wouldn't have challenged. But I'll let you guys go, and always enjoy listening to you guys on Monday. Take care.
Thanks, Mark. I mentioned earlier on the show, my favorite part of the broadcast was Gene Steratore he also did not know it couldn't be reviewed. He said, I don't see why not. And that might be a competition committee thing come the end of the year. Like, hey, by the way, how about we just make it so any play that a tip could determine the ruling, we should review. You can challenge. The pass is tipped. Okay, that can't be pass interference. And the pass is tipped. Like, does that rule out grounding? Because the thing about intentional grounding is you're talking intent. And he may have been trying to throw a pass where it would have been grounding anyway, and the deflection might have bailed him out. You could make that case. So I don't know if the committee will look into that. It certainly seems like if a pass is deflected, it should not be called intentional grounding. That's a pretty safe rule.
I agree with that. Yeah.
Pretty safe rule to add in. And if a guy gets away with it, so be it. But, yeah.
Yeah, I guess replay assistance can only be used on intentional grounding if relative to the pocket or ball landing beyond the line of scrimmage. That's the other part of it. It's like, I would get, why that could be changed after the year. Like, why are we allowed to look at two aspects of it but not this part of it? Like, the play is reviewable, but not this part of it is reviewable. But whatever, I'm not going to cry about the Chiefs not having something go their way on that one. How much would that have changed it anyway? They would have had 3rd and 8 still instead of 3rd and 16. Like, they still would have been in a. They still would have needed to make a play after they picked up the flag. So I don't think it'll be that big of a talking point, that play.
803-0550. Luke in Sun Creek. Hey, Luke.
Hey, guys. How we doing?
Good. Very, very good.
So I can't help but getting out of that game and just feeling bad for Brandon Beane. I mean, the guy, he signs Vaughn, he signs Hoyt and Ogunjobi. He doesn't know that these guys are going to be suspended. Vaughn, obviously, we've got him for a bit. He looks great. He tears his ACL. Hoyt, we've got him for maybe 7 quarters. He looks like a maniac. Totally changes the way that we could scheme up those pass rushes and everything. Ed goes down. I mean, it's just tough because, you got Josh under contract, and he's trying to work around that. It's not like we can go out and sign Myles Garrett or anything. And it just feels like every year we, on defense, at least limp into the playoffs with, A.J. Klein or Cam Lewis or, these guys who are serviceable, but they're just not, what we need to get over that final hump and make it to the Super Bowl. So with all that said, I would still like for them to trade for a receiver because it seems like all the injuries are on the defensive side of the ball. So if you are going to trade a first and really send it, maybe just put that guy on the offensive side of the ball.
Yeah, thanks, Luke. The thing about the only one thing I'll push back on, having Allen does not mean they can't sign other players. In fact, having Allen, you've got plenty of teams that have quarterbacks with big cap hits.
Yeah.
And Allen is a quarterback. When you have a guy for 10 years, you can keep pushing money so far in the future. Allen even said he took less. You can push his number. Like, the cap is so big. It is. There's not a reality that they cannot have other good players because they have signed Josh Allen. Like, think of any good team that has not signed its quarterback. How many are there? Right? I'm not saying Beane has done some sort of malpractice or the Bills are cheap. They're up against the cap because they have signed a lot of players. So, who can they afford right now at the deadline? Depends. Are they going to pay somebody to take Curtis Samuel? They're going to pay some. Yep. I mean, all of a sudden the trade A.J. Epinesa crowd is going to get quiet today because they're getting thin at defensive end, right? So
yeah, they're going to need him.
Right. And he's played really well for them. So, I wonder what they'll do. They have a chance to win the Super Bowl. That's probably always true, even through the 2-game losing streak where we're waiting for them to get back on track. And the question is basically like, how far should I go?
Yeah.
And I feel like winning and beating the Chiefs instead of being I'm just fine, should maybe be more of now's the time to step on the gas. I've got that guy rattled. I maybe have a defense that can rattle him. I maybe have a secondary that is more ready than last year's secondary.
That would be the biggest thing that is different, right? Like, because if there's no Hoyt and they don't do anything else, then they could have a game like that again against the Chiefs in the playoffs. But their D-line, hasn't their D-line been mostly equipped when they've played these Chief playoff games? Like, they've mostly been intact, whereas
the secondary's been ravaged by injury.
Secondary's the one that's been ravaged. So if you have a healthy secondary, if you have a healthy Hairston, healthy Benford, healthy, Bishop back there playing well, and maybe Hancock continues to play well and he's the other safety, then I'm feeling a lot better about the guys in coverage than I have than any of these the most recent playoff games. Like you want to look at some of their free agent defensive linemen that have been injured. Like, okay, it's happened twice in 7 years, really, right? That Vaughn got injured and Hoyt got injured. Like, Floyd didn't get injured, and a lot of these guys. I don't need to go through them. But their secondary, they didn't have Benford in the AFC Championship game last year. They didn't have Tre'Davious White in the 13 seconds game. Right. They had to start with Levi Wallace, and I don't even remember who the other corner would have been. The linebackers were out 2 years ago. Like, the guys in coverage have been the ones that they have not had available.
Right.
So, D-line, maybe they can repeat it, maybe not, but I think the secondary in this matchup specifically is the bigger thing to learn from yesterday.
803-0550, 1-888-552-550. We'll get some more calls in. Dan in Pittsburgh. Hey, Dan, good morning.
Hey, guys. A couple things for you. One, why does receiver seem like a position that they refuse to double up on in the draft? They even going back to, like, Zay Jones, it's like they draft one receiver and that's their guy. And then you look at other positions like Basham, they draft Rousseau. Benford, they have Elam. Like, they double up at other positions, but for some reason, receiver, they just say one and done. And then my second thing, on trade, I think defensive players, I trust McDermott to use a defensive weapon way more than Brady. So that's just my general thought there. So I want your thoughts on both things. Thanks, guys.
Yeah. It's a good question. The last time they really doubled up on receiver, just to address that point, when they trade for Diggs, they draft Gabe Davis. Like that same year brought them Diggs and Davis, and that was that worked pretty well. The most likely answer, if I could give you the answer the GM might give you, maybe it's about value of the position. Maybe it's about the way the board falls. If the board falls a certain way, it always just seems to fall for defensive linemen for them. Like they really value it, and they want to be flush at that position, and they continue to be.
And by the way, like I know they're missing interior defensive linemen right now, and they're missing their two best, right? Like Hoyt on those third and longs playing on the inside, and then Ed Oliver. Like those are your two best options to pass rush from the interior. Let's say they will play the Chiefs in a playoff game. Who are you going to have in that game? You're hoping you'll have Ed Oliver.
You might have Oliver back.
You may or may not. And you don't know what form he'll be.
You might have Daquan Jones back.
You'll have Daquan Jones back. I have no idea if he'll actually be able to contribute, but TJ Sanders will be back by then.
Deion Walker, of course.
So like you've got bodies. I'm not saying again that these guys could give you exactly what Hoyt gave you, but like Sal brought up earlier, like maybe they'll look at an interior defensive lineman.
Harrison Phillips?
At most. Like I don't know that they need it as much as maybe some others do. Like if they traded for a defensive lineman, what kind would it be? Would it be Jalen Phillips? Because Jalen Phillips wasn't kicking inside for you. Unless you think Jalen Phillips is going to play edge and Rousseau or Bosa is going to kick inside for you and replace Hoyt that way. But that's not what Phillips was going to do for you. So what are they doing? Are they trading? Is Harrison Phillips going to be their Michael Hoyt replacement?
No.
Who's their Michael Hoyt replacement?
Do they have to change the way they play because they don't have Hoyt?
Or are they saying like he was at his most valuable, he was our interior pass rusher on passing downs. So we're not getting an edge rusher to replace him. We're getting a defensive tackle.
Yeah. Bosa's been great, right? Joey Bosa had another good game yesterday.
Yeah, it was great.
He said a million times how happy he was and reinvigorated to be here. He was great. The pass rush was great. Like you get to pick. You get to be excited by whatever you want. The Bills had some pretty good pass rush numbers and pass rush win rate, right?
Yeah, all of it.
All year. All year, the pass rush has been decent to pretty good. The front is not what's getting beat. This is true in run blocking or whatever, run tackling as well. You got multiple games where it's the second level that's been the problem. The linebackers have been leaky this year. And the secondary with Rapp back there and Trey White, like I've got, I feel like, Joe, more examples of the secondary being a problem than I do the defensive line being a problem. And Hoyt came back and maybe gave them the chance to be elite up front. So maybe they want to chase that, but I am just more encouraged by the play of Cole Bishop and by Jordan Hancock and, of course, Max Hairston. Like, I'm just so much more interested in how much better they look on the back end. The Sean McDermott defenses have long been built by the shell they can put back there, and their back seven. And maybe that's why a linebacker is the conversation at the deadline. Like, they could go
I said this a little earlier, I'll say it again. Maybe just go for the best player you can get. And if that's a defensive tackle or a linebacker or a receiver, the best player you can get for value, kind of treat it like the draft, right? BPA. Who's the best player available? Add somebody. We don't know what the injuries are going to do between now and January. So as many good players as possible is how we should load this thing up. 803-0550 is our phone number. It is Buffalo Bills Football Monday, Victory Monday. The Bills win, and the trade deadline is off and running with Jalen Phillips traded to the Eagles, and, of course, Jair Alexander to the Eagles as well. So the Eagles are just like remaking their defense midseason. So,
which they do a lot.
They do.
They add.
Chris Brown on the other side, your phone calls as well. It's Victory Monday, brought to you by Northwest Bank for What's Next. Get started at northwest.com. Sal, looking at the defense, we'll get some calls in here in a minute. Marrying the pass rush to coverage is, of course, like what you want to do. And the pass rush got them Mahomes and hit him a bunch. What did you come away more impressed with? Is it their ability to get to Patrick Mahomes, or was it that the secondary was able to hold up to a point where they were able to get to Patrick Mahomes? I know sometimes we think of the long sacks or coverage sacks. I feel like every time they were getting there, Mahomes had to wait an extra step, an extra second or two. And for me, the secondary was the thing I was the most impressed to see.
It's a good question, Jeremy. I don't know if you can split the hairs here. I'll say it this way. I just think I'm going to sound like a coach. I'm going to sound like Sean McDermott here. But I do think there's a point to be made here. And the reason I'm going to say it is this way. It feels like Sean McDermott is a much bigger hand in calling plays, right? We're all going to agree with that, right?
Yep.
I mean,
Yep.
that's happening right now. And I don't think it's a coincidence that the coverage and the pass rush are marrying together better. I just think that this is his system. This is it's his system, his baby, right? He knows exactly how this is supposed to look. And how many times did we hear through the first 5-6 weeks, pass rush and coverage aren't marrying with each other. You have to have that marriage. They have to be in sync. And it wasn't good enough at many times this year. I think what we've seen the last 2 weeks is pass coverage and pass rush marrying with each other the way that it's supposed to look. And when people say, what does that mean? Well, if you have a blitz on a certain side, you're playing a certain coverage on that side. On the other side, maybe you're not playing that coverage. When you're blitzing, when you're sending guys from the interior, you're dropping guys back. Where are your coverages in man-to-man? Where are guys playing? How many high safeties are you? It's all a part of the equation and package. So I think that's number one. But I'm going to go the other way and say, for me, it's getting to Patrick Mahomes. Guys, he was hit in this game a lot.
Hard, too.
The Bills had 15 quarterback hurries. That is a huge number in the NFL. And not only were these hurries helping, obviously, in the play, but they were affecting Patrick Mahomes. He was getting beat up back there. And to me, when I think back of all the reasons why all the games the Bills lost to the Chiefs in the playoffs, the number one thing we always talk about is they're not getting to Patrick Mahomes. They're not getting him to the ground. They're getting close. They got him to the ground, but not even all the time when he was still in the pocket, and they did that. They sacked him 3 times. I think the pass rush was really, really good in this game, and that's the part that I'll go with. But no doubt, Max Harrison was really good in coverage. I just did the snap counts. The Bills never came out of nickel or dime. I mean, Cam Lewis played every single snap, and that tells me that they played nickel or dime every single play. They never played base in this game.
It's a game script we've not yet seen between these two teams where the Bills are routinely harassing. There's so many things to like about the way they played, Sal. They ran the ball pretty well, but the passing game found its explosives. Joe had the stat. They had as many 20-yard completions in this game as they had the previous 6 weeks.
Yeah.
So finding the downfield passing game, Allen hanging in the pocket, finding Kincaid, finding even Elijah Moore here. You had a quarterback that looked a lot more comfortable, and that's really what a lot of this was. For a couple weeks, we saw him get blitzed and look skittish and not have answers. And man, in this game, whether it's him playing better or the scheme being better or whatever it was, everything was synced up, and this was a lot more what we've been accustomed to seeing Josh Allen comfortable in this Joe Brady offense.
I'm glad you said that word comfortable a couple times. It's exactly what I thought. During the game, on the broadcast, I said the same thing to Eric and Chris. I said, I just think Josh has looked more comfortable than I've seen him all year. There were times earlier this year, last several weeks maybe, going back to Atlanta especially, where he just seemed like a little bit happy, a little bit trigger shy at times, but maybe too quick at other times. Just wasn't comfortable, right? Him talking about not trusting his feet in the first half of the game against the Panthers. I just think in this game he looked comfortable. He looked in command. He looked in control, whatever the reason was. And we also know this isn't a super blitz-happy team. They do a little bit, but they also don't get a ton of pressure, and that probably helped right away, knowing you kind of know what you're going to see when you get up to the line. I think that helps, obviously. The offensive line did a nice job to protect him. He hung in the pocket. I agree with you. This was a very, very comfortable Josh Allen. The reigning MVP looked like the league MVP yesterday. I mean, he played like the MVP yesterday. That right there is what, when you have Josh Allen playing like that, I don't care who you're playing or where you're playing them, the Bills are going to be very, very tough to beat.
Bills win 28-21 over Kansas City. 6-2 on the year. Josh Allen, only 3 incompletions, 3 touchdowns for him. James Cook and Dalton Kincaid both went for over 100 yards. Meanwhile, Patrick Mahomes had the lowest completion percentage of his career, and he also got hit as many times as he ever has in an NFL game. The Bills defense showing up, although Michael Hoyt left the game and did not return. Torn Achilles for Hoyt, so his season is over. The Barnes Firm Injury Report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-million. Bills still a half game back in the division. Kansas City are 2 games back, though, in their division. The Patriots winning yesterday by 1 over the Falcons to stay ahead. They're 7-2. In the AFC West, Denver wins, coming back to beat the Texans. They're 7-2. And the Chargers hang on to beat the Titans. They're at 6-3, while Kansas City is at 5-4. Other result from yesterday in the AFC, the Colts, who were at the top, still tied atop the conference, 7-2 after a loss to the Pittsburgh Steelers. They had 6 giveaways in the game, and they fall 27-20. Tonight on Monday Night Football, Cardinals and Cowboys, just after 8 o'clock in Dallas. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. One other thing real quick. Trade in the NFL already this morning. The deadline's tomorrow. The Eagles acquiring Jalen Phillips from the Dolphins for a 3rd-round pick. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Play clock down to 1. Here's the snap. Pressure coming. Mahomes heaves it down the field, looking for Worthy. It's picked off by Maxwell Hairston at the Buffalo 32-yard line.
Chris Brown on the call. One of the highlights of the game brought to you by Northland Workforce Training Center. Train for what's next. And we're ready for a Buffalo Bills Victory Monday chat with Mr. Chris Brown, who joins us on the Western Hotline. Chris, good morning. It was a great night at the stadium, of course. Perfect weather. And I think maybe the best game the Bills have played all year on all sides of the ball, because we've got a lot of good things to talk about today.
Yeah, probably their most complete performance of the season. And I think, you're reminded that, you make changes in the offseason to improve your roster, make it better. Your draft choices come in, they get used to how things operate. And I think we were reminded last night that sometimes it takes 6-7 games to get everything lined up exactly the way you want. And it seemed like that all kind of came together for the Bills last night with their performance, because that was clearly the best defensive performance of the season. And I think we also saw some of the best individual performances of the season. Cole Bishop comes to mind. Joey Bosa comes to mind chiefly, but there were other guys that were involved in the effort, and I think what you saw was maybe the most complete performance by the team as a whole as well.
Yeah, these games, Chris, you know how it goes. Every one of these Bills-Chiefs games, we're asking if we're seeing anything, or do we think it will translate to another meeting later in the season, because they often have another meeting later in the season. And for me, the number of times they hit Mahomes and that completion percentage number, whether they're playing him differently, whatever, they had more answers in this game than they have maybe ever had for him.
Right. And, we hear Coach McDermott talk all the time about how the rush needs to be married up with the coverage. And I think the insertion of Maxwell Hairston, albeit still on a platoon-type basis, because he and Tre'Davious White alternated possessions on defense, and the insertion of Jordan Hancock in the secondary has brought an enormous amount of speed and athleticism to that group on the back end. I think it's only a matter of time before Hancock and Hairston are full-time starters back there. They just need more experience with each passing week. But what they did was help kind of cover up things on the back end, because there were a couple of instances where the pressure that got to Patrick Mahomes was clearly coverage related. Because there was even a couple of plays where I was kind of counting in my head, the old 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, and I was getting to 3 and 4 seconds before the Bills were getting to Mahomes and finally getting him on the ground. You got to credit coverage with that.
Yeah.
And I got to say, going into the game, I was resolutely concerned that the Bills did not have enough guys in their secondary, and not many teams do, to cover all those weapons, because they go 4, sometimes 5 deep. And I challenge you to find a roster in the league that can go that deep with their defensive back core. So I felt the pass rush had to help the coverage, but they were really kind of symbiotic in their effort last night.
Yeah, the options they could have, Chris, athletically, because Kansas City comes to that game with the speed receiving core, and the Bills began the year with a secondary that probably didn't match up well with that. But Hancock and Hairston, and then Bishop having the game that he did, and they're moving him around. He was playing in the box on that 4th down stop on Rice, probably his most complete game. You had 2 rookies out there with him, and I think maybe more than ever you needed that performance.
Right. It was clearly Cole Bishop's best game in a Buffalo uniform. Eric and I were kind of talking about it on the broadcast and even off air, and I just kind of felt like Cole Bishop arrived last night, if that makes sense. The team had only 5 pass breakups in the game. He had 4 of them. And that play at the end in the end zone was insane. He's going against a 6'4" receiver, and he times his leap perfectly to rake the ball away from Tyquan Thornton for a key pass breakup there. And, he had other plays, and I think he also exerted a little bit of a physical element to the secondary too, drilling Kelsey in the back of the end zone at the end of the first half. He had a couple other hard hits. So I think Cole Bishop was literally growing up before our eyes, and you could see the interaction between him and his teammates on the sideline in between series. And we always see the Bills players encouraging one another, but the way they were looking at him and dapping him up, it was like, yeah, that's what we've been waiting for. Thank you for delivering that for us, because we need that on the back end.
Chris, there's no doubt losing Michael Hoyt is a big loss. 7 really good quarters for the Bills, playing in different spots. I guess how big of a loss do you look at him as being?
Yeah, it's a tough one for sure. I was watching after he was injured, and we knew right away watching him come off, it did not look good. We had no idea what it was because we didn't see anything that looked terribly, ill-fated, if you will. And then, we started seeing the replays. CBS will often run replays during commercial break to show their broadcasters what they're going to come back from break with, and we are privy to seeing that. And so we instantly saw it. And watching it, I was transported back to watching all the replays on Kevin Durant when he was on the Warriors. And we watched that replay 17 times of his Achilles rupturing. So I knew what they were looking at, and then you could see it, and I was just like, oh, geez. So really tough. I mean, he just came back, and I think it was very evident in the Carolina game, just the injection of energy and on-field intensity that he brought to the team, and then seeing him refuse to get taken off on a cart. He told them, I'm staying here, I'm sitting here, I'm watching the rest of this game with my teammates. And then to see the players come over to him, Joey Bosa was like heartbroken. He came over, he took a knee next to Hoyt while he was sitting on the bench, and Hoyt's explaining to him what happened. And if you could see the expression on Bosa's face, he was absolutely crushed by the news. And he kind of held Hoyt's hand in his, and he put his forehead down on Hoyt's knee, almost as if to, like, say a quick prayer for him. The team was clearly impacted by what had happened to their teammate. It's going to be hard to replace because, as you said, they use him as a movable chess piece in a lot of different places. And while it might be Landon Jackson time in terms of calling somebody up to step up and step in, they're going to have to use multiple players to replace the role he was starting to play for them.
Chris Brown on the Western Hotline on that Hoyt news. Yeah, I mean, it's he's been so fun to watch. I mean, even Chris, going back to the preseason, I feel like Bills fans just getting a taste and then losing him. It's tough to hang a cloud over a win that was this complete, but it feels like the Hoyt news has effectively done that. As we approach the deadline, do you feel like there might be movement there? I mean, this is a position that the Bills had, of course, keyed in on and tried to shore up, and it looked like they've done a pretty good job with that. Does it vault to the top of the list for Brandon Beane as he's out there shopping for help if he decides to make a move?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it has to be part of the conversation. I wouldn't be surprised if, he and Sean McDermott and the personnel department get together and say, have our priorities shifted in anyone's estimation? And then they're going to probably hear from everybody sitting in the room. And, do you move it up the list? Is there other things that still supersede it? So that's a conversation that the personnel department's going to have today. And then the second part of that is, well, that might be nice that that's a priority if you deem it so, but then you have to assess a position that costs an awful lot of money in most cases.
Yeah.
So how do you navigate that knowing you're tight on the cap? And if you do decide you have to do that, do you have to send dollars out for dollars coming in to make it all work? So I think there's a lot of hurdles in front of Brandon Beane. He's been able to expertly clear a lot of those in the past to make things happen. We'll have to see just what he is capable of doing, knowing all the things that are working against him, like the tightness up on the cap there in terms of not only the kind of player you'd like to have, but one you can afford.
We also didn't get much there on the offense, Chris, in this conversation. Allen looked comfortable in this game. And Kincaid, it feels like when he is available to them, that is really what can make their passing game tick, because the downfield passing game has been on watch, and it feels like Kincaid is the guy that is really, again, making that happen when he's healthy.
Yeah, he's a fantastic middle of the field player, and he loses people. There are times where I want to go back and go watch NFL Plus Pro or some of the other tape just to watch his routes. Like, I'm going to put him in a search this week just to see all of his plays. Yeah, it's funny. My wife, who was at the game, she said, Josh and Kincaid, when I watch them play, it's like they're doing a dance. And, leave it to a woman to kind of describe it that way. And I think it's accurate. They just seem to have this harmonious relationship in the passing game that works uncommonly well. And I'm not saying it's Brady Gronk, but, it just seems like there's a familiarity there and a confidence there in the passing game that just seems very, very partnerish, if that makes any kind of sense. And those guys are a heck of a tandem right now. And I think we also have to give some credit to Joe Brady, because that was a heck of a game plan.
Yeah.
that they had yesterday. A lot of those quick release passes to neutralize the third down exotic looks that Spagnuolo throws at quarterbacks and can often confuse. I thought that was a brilliant way to neutralize what Spags does to put his team in an advantageous situation when the down and distance favors them. So I thought Joe Brady called a great game in terms of taking that away from Spags, and it's a big reason why the Bills' offense was able to stay on the field much of the night.
Chris Brown off the Bills win over the Chiefs. Next up, it's Miami, and of course, the deadline is tomorrow. Chris, thanks for the time. We'll talk on Friday.
All right, enjoy the rest of the day, guys.
Indeed, Joe's going to this game down in Miami. The
first Miami trip for me.
Yeah, that's exciting. Very exciting.
I like the. It's good timing too, right? Is it perfect timing? I'm probably not getting a very competitive football game.
I don't think you're getting a competitive game.
But
no.
Everyone's riding high from the Chiefs win, and they're playing a team that is like, this is the teardown.
Yeah, selling off pieces. Chris Brown's appearance here on Football Monday brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. By Northtown Volkswagen, Western New York's #1 VW dealership. Shop online at northtownvw.com. And by Lockport Outdoor Store, high-impact gear for hardworking men and women. Your calls for the rest of the way here as it's a Victory Monday. What'd you see? What'd you like? What's next? It's coming up here on WGR.
Mahomes in the shotgun. Crowd.
Definitely like a sad, injury, Sal, after that game that Michael Hoyt was having. A lot of that was coming up the middle, too, right? Like, to look back, it was only 7 quarters, but, man, a lot of those plays where they were getting after him, it was Rousseau and Bosa on the edge, and then it was usually Hoyt, and then maybe it was a different defensive tackle, rotating in. And that was the 4 that it felt like were getting home a lot. So I don't know, we'll talk this week about replacing Hoyt or who might do, but that role of being able to kick outside and inside is the thing that I think is going to be toughest to replace.
It's devastating. I mean, as the #1 conductor of the Michael Hoyt will change this defense train for 6 weeks, you guys know, I've been saying it. I said it for 6 weeks, and it happened. He did, even more so than I thought he would. I thought he would help a lot. I mean, he has been absolutely awesome for them. This is a devastating, devastating blow for the Bills. And for exactly the reason you said, Joe, yes, he wins one-on-ones, no doubt. But the things they can do with him in coverage, the things they can do with him in pass rush, they don't have another player on the roster to do that. They do not have another player. The guy that is the other guy to do this is Javon Solomon. Javon Solomon is not Michael Hoyt, but that's the guy. That's the guy that they used before he showed up after suspension, and that's the guy they used yesterday after he got hurt.
Right.
And it's just not the same, right? Michael Hoyt is a defense changer. He allows you to shape shift your defense like a transformer, like nobody else on the roster does. The Bills, I've been in the camp of I don't think they need to trade for a D lineman. I think you could find some guys that can help you, whatever. I think what I need for them is somehow, some way, whether that's trade or whatever. I mean, they need an interior pass rusher because it's no Ed Oliver and no Michael Hoyt now. That's going to be a huge deal. The other thing that Michael Hoyt did, and people might not realize, he set the defense on passing downs. He's a communicator. He went to Brown. People talk about that because he's so smart. His football IQ is off the charts. He's actually setting the defense a lot on passing downs. He's setting the front 7. He's noticing where guys are and what they're doing, and he's pointing out to guys up front what to do. This is a massive loss for them, and they're going to have to find a way to not only replace him, but now get some interior pressure.
Chiefs offense had been rolling, and they had kind of a brutal day. They just did not have answers. Honestly, I thought Nate laid it out pretty well in the postgame show, and he tweeted this as well, that Mahomes yesterday looked like Josh Allen has looked for the last 3 weeks, which is a guy that's back there and doesn't feel right, doesn't feel comfortable in the pocket. I know that they're
searching for somebody to get open down the field, which is incredible.
Yeah, but they were so sticky in coverage.
Core, that might be my #1 thing to feel good about out of yesterday. I mean, maybe you can answer a million different things, but their ability to cover those receivers. I know that not all these plays Mahomes had a lot of time, but there were some of them where he did.
I thought he had plenty of time.
And Hairston was right there in coverage all the time. Bishop had his best game as a Bill. Whenever him and Hancock are out there together, it just feels like they're covering space. They're so much more athletic.
Yep.
When they've got a secondary out there of Benford, Bishop, Hairston, and Hancock, it is so night and day different than the secondary they began the season with that had Trey White, Taylor Rapp on it. I think it's totally different. And I think it's part of what helped them against Kansas City.
Oh, for sure. I know the pass rush will get lots of the attention, and justifiably so. But Mahomes, I said this during the week, he's the best quarterback in football once you get past his first read. So, the first read's not there. Now I'm going to make something happen. And the Bills owned him on that. He did not make too many plays off the first read. There were a couple breakdowns. You'll see some. And I feel like you kind of have to expect that. You're playing the Chiefs, you're going to break down. You're playing Josh Allen, you're going to break down. And yet, like, Hairston was impressive. Bishop, the Cole Bishop game, maybe. 2 months
so
ago,
far, yeah.
2 months ago, who had on the predictions that you would feel like Cole Bishop is one of the top 3 players on the defense instead of the guy who's fighting for the job?
Right.
We wanted to keep him in that pocket. And this year, he's been scrambling more than he has in the past 4 to 6 years or something like that. And he's under duress. And I think that whenever we can add that pressure and keep him in the pocket as well, because you got to be aggressive while being disciplined, because if you rush too high, he leaks out. If you rush too low, he leaks out. So I think the guys did a really good job of just being really disciplined today and just doing their 111.
A.J. Epinesa, Bills pass rush, flustered Patrick Mahomes, got him to drop his eyes many times, and they hit him 15 times. Epinesa might have had the nastiest hit.
The one on the sideline?
Controversial take for you. Here's my take for you. That was not flagged. I'm sure Chiefs fans wanted it flagged, right, for roughing the passer. My take is quarterback stops at the sideline.
Yep.
You're not protected anymore. Because I think quarterbacks, and I think Mahomes in that exact spot, stops to try and get hit.
Yeah.
Because if you hit a player like that near the sideline, you're going to get a flag a lot. And I want to protect quarterbacks. I feel like that's really important. But we have to be careful about the quarterbacks that get protected, weaponizing it with late slides where they get hit.
Did you see C.J. Stroud yesterday?
I did not see C.J. Stroud. I saw that he left the game.
You gotta like, maybe they should ban it. He got hurt because he slid.
He slid late?
He slid late, and the guy committed, and he got smoked, and his back of his head slammed on the back of the ground, which happens all the time when quarterbacks slide.
Right.
Like, really.
Last year it was Trevor Lawrence that slid late and tried to, get every last ounce of it.
I don't know how you do it, but maybe they should ban the quarterback slide. It get guys hit all the time. Guys get hurt. I don't know how you do it, though. What are they supposed to do then? How do you protect them?
Right.
Dive forward, because that might be even worse. You get that a lot.
I'm watching the Stroud slide right now because I want to see how bad it was. I mean,
it was decently bad.
I don't know. He got smoked from the side. That's a tough one. But again, if you're the player,
tough one for the defensive player. Like, you think that was should have been illegal?
It's a little different for the Stroud one to say Stroud's at fault. I thought with the Trevor Lawrence slide last year, Lawrence was at fault.
But the reason he's hurt I guess is because he slid. I'm not saying he's trying to draw a penalty, but if he just runs forward and gets tackled normally, he's probably okay. The reason he's hurt is because of the slide and his head whiplashing off the back of the turf.
You might ask if you are more likely to be concussed by a head-on collision or by the snapback. Like, these quarterbacks are putting themselves in a position to get snapbacked.
Exactly.
If I could use that phrase.
If he doesn't slide, I don't think his head is getting hit the way it
doesn't
did.
whip, that's for sure. Yeah. It's Bob in Syracuse. Hey, Bob.
Hey, guys. I have to say that I felt this is one of the few Chiefs-Bills games that the flow of the game, I felt pretty confident throughout the whole game. I obviously worried if they were going to win, but I felt comfortable. But I have to say that, I know you guys have been talking about it a lot. Seeing Hoyt go down was devastating to me. It just took away from the joy of the usual Chiefs victory. Did I hear somewhere, and I don't know if this is speculation or just BS, whether or not Oliver would be willing to restructure his contract to be able to try to maybe potentially grab somebody in free agency? And who do you think may be available? Because I really believe that that's our greatest need right now as an interior pass rusher. I'm just going to hang up and listen to you guys. Thanks.
Thanks, Bob. In most cases, players don't have to be asked and don't have to give permission to restructure. If a team wants to do it, they kind of just do it most of the time.
Yeah.
It just means moving money around. Hey, you're not ever taking any money away, and it's just what becomes signing bonus, what becomes salary. So most often players don't have to do it. What could the Bills do if they were to restructure Ed Oliver? They could not really save much money. There's for next year, they can't save any money this year. And over the cap, restructuring this year is like less than $500,000. Next year they could, and going forward. Yeah, I don't exactly know the best ways for the Bills to restructure and kind of get things.
Yeah, like what's the lever to pull to create $6 million if they need to?
I don't know.
Other than trading Curtis Samuel away.
In the same restructures. Deal. Here you go. Here's some.
Dawkins, maybe?
Dawson Knox, they could restructure and save a lot. But again, like you've already restructured him a million times and pushed him on and on and on. But you could do it. Milano, Dawkins, Daquan Jones. I'm looking at a couple here.
Dawkins is the only one I've heard you list that would be like a guy I'd want to push money into the future because I'm comfortable with him being on the team.
You should push money no matter what. You should always just push money.
Dawson Knox?
Anybody. Doesn't matter. Just doesn't matter.
Aren't I furthering a commitment, though, to have him on the team longer if I do that?
Doesn't matter. The cap is kind of real, but not really. You shouldn't worry about it.
I mean, isn't this the Allen point, though? Like, the reason you wouldn't restructure is because you want to get rid of the guy.
Every single year, you will have more money to pay your bills.
Right.
That's the cap. Oh, what am I going to do with this $4 million dead cap hit? Like, oh, you mean when I have $50 million added to my cap?
Yeah.
Every year the cap goes up, what, 30, 40? Is it going to go up $70 million in 2030? That's part of why 2030 is this buzz year about teams stashing it in that season. They're all just kind of reading the cap and where it's going to continue to go. So I don't know. Like, I'm not a capologist. I just think that the Bills, if they want to go out and get somebody, they probably have to do some work. It might be out of the cards to play for like a $25 million guy, but if you want to restructure and grab a couple mil here or there, I don't think there's anybody. I'm not getting pick your player here, Shaheed or Olave, because I'm unwilling to restructure Dawson Knox. Like, fine, do it.
No, I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about they will say, well, we've already paid the money to Knox. Let's keep him on the team now.
Yeah. I mean, I think he's pretty safely here for a while anyway.
Or Milano or any of those guys.
I told you my three tight end bet. I should have just gone with to catch a pass.
I was going to say touchdowns was tough.
It was tougher. The three tight end touchdown day did not come to be. Wide open on the other side for you. 803-0550. Let's get some juicy trade rumors. Ready to trade from the Eagles, and we don't even have any other rumors. Give me a rumor.
I mean, there got to be some GMs waking up like right now. Like
Howie Roseman did what?
Yeah.
Jalen Phillips to the Eagles. This Olave trade is going to hit. It's going to hit pretty hard. I'm not going to trade for Olave. Or are they? Bills win. Defense looks great. Offense looks very good in their performance. Allen looked at his best. Dalton Kincaid looked great in this game. James Cook. Banner day for the Bills. And a victory Monday. We're chatting about it with you. Hey, the season's back on. The parade to the 1 seed. I know what you're thinking. Did I click all Bills wins and all Patriots wins to see about how it all plays out? Like, yeah, I did. Yeah. I'll tell you about it if you want. And you can join us on WGR.
Fires.
Yeah, there's so many things to like about the way they played, Sal. Like, they ran the ball pretty well, but the passing game found its explosives. Joe had the stat. They had as many 20-yard completions in this game as they had the previous 6 weeks.
Yeah.
So finding the downfield passing game, Allen hanging in the pocket, finding Kincaid, finding even Elijah Moore here. Like, you had a quarterback that looked a lot more comfortable, and that's really what a lot of this was. For a couple weeks, we saw him get blitzed and look skittish and not have answers. And man, in this game, whether it's him playing better or the scheme being better or whatever it was, like, everything was synced up, and this was a lot more what we've been accustomed to seeing Josh Allen comfortable in this Joe Brady offense.
I'm glad you said that word comfortable a couple times. It's exactly what I thought. During the game, on the broadcast, I said the same thing to Eric and Chris. I said, I just think Josh has looked more comfortable than I've seen him all year. There were times earlier this year, last several weeks maybe, going back to Atlanta especially, where he just seemed like a little bit happy, a little bit trigger shy at times, but maybe too quick at other times. Just wasn't comfortable, right? Him talking about not trusting his feet in the first half of the game against the Panthers. I just think in this game he looked comfortable. He looked in command. He looked in control, whatever the reason was. And we also know this isn't a super blitz-happy team. They do a little bit, but they also don't get a ton of pressure, and that probably helped right away, knowing you kind of know what you're going to see when you get up to the line. I think that helps, obviously. The offensive line did a nice job to protect him. He hung in the pocket. I agree with you. This was a very, very comfortable Josh Allen. The reigning MVP looked like the league MVP yesterday. I mean, he played like the MVP yesterday. That right there is what, when you have Josh Allen playing like that, I don't care who you're playing or where you're playing them, the Bills are going to be very, very tough to beat.
You know, we saw some of the Bills' vision of what they can be defensively come together. Of course, it's already gone now with Michael Hoyt out with an Achilles injury, and maybe you think he's so important, or someone that's going to do his role is so important, that the deadline shifts to now go get a Michael Hoyt replacement. Is that Jalen Phillips? Could be. The Dolphins are open for business to sell off some pieces after firing their GM. And maybe the Commanders are going to sell off now because they lost their starting quarterback, Jaden Daniels, to a dislocated elbow in a blowout loss. Their season might as well be over.
How's Von Miller been playing?
He's been okay from what I understand.
Don't think he's someone that's ever come up in our former Bill, future Bill draft.
It's not a terrible idea, but he's not exactly the same as Hoyt. Either way,
right? Yeah.
If that's something they specifically need. The receiver conversation, I think, is still there. And again, maybe even more so, because if you think you're great, what's the thing you want to shore up to make sure you have a chance to win it and one thing doesn't defeat you? And for the Bills, the list of positions we would have thought for that, the deadline's tomorrow. We would have thought maybe safety. All right, now that's looking short up a little bit.
Yep.
Corner definitely looks really good because Max Hairston looks like he can play. Defensive tackle, all right, you might have some needs there still. I don't think you have a needed edge, but you could still add a Hoyt replacement. And then receiver's the other one. So what will Brandon Beane do in the next 48 hours? We'll find out. But the deadline's tomorrow, and I think they should consider buying. Then again, the league hasn't really bought. Are we going to get 5 trades in the league today?
Bills win 6-2 as they beat the Chiefs 28-21. Josh Allen 3 touchdowns on the day. The Bills still a half game back of New England in the division, but they send Kansas City to 5-4 with the win. They do lose Michael Hoyt to an Achilles injury that is going to keep him out for the remainder of the season. The Barnes Firm Injury Report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-million. New England stays in first in the AFC East with a 1-point win over Atlanta. Denver takes a 2-game lead on Kansas City in the AFC West with an 18-15 win over the Texans. The Chargers also won yesterday, 27-20. Colts fall in Pittsburgh. Turned the ball over 6 times and lost 27-22 the Steelers. Some scores from the late afternoon window. The Rams blow out the Saints 34-10. Jaguars win in overtime over the Raiders. They have the final playoff spot for the time being. Seahawks win on Sunday Night Football over the Commanders. Jaden Daniels going to miss some time with a dislocated elbow. Tonight on Monday Night Football, Cardinals and Cowboys at 8:15. Sabres are off today. They host Utah tomorrow night. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
This week it reminded me of John Elway. He is rare, where he's physically gifted. He's got all these attributes, but he just hasn't won the big one. But it's like they're very similar. And all of a sudden I'm watching the tape this week, and I'm like, they're running these toss plays. They're running zone more. It's like the Shanahan system, and they weren't doing that in the past. And I'm sitting here going, this is what he needs. Somebody to take it off his plate where he doesn't have to be Superman to win. He just needs to play complementary football. It was nothing exceptional, yet it's exceptional when you look at the numbers and how he played. But it was just simple, and it was just systematic. And I think this is how you win a Super Bowl.
Tony Romo on the broadcast. CBS got another Bills-Chiefs. I'm saying Colts here. Bills-Chiefs masterpiece. It was a great game, super competitive, a lot of high-leverage moments, and the under hits, which it often does in these games between these two. The number is often kind of built up there like, oh, it's going to be 13 seconds all over again, and it goes under a lot. And the total is 52.5. They went to 49, and even if Prater had hit that kick, it would have been real close. But, right, that's 49, that's 52.
It would have been 31-21, yeah.
Yeah, so that's 52, not 52.5 from what I saw the number. Anyway, 803-0550. Trade deadline tomorrow. Waiting to see some deals. We have our first movement today, and that's Jalen Phillips, moved out of Miami to Philadelphia. They've added him for a third-round pick, and we'll see if the Bills make any sort of moves today. A lot of the chatter about the Bills and what they would seek at the deadline has been receiver. This is a game where the offense looks good, and they didn't get much going to receivers, but whatever. Mm-hmm. Dalton Kincaid was great. The run game was great. Allen looked in control, so I don't feel like there's any sort of five-alarm fire about receiver today. I do want to give you a stat about the Saints because they've been mentioned a lot as, Olave and Shaheed are the two biggest targets.
Yep.
Nick Underhill had this of New Orleans football.
Yep.
Covers the Saints. The Saints had 16:07 time of possession in their loss to the Rams. That is the lowest number for any team since 2011 with John Skelton as quarterback. 16 minutes. So I'm just saying, it's the kind of thing where, you call the Saints like, no, we're not going to trade Olave. And then today they call back and like, you know what? He might want to get out of here.
Yeah, right.
16 minutes of possession with Tyler Shuck on the road against the Rams. Like,
I'm done.
I think
I'm not doing this.
All of a sudden, all the Saints players are calling. You know what? You make a call for me. Kamara's ready for it. Shaheed's ready for it.
Yeah,
they might
should
have
be pretty easy. Just tell them you're not. Just tell them I'm not willing to talk extension. What do they do?
And they might want to trade.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's another name here we could talk about. It is, come on, who's the name? Nathan Shepard. Maybe go for Nathan Shepard, defensive end for the Saints. Anyway, deadline is tomorrow. We'll see how active the Bills get. They were bullish in this win against the Chiefs. And will it look the same next time? Will they even have to play next time? Is a fair question. Patriots said to be hunting receiver, running back, and edge ahead of tomorrow's deadline. Butch in Tonawanda. Hey, Butch.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
We're good.
First-time caller, long-time listener. Just had a question on what your guys' thoughts were
on the decision to kick the field goal versus punt at the end of the game. Not sure if you saw anything about what the analytics might say on that decision, but I know Bill Simmons seemed to be against it in his podcast.
Yeah.
So just curious what your guys' thoughts were on that.
Joe, thanks, Butch. Joe, run the numbers one more time, because you did have it from, was it Ben Baldwin's site in terms of
Seth Walder?
Seth Walder, ESPN Analytics, Seth Walder, okay.
He had that yesterday. They had 3 options on 4th and 7. 4th and 6, 26 seconds left. Punt, field goal, go for it. And punting was the best option by win probability, 99.9% if you had punted.
Okay.
It goes down to 99.3 if you go for it, and down to 99.2 if you kick the field goal.
So we're talking about
Very
0.7% difference.
But technically, field goal was last of the 3.
Yeah.
And punt was actually, I mean, again, for how close all 3 were together, punt was definitively number 1, and then really the other 2 were like the same.
I'm going to pull up the 4th down decision list in this game, because the Bills did go for a 4th and 2 at the 47 and didn't get it. The recommendation for the Bills was to go strong on that one, the strong recommendation to go, and they did.
Right.
What you saw at the end of the half, the numbers for the Chiefs said, go for it, don't kick the field goal, and of course, they did kick the field goal. I told you, I respect the numbers. I think the only thing about that would make it different for me, for the Chiefs, according to Ben Baldwin, it's they kicked away almost 5% of win probability by not going for the 4th down right there. For me, the only thing that factors in there is double dip. Like, all right, I'm in a 2-score game. I can kick here, get the ball, score, I'm tied. Of course, would you want to go for the touchdown? Sure. But
he gave away on that kick 5%.
Yeah, about 5%. Yeah, it's a big loss. It's a Mike Tomlin level kick.
Yeah, I just think
for Andy Reid,
if you're playing the Bills and they are actually looking pretty good on offense, I'm just putting myself in. Flip it around. If that were McDermott in that spot and he had kicked the field goal, I would have been furious.
Yeah,
because really, also you go to 4th down, and now the whole playbook is opened up. 2nd and 3rd without timeouts, you know that they're going to throw it because that's going to give them the maximum options. They go to 4th and goal at the 1-yard line. Now running it is back in play.
Sure.
And they could have ran it up the middle with Kareem Hunt, or they could have done something else. Like, I just think if I were them, I would have absolutely gone for it.
One thing to follow up on the call, this is always key. You said Seth Walder, ESPN Analytics, said blah, blah, blah. Ben Baldwin on field goal versus punt versus go for it. Again, everyone's going to have their own simulations, their own numbers. The Bills have theirs, right? Ben Baldwin says the play was kick, field goal. That was the right call. He has field goal attempt, 98% win probability. Go for it, 98. Punt, 97. So
again, that last one's also close that it's like, I guess you could do
one model has punt as the best.
Yeah.
One model has punt as the worst. I think it's an example of a play that you're so likely to win, you really are splitting hairs, as opposed to like a 4th and 6 down 10.
And at that point, when we're getting into like little percentages, that might be when you decide, all right, who do I trust the most here?
Right.
Do I trust
Prater?
Of the 3, do I trust Prater to hit a 52-yard field goal? Do I trust Wisnowski to pin him? Or do I trust Allen to get 6 yards? Who do you trust the most?
You'd like to say Allen.
6 yards isn't 2, though.
That's right.
Or 3. And Prater's been solid for them all year. They had a little graphic up on CBS before he kicks it. He has the most 50-yard field goals in NFL history. 50-plus yard field goals. And he's been solid all year. There's no weather to speak of at all. Like, he almost made it. I don't question the decision there. Like, if it were me, I probably would have kicked the field goal too. If you had a kicker that has been struggling, like, or something different, then I would get going after the field goal decision. But the guy's been solid all year.
There's so little time left. There's 27 seconds left. If there's 1:27 left, different conversation. That's a real, what would we have done? I mean, you go to Ben Baldwin's site, you can plug in the situation. With 1:27 left, it's not 98, 98, 97. That's a big decision to make, and McDermott didn't have to make it because they effectively killed enough time.
Yeah.
Rich in Long Island. Hey, Rich.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey, morning.
I just want to know, when Andy Reid tried the challenge, shouldn't he have lost a timeout for that?
He didn't. Well, they didn't let him challenge. So, I guess not, because they actually didn't challenge.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like he was having a conversation with the official about whether or not a play was challengeable, and
well, he threw the red flag,
yeah,
but they told him basically it was nullified because you're not allowed to challenge that.
Right. I don't know. I feel like that's a play that should be allowed to be challenged, and should they have flagged him for it? I guess if you really want to, you could.
Yeah. Also, was that one of those areas where, again, these are the things that maybe you could actually have value in a rules analyst if he knew it. Is that under Sky Judge jurisdiction?
It could be Sky Judge, but again, like
before Reed throws the red challenge, could the guy in the booth go to the ref, hey, it was tipped, pick up the flag?
803-0550.
Didn't that happen in the Bills-Patriots game in Foxborough a couple years ago? They radioed down Ramondre Stevenson.
That was an ineligible player downfield?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. That's not a reviewable play.
Right.
But what happened? The guy upstairs called down and said, pick it up.
Yeah, you got the wrong call.
So why can't the guy radio down yesterday and say, pick it up? I think he probably should be able to.
Would you be at all interested
I'm not complaining.
Would you be at all interested to know what happens to that Bills 52-yard field goal if you add a minute to the clock or 2 minutes to the clock?
What?
The more time you add to the clock, the more a field goal is the right call.
Yeah.
With 2 minutes left, you're all the way up to gaining 3 points of win probability. With 3 minutes left, like every time I'm ticking up another minute on the clock, it's funny. This is how it works. At 2 minutes left, it's 2.7, says kick. At 3 minutes left, it's 1.5 to kick the field goal. So, whatever. With 27 seconds left, so little time there for the Chiefs, you're dead to rights no matter what, pretty much. Barring a crazy play, and I'm sure there's a Bills fan saying, how about you don't give Mahomes 50 yards under any circumstance? You make sure he needs 80 to go in 25 seconds.
Or how about, are they playing prevent on that first play to Rice that gets them to the 40? They gave him a look, because after that pass play, I'm like, oh, what's happening here?
Yeah.
They're going to get a couple shots. They did get a couple shots in the end zone. The Thornton play, by the way, good play by Bishop, but did you think Hollywood Brown was going to catch that ball behind him? I saw him running towards the play behind Thornton. The ball gets tipped up in the air. If Hollywood Brown was a yard or two further forward, he would have had an opportunity to catch that football because of the way it got tipped. And in the moment, maybe I was the only one. I went, because I thought the ball was going to fall to Brown, and it didn't.
Tim in South Carolina. Hey, Tim.
Hey, guys. Good morning. Appreciate you having me on.
Morning.
I just want to say that I, like many other Bills fans, absolutely grill McDermott for some bonehead questionable calls. And I think that yesterday he did a really, really good job. I think feeling out the offense on that early 4th and 2, obviously you'd like them to pick it up, but what are you going to do? I think him calling the timeout right after they hit that long pass right before the half to get a line change on the defensive front was magnificent. I know that a lot of people are saying he calls way too many timeouts on the defense, but I really, really liked that one. It was perfect timing. And obviously the result there, holding them to a field goal, kind of changed the game as well. But I just want to leave you with this and hear your thoughts. Last night told me that we can get to Mahomes, that we've got some athletes on the back end to kind of run with some people. I think that it reaffirms that we should go all in for a receiver at the deadline. And I don't know exactly who's available, right? But send it for Olave, send it for Brian Thomas Jr., at the, buy low, whatever you want to say on him. I just want to get your guys' thoughts on it.
Yeah.
I think somebody like that would really change the offense and just another person that people have to account for. What do you guys think?
Thanks, Tim. I mean, you know me, I'm all about it. I think that they've got a lot of nice pieces on defense. It's starting to come together. Hoyt being gone hurts, and I wonder if they would act on that. The point about, stopping Mahomes and what they look like, this is why I want to get to always counting this game in the regular season. Like, yes, it matters to me that they win this game. And maybe there's an irony to it, or it's a little bit goofy, because if they lose in the playoffs, on some level, it makes the regular season win not meaningless, but it makes the playoff loss worse. If every single year I've got the horses to do it, and then I get to the playoffs and I don't do it, then something is going wrong. It no longer becomes random. I was trying to think of the best metaphor I could, or the best analogy I could. And I don't know, like, if you want to say mental block, that's probably not correct. But, Joe, if golf analogies, I always got to do it. you play in your club championship, and every single year you double bogey the 18th hole. And you've played 18 100 times, and in regular tournaments, you birdie that hole and you par that hole.
Yeah.
It means it's not that you cannot defeat it. It's that something is happening at the most important time. Whether you're getting outcoached by Andy Reid and Steve Spagnuolo or injuries a couple seasons. To me, the baseline of you beat him again and you made that guy look like he had no answers. That is now kind of the baseline I'm going to go into a postseason game with. I know that they could lose,
right,
and I know that Andy Reid could come with a perfect game plan, but I've seen it already this year with that team. You can make him look bad. You can have answers against Steve Spagnuolo. I want you to have him in the playoffs too. Because if you get outmatched again for a fifth time,
right,
then I think every one of those calls that says, are we going to get over the hump with this guy? I think those get more fair every time. And sure, there are factors, but imagine they beat the Chiefs 10 times in the regular season and lost 10 times in the postseason.
At what point do you decide?
You would say this is dumb. Like, I shouldn't be doing this anymore. I should bring somebody else to the fight. Not to say that's going to happen, but it's my way of kind of getting to, yes, this game counts. Definitely. It is not meaningless. And the Chiefs, like, their road, what's it look like now?
That's the biggest value of it because their road is tough.
They might have to open the playoffs.
They have to beat Denver.
Yeah.
They have to beat Denver, or they'll go on the road to start the playoffs. I still don't think there's any chance they're going to miss the playoffs. But
you could get Chiefs at Ravens in round 1.
You could.
And that'd be pretty nice.
You could. Or you can get Bills hosting the Chiefs.
You could get that. You also could get that too.
We maybe shouldn't talk about that yet. As to the idea that they're proving they can stop Mahomes is not new. That's the thing we do every year, that they could keep him in check. Like, I know there are better, more advanced stats than this, but did you know in this 5-game losing streak, Mahomes against the Bills, yesterday was his second best yards per attempt. And that wasn't that it was good yesterday.
Yeah.
It's just, like, last year he threw for 196 on 33 attempts. The year before he had a 58% completion percentage against the Bills. Two times before that he turned the ball over multiple times. Like, again, I'm not saying that yesterday wasn't impressive. It's just they have kept him in check 5 years in a row in the regular season. That's not the new part. That's not new information.
Yep.
I don't think.
803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. No trade rumors. Give me a good one. Give us a good one. Come on, Schefter.
We did have a report over the weekend that the Bills had been one of the teams that had called on Olave.
Yeah.
And that they had called on Myers, and that it was defensive tackle, right? Rappaport had defensive tackle.
Yeah.
So the most we have now is they have called about receivers and defensive tackles. Which is something. That is at least, hey, they would consider it.
You want to trade your first and second round picks next year?
Well,
listen,
what are we going to do? What are we going to do from January to April?
While we're here. No, yeah, that's a good point. If you're one of the people that says, we don't need early picks, Bean's bad at those, which you do not hear from us. Hairston all of a sudden like, oh, that's so far that looks okay. Cole Bishop, oh, that's looking a little better.
Yes, it is. He's having a good year.
Bishop,
I'm willing to say it. I think Bishop's having a good year.
Yeah.
What was his worst game? Or worst play? Does anyone have that? Last year it was easy. It was the Nico Collins play in Houston. What is his worst play this year? What's his worst game? Like, I'm not seeing big mistakes from him.
No.
I'm not saying he's been perfect, but I noticed Taylor Rapp making big mistakes
plays,
every
over and over again.
week.
Yep.
And Bishop, he got run over by Derrick Henry in week 1. Is that the answer? Early on, Henry had destroyed him in open field. But since then, I don't remember.
He's coming from across the field. Like, that's tough.
Right.
By the way,
it wasn't an egregious mistake. He was put in a pretty tough spot there.
We really should. In Extendo Sports, we're going to do this. We're going to run waivers in our former Bill, future Bill league. We got to get on this. We have to find a way because someone's going to want to pick up Von Miller in former Bill, future Bill.
Does somebody own Harrison? Someone owns Harrison Phillips
yes, Harrison
already?
Phillips is indeed rostered in former Bill, future Bill. I have the rosters here. Owen has Harrison Phillips in our former Bill, future Bill.
It's a good get.
Ray McLeod available.
Okay.
Just saying.
Well, how many other defensive tackles could be left?
I
have Elianku.
You have Elianku?
That is bound to happen. How has it not happened yet?
Linebacker. Anyway. Yeah, I got to make some moves on my team. My team's terrible.
It's got defensive linemen. Who are the defensive linemen? When's the last time Trent Murphy played football?
I have Quentin Jefferson on my roster.
Okay, that's not bad.
That's
Is
pretty bad.
Linval Joseph on a team?
I don't
at the
think so. I
moment?
think he's well out of the league.
Could Kyle Williams be in good enough shape to come back? That would be something.
803-0550. Monday Night Football tonight is Cowboys and Cardinals with Jacoby Brissett in for Kyler Murray.
He's been better than Kyler Murray anyway.
Yep. Quentin Jefferson is with the Lions. He's appeared in one game. Give him a call. No, it's fine. Yeah. 803-0550. Our four fantastic parlays coming up, and maybe we'll run those waivers. Deadline day tomorrow here on WGR. Sal, looking at the defense, we'll get some calls in here in a minute. Marrying the pass rush to coverage is, of course, like what you want to do. And the pass rush got them Mahomes and hit him a bunch. What did you come away more impressed with? Is it their ability to get to Patrick Mahomes, or was it that the secondary was able to hold up to a point where they were able to get to Patrick Mahomes? I know sometimes we think of the long sacks or coverage sacks. I feel like every time they were getting there, Mahomes had to wait an extra step, an extra second or two. And for me, the secondary was the thing I was the most impressed to see.
It's a good question, Jeremy. I don't know if you can split the hairs here. I'll say it this way. I just think I'm going to sound like a coach. I'm going to sound like Sean McDermott here. But I do think there's a point to be made here. And the reason I'm going to say it is this way. It feels like Sean McDermott is a much bigger hand in calling plays, right? We're all going to agree with that, right?
Yep.
I mean,
Yep.
that's happening right now. And I don't think it's a coincidence that the coverage and the pass rush are marrying together better. I just think that this is his system. This is it's his system, his baby, right? He knows exactly how this is supposed to look. And how many times did we hear through the first 5-6 weeks, pass rush and coverage aren't marrying with each other. You have to have that marriage. They have to be in sync. And it wasn't good enough at many times this year. I think what we've seen the last 2 weeks is pass coverage and pass rush marrying with each other the way that it's supposed to look. And when people say, what does that mean? Well, if you have a blitz on a certain side, you're playing a certain coverage on that side. On the other side, maybe you're not playing that coverage. When you're blitzing, when you're sending guys from the interior, you're dropping guys back. Where are your coverages in man-to-man? Where are guys playing? How many high safeties are you? It's all a part of the equation and package. So I think that's number one. But I'm going to go the other way and say, for me, it's getting to Patrick Mahomes. Guys, he was hit in this game a lot.
Hard, too.
The Bills had 15 quarterback hurries. That is a huge number in the NFL. And not only were these hurries helping, obviously, in the play, but they were affecting Patrick Mahomes. He was getting beat up back there. And to me, when I think back of all the reasons why all the games the Bills lost to the Chiefs in the playoffs, the number one thing we always talk about is they're not getting to Patrick Mahomes. They're not getting him to the ground. They're getting close. They got him to the ground, but not even all the time when he was still in the pocket, and they did that. They sacked him 3 times. I think the pass rush was really, really good in this game, and that's the part that I'll go with. But no doubt, Max Hairston was really good in coverage. I just did the snap counts. The Bills never came out of nickel or dime. I mean, Cam Lewis played every single snap, and that tells me that they played nickel or dime every single play. They never played base in this game.
Chiefs offense had been rolling, and they had kind of a brutal day. They just did not have answers. Honestly, I thought Nate laid it out pretty well in the postgame show, and he tweeted this as well, that Mahomes yesterday looked like Josh Allen has looked for the last 3 weeks, which is a guy that's back there and doesn't feel right, doesn't feel comfortable in the pocket. I know that there's
searching for somebody to get open down the field, which is incredible.
Yeah, but they were so sticky in coverage.
Core, that might be my number one thing to feel good about out of yesterday. I mean, maybe you can answer a million different things, but their ability to cover those receivers. I know that not all these plays Mahomes had a lot of time, but there were some of them where he did.
I thought he had plenty of time.
And Hairston was right there in coverage all the time. Bishop had his best game as a Bill. Whenever him and Hancock are out there together, it just feels like they're covering space. They're so much more athletic.
Yep.
When they've got a secondary out there of Benford, Bishop, Hairston, and Hancock, It is so night and day different than the secondary they began the season with that had Trey White, Taylor Rapp on it. I think it's totally different. And I think it's part of what helped them against Kansas City.
Oh, for sure. I know the pass rush will get lots of the attention, and justifiably so. But Mahomes, I said this during the week, he's the best quarterback in football once you get past his first read. So, the first read's not there. Now I'm going to make something happen. And the Bills owned him on that. He did not make too many plays off the first read. There were a couple breakdowns. You'll see some. And I feel like you kind of have to expect that. You're playing the Chiefs, you're going to break down. You're playing Josh Allen, you're going to break down. And yet, like, Hairston was impressive. Bishop, the Cole Bishop game, maybe. 2 months ago, 2 months ago, who had on the predictions that you would feel like Cole Bishop is one of the top 3 players on the defense instead of the guy who's fighting for the job? Clip this. What did I say? 27-yard line. He's going to catch it at the 4. Second and 5 or 4 or 5. And Allen will boot out to his right, layer a throw to an open Kincaid. When the ball's on its way, you'll know he's going to catch it. You know it's in the end zone. You can score. All right, so the down and distance was not correct. I was off by about 5 yards.
Pretty close.
But he caught it where I said he was going to caught it, and you did know it was a touchdown when the ball was in the air.
Yep.
Because the defender had fallen down. You'd think a guy with that ability to predict a play could pick anything else correctly. I don't know anything about football. It's very important that everyone understands exactly that. I just say things, but I did expect that Dalton Kincaid touchdown. Not a surprise.
No. It helps when the defender falls, but the defender falls because he's trying to keep up with Kincaid because he's got him beat behind him.
He's having a good year. Yeah, Kincaid puts a nice little move on there.
I think given that he didn't play a ton of snaps again, his yards per route run stats that have been near the top of the league are going to continue to climb. Like, he might be number 1 by today.
And with Tucker Kraft out with an ACL, best tight end in the league plays tonight. Trey McBride. Brock Bowers in the conversation. Kincaid is...
Yep.
Is he in the top 5?
It's probably McBride. Ooh, is he a...
We'll put him top 10. You want to put him top 5? Keep it up.
5 tight ends you'd rather have right now than Kincaid. Trey McBride, Brock Bowers, George Kittle.
You done?
Tucker Kraft is hurt now, so I'm not counting
Can't take
him. Would I rather have Oronde Gadsden? Because he had another great game yesterday.
He did.
I wouldn't do that.
Put him on par if you want. I don't know.
He might. Top 5 might not be crazy.
Put it this way. Is he going to make the NFL's top 100 this year?
No, he's not going to do that.
No?
How many tight ends make that list? They can't. Kelsey, by the way, probably.
Zach Ertz finds his way onto that list every year.
No, not every year. It's been years.
You want to know how many tight ends made the top 100 last year?
Not Zach Ertz.
Get ready. The tight ends that made it last year: Bowers, Kittle, Kelsey, McBride, Laporta.
He
can jump over Laporta here.
He could. The year he's
having, production-wise, he's having a nice year.
Tyler Warren.
Yes, Tyler Warren. He's very good too. Yep.
He'd be right on the edge of the fifth spot for me.
803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Mitchell in Houston. Hey, Mitchell.
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Sure thing.
Hey, so any day we beat Kansas City, there's nothing but sunshine for me today. I mean, it is just, I don't know. I think I'm going to be ecstatic all week. But hey, although that missed field goal last night gave me a little Scott Norwood PTSD from the 90s. A little while recovering from that.
Something about a doink. A doink is just so offensive when it happens, It's just it's like a rejection of it. The field goal didn't just get missed; it got swatted back.
That was tough. But hey, so when Bean comes on and gives you guys a hard time, and I kind of take your side on it. I think Bean's a little on the wrong side of history there. But the time and window is now. I mean, for those of us that went through the '90s and then the drought, it's like you got to realize we have to be all in now. I don't want to hear about salary cap. There's void years. And so Bean really needs to be like all in. And so I was reading an article this morning by ESPN talking about Marvin Harrison Jr.'s dad, who was just complaining. I mean, his son last year had 37 catches. He only has 24. But the QB set in Arizona is not Marvin Harrison Jr. is a route runner. And the people that are more RPO, scramble, backyard football, that doesn't work for route runners because they don't know where and what to go. So, I mean, I know it would cost a first-round pick, but if Arizona loses tonight and Harrison gets like 2 catches, Bean should say, hey, I'll give you a first round and plus whatever, because Marvin Harrison Jr. would really, really, I think, excel here. I think he would really, because if you watch the All-22, I know I'm kind of nerdy, but you watch the All-22 and our receivers, maybe Shakir, we're not getting separation. I know people were bagging on Josh in that, Falcons game, but if you watch it, there was nobody open. And then when he forced this thing, they're like, oh, you threw an interception. But Harrison's getting separation. He's just not getting the ball. So, that's all I got, but thanks for taking my call.
I mean, for the Cardinals to bail on that as quickly as it would be surprising. I also feel like Marvin Harrison Jr. has a good chance to put up numbers now that he has a better quarterback in. Jacoby Brissett going in. McBride has been putting up much better numbers with Jacoby Brissett than Kyler Murray. And Harrison is good. Like, he has the skills to be the X. He's good. The idea that they would give up on him, to me, is just like, it'd be stunning. You get a receiver that good at the top of your draft. You're what? Was he taken 5th overall? Fourth overall?
Fourth, I think.
Fourth overall, and 2 years later, you're trading him for the 30th pick, the 32nd pick. I mean, he still is tremendous value for Arizona. Maybe they change quarterbacks. Maybe they change coach. I don't know where they are, but I don't know that they're really in a position to want to trade away somebody that good.
And if you were going to do that anyway, you would let the next guy decide.
Yep.
You would wait. So I don't think so. The guy that would get dealt is Brian Thomas. So
even then, they're without Travis Hunter.
That changes that a lot, I think.
Sure, right. You're trying to make the playoffs.
Did you see who they were throwing the ball to yesterday?
Somebody that I picked up in guillotine, Parker Washington.
Parker Washington is the guy that Trevor Lawrence is looking at. Still not Brian Thomas.
Yeah.
So
803-0550. Get another call in here. RW in Texas. Good morning.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I always look for an opportunity to score no matter what, and I'm just wondering, with 3 seconds left at the end of the first half, why we didn't try and throw a Hail Mary for the end zone.
They had, 3 seconds left?
Yeah.
And 75 yards? I don't know. If they were at midfield and didn't do it, sure, I would understand that. But from the 25, and you think Allen's probably going to be 5 to 10 yards behind the line of scrimmage, he's probably going to throw that football 85 yards. I think Rodgers just had the longest throw in the NFL that they've ever tracked, or like in 10 years, and it was like 72 yards. So, I'm fine.
Yeah, I'm good too. Don't need it. Cleveland and Niagara Falls. Hey, Cleveland.
How you doing? I was going to talk about something with Jordan Poyer, but I wanted to ask, was he on the field a lot yesterday? Because if he was, I think there's something about him to that secondary that might have taken a burden off of Cole Bishop that lets him play a little bit more loose and freely, which is why we got the Cole Bishop we got yesterday. Want more of that. Secondly, here's my hot take. I don't think we need to trade for a receiver. I think we win the game. I think any football game is win in the trenches. And the injuries that we're having right now, I don't see why we don't call the Giants and talk about Dexter Lawrence and see if we can get him. But that's pretty much all I have to say there.
Yeah. Well, part of the reason is because he's probably too good to be traded. Dexter Lawrence is awesome. Ranked in I'm just going to the NFL top 100, the 17th best player in football, Dexter Lawrence. Now, would the Bills love to have somebody like that? Yes. He is also on a monster contract, right? And, part of the reason that Olave and Shaheed get mentioned so much is they are it's very easy to say the Bills could afford them. They're not expensive. The cap hits are not big. Dexter Lawrence's cap hit this year is $23 million. His base salary is $15. Like, that is much bigger. You want to trade for Chris Olave, which, as I understand it, Joe, like for anyone out there, you are responsible for the player's base salary. Is pretty much it. And Olave's is 1.5. And not 15, 1.5. So when you're shopping at the deadline versus trying to make a trade in the offseason, especially if you're the Bills and you're so far up against it, it's what's the best we can get and who can we fit from a money standpoint. Again, could they restructure a bunch of guys and make a trade? Sure, they could probably do more work there. I don't know how much. But I just don't think the Giants should be trading a top 20 football player. I don't know why they would. I know they might fire their coach. I know they might fire their GM. He's a 27-year-old, amazing defensive tackle. If you want to give an offer for him, let's say the Bills could fit it. I feel like the Giants would ask for 2 firsts. Yeah. Right? Jeffrey Simmons is the same. You're going to ask for 2 firsts.
Because they're not wanting to trade these guys, so you're going to have to blow their socks off.
Yes.
To even get them to think about it. So, yeah, not a player that
So that's why, like, trading for Dexter Lawrence, is that the same? Let me just do it this way. Here's just for context. You want to trade for, not to say you're wrong, like, it'd be great, of course, right? But Dexter Lawrence, to make the closest comp on receiver, here you go. Here's your point. The closest receiver to him, the level, is Amon-Ra St. Brown. That's a good team, so maybe that's tougher, but the idea of you're getting a defensive tackle that is unbelievable. I don't think those guys come free. And if they do, it's probably to a team that has a lot of cap space and higher picks than you. So it's a nice dream to make. And they're hoping that Deion Walker can become a top 50 player in the NFL. He's flashed nicely in his rookie season. We'll see where that goes. Thanks, though, for the phone call. 803-0550. Don't hate the idea. I have a tough time believing you're getting a top 20 player at the deadline.
Yeah, no.
You are friends with Joe Shane, though. Hey, buddy.
Yeah.
Let's just do it.
I mean, they're going to just trade for, like, Harrison Phillips, aren't they?
I think so.
And that'll be their move. They are getting bodies back at defensive tackle. That's part of it for me. Like, they're going to go get a player of that magnitude when it's not like they're superstars, but like Daquan Jones and TJ Sanders are coming back at some point, and then Oliver is coming back at some point. But it's tough. It's tough to figure out how you would want to replace like the Michael Hoyt pass rush snaps, because a lot of those good ones were coming from the inside. Yeah. So I don't know what they want to do.
Let's put together a very quick thrilling three-way parlay on tonight's game.
All right.
Let's just say it was a rough week for yours truly. I predicted the Dalton Kincaid touchdown, but I missed a lot. The Lions off the bye were a disaster. J.J. McCarthy doesn't stink? I don't know.
He made 2 passes in that game that I saw that were impressive.
Okay.
I think I saw in the first quarter, maybe on his first drive, he had 2 passes that went for like 60 yards, and he had 20 in the next 2.5 quarters.
Yeah. The Steelers, the Steelers have beat the Patriots and the Colts and the whole existence, their entire existence.
It's insane.
It's a lie.
6 turnovers and they only won by 7.
That's what I mean.
That's insane.
Don't buy it for a second. If your formula is winning by 10, turning a team over 6 times, wait till you play a good team. That's the recipe to get smoked. Congratulations, Pittsburgh. I love that happened for you. All right. Thrilling 3-way parlay tonight. Arizona at Dallas on this Victory Monday for the Buffalo Bills. Let's put it together, gentlemen.
All right. Let's go.
You got your pieces?
I'm ready with mine.
I know what I want here.
Okay.
I know what I want.
Go ahead.
I'll go first.
Lead off.
Give me my Trey McBride anytime touchdown. The Dallas defense is a disaster. McBride catches more passes, gets more targets, gets a lot more from Jacoby Brissett. He is in. When Brissett is in, he feeds McBride. McBride anytime touchdown. Bank it. Let's go.
Okay.
You like it?
I like that.
Yes.
It's like even money.
They are scheming plays for him when they get around the red zone. Like it feels like their first option every time they get close is find Trey McBride.
Yeah,
sometimes it's screens or they'll hand it to him. Yeah.
Just to give you an idea on like the lines for what he's expected to get tonight, on how many receptions and his yards, because that can be an indicator, right? McBride's over-under on receiving yards is 70.
Yeah.
And receptions, his over-under is 6.5. Like, he's going to get the ball, and Dallas gives up a bajillion points. McBride, anytime.
Okay.
Like that. You want to go, Joe, or you want me to go?
Just pivoting a little bit here. Why don't... My fear is I was going to go with something with Bam Knight because the Cowboys are getting run on.
I was thinking about that, too.
But Jonathan Gannon said on Thursday that he's going with the ride the hot hand mentality, which is scaring me off a little bit.
Yeah.
So pivoting from that, Jake Ferguson was second in the NFL in receptions going into last week, and then he had a 0 burger. I think that is... What is his number, though?
4.5.
4.5. Take it.
Over
4.5 catches for Jake Ferguson.
Okay.
All right.
It's a tight end game.
Tight end game so
Tight end
far.
game indeed. I'm going to take the over on Dak's passing yards at 267.5 because I think they're not any good on defense and are going to need to throw it a bunch. And I think that Arizona's better with Brissett behind, like, under center, and they'll make this a game. They've been just having to throw it all over the place because that defense is a mess.
Okay.
All right.
There it is. McBride touchdown, Ferguson over 4.5 catches, Dak over 267.5.
I like it.
It's about 4-1.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Not bad. All right. We'll get a break in, get to Extendo Sports, pass things off to the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. It is a Victory Monday, Football Monday, and a Victory Monday, brought to you by Northwest. For what's next, go to northwest.com.
Right.
Yeah, there's so many things to like about the way they played, Sal. Like, they ran the ball pretty well, but the passing game found its explosives. Joe had the stat. They had as many 20-yard completions in this game as they had the previous 6 weeks.
Yeah.
So finding the downfield passing game, Allen hanging in the pocket, finding Kincaid, finding even Elijah Moore here. Like, you had a quarterback that looked a lot more comfortable, and that's really what a lot of this was. For a couple weeks, we saw him get blitzed and look skittish and not have answers. And man, in this game, whether it's him playing better or the scheme being better or whatever it was, like, everything was synced up, and this was a lot more what we've been accustomed to seeing Josh Allen comfortable in this Joe Brady offense.
I'm glad you said that word comfortable a couple times. It's exactly what I thought. During the game, on the broadcast, I said the same thing to Eric and Chris. I said, I just think Josh has looked more comfortable than I've seen him all year. There were times earlier this year, last several weeks maybe, going back to Atlanta especially, where he just seemed like a little bit happy, a little bit trigger shy at times, but maybe too quick at other times. Just wasn't comfortable, right? Him talking about not trusting his feet in the first half of the game against the Panthers. I just think in this game he looked comfortable. He looked in command. He looked in control, whatever the reason was. And we also know this isn't a super blitz-happy team. They do a little bit, but they also don't get a ton of pressure, and that probably helped right away, knowing you kind of know what you're going to see when you get up to the line. I think that helps, obviously. The offensive line did a nice job to protect him. He hung in the pocket. I agree with you. This was a very, very comfortable Josh Allen. The reigning MVP looked like the league MVP yesterday. I mean, he played like the MVP yesterday. That right there is what, when you have Josh Allen playing like that, I don't care who you're playing or where you're playing them, the Bills are going to be very, very tough to beat.
You know, we saw some of the Bills' vision of what they can be defensively come together. Of course, it's already gone now with Michael Hoyt out with an Achilles injury and maybe you think he's so important or someone that's going to do his role is so important that the deadline shifts to now go get a Michael Hoyt replacement. Is that Jalen Phillips? Could be. The Dolphins are open for business to sell off some pieces after firing their GM. And maybe the Commanders are going to sell off now because they lost their starting quarterback, Jaden Daniels, to a dislocated elbow in a blowout loss. Their season might as well be over.
How's Von Miller been playing?
He's been okay from what I understand.
Don't think he's someone that's ever come up in our former Bill, future Bill draft.
It's not a terrible idea, but he's not exactly the same as Hoyt. Either way,
right? Yeah.
If that's something they specifically need. The receiver conversation, I think, is still there. And again, maybe even more so because if you think you're great, what's the thing you want to shore up to make sure you have a chance to win it and one thing doesn't defeat you? And for the Bills, the list of positions we would have thought for that, the deadline's tomorrow. We would have thought maybe safety. All right, now that's looking short up a little bit.
Yep.
Corner definitely looks really good because Max Harrison looks like he can play. Defensive tackle, all right, you might have some needs there still. I don't think you have a needed edge, but you could still add a Hoyt replacement. And then receiver's the other one. So what will Brandon Beane do in the next 48 hours? We'll find out. But the deadline's tomorrow, and I think they should consider buying. Then again, the league hasn't really bought. Are we going to get 5 trades in the league today? Mike Giannetti of Spot Track. What timing? Just tweeted out a brand new feature at Spot Track, which is NFL trade candidates and the cap hit for the new team.
Huge.
I mean, put it in the favorites, put it on the bookmarks bar, whatever. I am going to be using this today, tomorrow. For instance, here you could learn that a trade for Quinnen Williams would carry a cap hit for the new team of $8.4 million. All right. Trey Hendrickson, $8 million.
Mm-hmm.
We're halfway through a season, so these cap hits obviously come way down. Maybe you're interested in Quincy Williams, 3.2. You want Rashid Shaheed, 2.1. Chris Olave, 700,000.
Love that.
Jalen Waddle, 585. AJ Brown, 585.
585 what? 1,000?
Yes. Just saying.
Because they paid it all in bonus already or something? Probably.
When are you ready for my take that I'm also deep down in some ways a Van Jefferson truther?
Oh, come on. The Van Jefferson truther movement was like 5 years ago.
Joe. All right, you don't like it?
He's just a guy.
I'm just a Van Jefferson truther. He's his cap hits 585. He's with the Titans, you know? All right, so you're not ready to hear that I'm a Van Jefferson truther. Very good.
No, I'm not ready for it.
Olave, Christian Kirk, 892. Cap
Okay.
hit. You could definitely afford him. He's friends with Josh. Brandon Cooks, no thank you. Alan Lazard, no thank you. You want some linebackers? Like, what do you want here? I got it all. I got everything you need. Arden Key, Titans. His cap hit, I just saw. Where'd it go? Tavondre Sweat, 614.
They're all pretty manageable because, I mean, half of it's gone already.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Remember before I went to Game 1 of the World Series, how I said it's a win-win because if the Blue Jays win, I'm going to be thrilled, and if they lose, I'm not going to really care that much. I'm not going to be that upset about it.
Turns out you care.
I was devastated after Game 7. I felt devastated after Game 7. It's definitely because of how it happened.
Same.
But
how do they lose?
How I can't imagine living and breathing that team every day, every year, and having to suffer through that loss.
Right, it wasn't an epic collapse,
but there were 9 plays that you could have gone, what if?
Right. The number of players. You got the closer. You've got Ernie Clement. The
guy trucking his left fielder,
he caught it anyway
to make the catch.
That's unbelievable. The fact that Rojas stumbled and still got the ball home in time, and the guy picked his left.
Because the guy wasn't leading off.
Right.
He's, I think, getting the most flack of any player I've seen because he wasn't leading off third base. Why weren't you leading off third base? You're out there for your speed and base running. Take 3 steps off the base, and you're going to get home.
I didn't see that. That's
He's
tough.
very close to. I'll show you the screenshot after. I even forget the name of who was on third. But Kinner Falafa, he was next to the base. Dude, if there's a ground ball, you're going to need to get home.
The fact that we had a play at the plate in 2 consecutive half innings to keep the game tied, it was an all-time great series.
It was. The series itself was awesome.
Yep. We were watching the Game 7, watching on TV, and my wife and we went to Blue Jays games a bunch when we first started dating, got into the Blue Jays. We were very much pulling hard for them. And, she even said to me, she said something like, we don't watch a lot of baseball. It's, not a lot going on. It happens, it's a leisurely sport. And then you get moments like that, this is the most intense thing I've ever seen in my life.
Right. Yes.
Holy cow.
When it is intense, it's intense.
It was unbelievable. What a series.
I stood in my living room for an hour and a half. And finally, it was maybe it was the top of the 11th. Actually, it was right before the Will Smith home run. Where finally I decided, this game might go to 3 o'clock in the morning. I gotta sit down.
Yeah.
I can't stand for 5 hours straight. I have no idea when this game's gonna end, and little I know it was about to end.
Double play. Game 6 and Game 7 both end on double plays. From maybe we'll win this thing to
right.
Stinks. All right. Trade deadline tomorrow. We're back, and maybe there's a new Bills player by then. Who knows? Jeremy and Joe. Now up next, Sal coming up, the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show.
snap.
All right, away we go. 28-21, the Bills beat the Kansas City Chiefs on a really fantastic afternoon, late afternoon in Orchard Park, Highmark Stadium. Sal Capaccio with you here on a Buffalo Football Monday, a Buffalo Football Victory Monday here on WGR Sports Radio 550 on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. Sporting the Victory Monday t-shirt, celebrating Victory Monday with you and taking your phone calls at 803-0550. Want to waste no time to give that number out and let you know we have some callers on the line right now, but we are locking and loading if you want to get on the air today, because I know you have a lot to say about this one. Mostly good, some not so much. What happened in the game, where the Bills are right now, and of course, leading up to the trade deadline Tuesday at 4 p.m. So much to get to today. Let's do that here on a Buffalo Football Monday. And of course, as always, presented by Catholic Health, the right way to care, and brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. Also by Northtown Hyundai, Western New York's premier Hyundai dealership. Shop online at northtownhyundai.com. You can visit my arrow up, arrow down column at WGR550.com. What I liked, what I didn't like about this game. But mostly, what I really liked. This was a complete game by the Buffalo Bills. They were not perfect. It got a little too close for comfort. Probably should not have even been as close as it was, to be quite honest. But man, that is the Kansas City Chiefs on the other side. That is the team that so many people said was playing the best football of any team in the NFL, playing their best football. This is the three-time defending AFC champions, twice Super Bowl champs, playing their best football that they've played in years. Juggernaut offense that can't be stopped. And the Buffalo Bills not only stopped them, but I'm going to say absolutely controlled the game. They didn't dominate like the game on the scoreboard. They were up a couple scores, yes, at times. But they controlled the game the entire way. There was never a point in this game where I felt the Bills weren't in control of it. And how did that happen? Because of the way that Sean McDermott and the Buffalo Bills want to play football. I take calls every week, all the time, from people talking about this head coach, his style, wants to play a certain way, and you don't like it. I get it. You're right, no doubt. The way they played football yesterday is exactly how Sean McDermott wants to play it. And it worked out. It doesn't work out all the time. It worked out yesterday against a really good team. And what I mean by the way he wants to play it, I don't want to make it about him. I want to make it about how they did it. A very, very balanced offense. Two-dimensional offense. The Bills, put up over 400 yards of offense on a Steve Spagnuolo-led Kansas City Chiefs defense. That is the most yards the Chiefs have given up all season in any game. I don't know if you are aware of that. I'll actually take a look right now and tell you what their previous high high here was. Let me just pull this up. So Kansas City, going into this game yesterday, the most yards they had given up in a game. I'm sorry, it was the second most yards they had given up, right? Sorry. I got to click offense and defense. I'm sorry, folks. Just want to toggle it here. Yep, it was the most yards they had given up all year. That's what I thought. The most yards before that was 394 in week 1 against the Chargers. And then since then, teams just didn't get a sniff on them to approach 400 yards. And the Bills put up 404, the most all year. Okay, but how did you do 404? 260 of that through the air, 260 plus from Josh Allen. 140 on the ground. That is a balanced two-dimensional attack. When you can do that, this is what This is what McDermott talks about, and it's true. It's hard to do. But if you can keep a team off balance and run and throw like that, that is exactly the formula for winning a game for 60 minutes. And what I said, controlling a game. That's what they did. Okay, that's offensively. This was also, I think, the most balanced, do we want to use the word complimentary football game this team has played. Whatever word you want to use. You hate complimentary football, that's cool. The way the defense also controlled this game. Getting after Patrick Mahomes. 3 sacks, 15. Let me state that again. 15 quarterback hurries. Hits, hitting him. Not allowing him to scramble. They controlled Patrick Mahomes all day. I just told you the Chiefs allowed the most yards in a game all season that the Bills put on them yesterday with 404. On the other side of the ball, the Chiefs offense had their second lowest output of the season. The only other time they were as low as what they were yesterday at 305 yards was 294 in week 2 against the Eagles. That's it. I am listening and driving in, and I love it. I mean, like, this is what we do. It's a reaction show, but man, the tenor and the sound of you, the callers, social media, at Sal Sports, by the way, on X. Bullpen, high bullpen, I'll get to you in a second. Everybody, it's just so different when this team wins versus loses, right? And man, the stuff leading up all week to this game, and now you get here on a Monday and you win the game, and I'm looking up. In the studio right now, I got it up on my screen. It says, are the 6-2 Bills the best team in the AFC? It's literally frozen on the screen for some reason, and I don't even know why, and it says it right there. That's how they're talking about the Bills around the country now. After, what's wrong with the Bills? Now it's, are they the best team in the AFC? This is what happens during football. Folks, it's a great reminder. It's a long season. It's a long season for a team. It's a long season for players. We'll get to that. Cole Bishop, a great, great reminder. Development is not linear. Every game is new. Every game has its own DNA. Every season does. There's peaks and valleys. We know this. What does it mean in the big picture yesterday, what they did? It keeps them on pace, in line, for what their goal is at the end of the regular season. A, win the division. B, get the 1 seed. You still have the New England Patriots ahead by a half game. It gives them a head-to-head against the Chiefs if the Chiefs were to win their division or play and match up in a wild card game. If they both won the division, or both were wild cards, I guess is the way I'll say it. It hurts the Chiefs more in their seeding and standing. Of course, it's not the end-all, be-all. We know they're still, that's that boogeyman there in the playoffs. Totally get it. But the game still mattered. I don't care if it's, I was so tired of hearing about, well, regular season, then they can't beat them in the playoffs, so who cares? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Do you think the Chiefs think it didn't matter yesterday? Does anybody think the Kansas City Chiefs didn't want to win the game yesterday? Yeah, it mattered. Mattered to the Bills, mattered to the Chiefs. Doesn't mean it means anything for what happens in the playoffs, other than where the teams are right now and how they could fall. Okay, we are streaming right now live on YouTube, on Twitch, WGR 550 on YouTube. Hello, Bullpen. Good to see you. That's what we call the chat box on the live stream on the Bullpen, on YouTube. We call it the Bullpen. So thank you for coming in. Hi, everybody. How are you today? We got Dan and Nick and AC and Go Bills. I mean, everybody's got to go Bills, right? I think a lot of people. Matthew, Hot Dirt, of course. Thank you so much. Walter's in here. Appreciate all of you coming by. What's up? You guys keep the chat going. I'll do the phone calls today. We'll have a good time today on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. All right, let's start it off. We got a full bank of phone lines. And Thomas has been waiting patiently down in Florida. What's going on, Thomas?
Well, Thomas from Florida, first live Chiefs-Bills game I've missed in 5 years, and it worked out well. So maybe I'm not the good luck charm I thought I was. But I want to talk about the emotional leader impact of Michael Hoyt.
Yeah.
It appeared to me the second he entered the starting lineup, he elevated the play of every player around him. He was a rabble-rouser, pumping up guys. Everyone seemed to play better while he was on the field.
Yeah.
The fact that Ed Oliver is also that type of guy, I'd like to know what player or free agent acquisition could step into that role. I have a player in mind who would come cheap, Denario Davis, 36-year-old middle linebacker for the Saints, who's always been their emotional leader, playing for a terrible team, still ranked in the top 10 PFF grades at linebacker, would come cheap, would provide that emotional lift at a cheap, affordable price. I want to know from you, who else do you think could step into that role?
I mean, I don't know where Demario Davis would play, right now at his position, because Shaq Thompson's a guy right now that also, by the way, I think Shaq helps out there. I don't disagree. I think you're 100% right, by the way, Thomas. I mean, the way you put it, the minute Michael Hoyt stepped onto the field in the lineup, it changed this defense. It changed the attitude. Sean McDermott said the attitude has changed. I mean, you're talking about two different things, though. You're talking about on the field, and you're talking about the emotional part of playing the game on the field and off the field. And I don't think you can replicate that from anybody, but you hope that what he brought rubs off, and you hope that he's still around the team and able to do that, but not necessarily on the field. It's going to happen. Sure, you want to bring a guy like Demario Davis to do that? I don't know where he's playing, though. Is he going to play over Terrell Bernard and Shaq Thompson when he's playing middle linebacker? I'm not sure. But sure, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. The answer to on the field is going to be probably right now Javon Solomon, and he's not Michael Hoyt. What I mean by that is where they put him. Passing downs, he was the guy before Michael Hoyt in that role. Now he's going to be as well. It's a massive, massive loss for the Bills. Michael Hoyt is a massive, massive loss for the Bills. He allowed the Bills defense to be transformative. And what I mean by that is like a transformer. The old the show and the cartoon and all that. He's a shapeshifter. He allowed the Bills to do so many different things they couldn't do. And now with him and Ed Oliver out, what I think they need more than anything is a little interior pass rush. That was really all we got as far as injuries from the Bills, but it was a big one. That's the Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-MILLION. Let's go to Ken in Syracuse. Hi, Ken. You're on WGR.
Good morning, Sal. Happy Victory Monday to you. Sorry if someone has brought this up before, and our head coach has taken a lot of flack over when he uses timeouts.
Yeah, he does.
But he used that timeout against the Chiefs before the Chiefs' field goal because a Bill was lined up offside.
That is correct. I pointed that out last night. I pointed that out last night. Nobody has on this show, but you're the first person. I just started the show. But that is correct, yes, and I get it. And I saw it last night, and people were complaining about timeouts, and I know that this coach has a tendency to use timeouts on defense for different situations. If they had not called timeout, the Chiefs had a free first down. I think it was Jordan Hancock. He was lined up offsides on a 4th and 5.
That is exactly who it was.
So my question to anybody who's upset is, would you literally rather have them have the free first down? Of course not. Now, we can be mad about the process, and that's inexcusable. You can't line up offsides, right? That's coaching, that's playing, that's everything. These guys know not to line up off sides. And we can be mad about that all you want. Holy cow, I want my coach, if he sees that, any coach, I want my coach calling timeout in that situation. I'm not giving the Chiefs a free first down.
Right. From my seat in the stadium, I'm right along that yard line. It was clear to me that Hancock was offsides.
Yeah.
So, and so McDermott called a timeout, and when the team walked over, he immediately walked over to Hancock and told him,
that's right.
You were offside.
That's right. I saw the same thing. Ken, I still was debating somebody this morning who told me, I don't care, it's still a wasted timeout. No, it's not. It's only wasted in the fact that Jordan Hancock caused you to waste it.
Yep.
Right? It's not wasted from a strategic standpoint because you can't give them a free first down. Thanks, Ken. I appreciate that. Now, that being said, there was another timeout he used after a big play down the sidelines because the defensive line was gassed and he wanted to get new guys in there and the Chiefs were moving the ball. And you can complain about that. That's fine. But there are reasons for these things. Let's go to Michael in Atlanta. Hi, Michael.
Hey, Sal. Great victory. By the way, I'm hoping you can leave me out so I can hear. I know sometimes you have to cut the call to give some of your response, but if you can leave me out, at least hear your response would be great. But I do have a few things I want to address, and then ended up with something that really bothered me. Okay, so this is, to me, is a very big victory for many reasons, and I'm sure you know the stat. It's the only game Patrick Mahomes has completed less than 50% of his passes.
Yes.
Huge victory for the defense, right?
Yep.
Allowing a 100-yard rusher, a 100-yard receiver. These things don't happen against the. I don't know when the last time was. Sometime early last year that they allowed a 100-yard rusher.
Week one of last year, 100-yard rusher, but that was Lamar Jackson. It will have to go back to 2023 for a 100-yard running back.
There you go. Okay, so to me, yes, I feel like a lot of fans. I've been a fan since the first time. I think it was 68 or 69 when I was listening on the radio when O.J. Simpson was a rookie and he was returning kickoffs and punts. I think back then. That's when I became a fan when I was a little kid, and I've stuck with him all the way. But to me, this victory is a bit different than the other victories against the Chiefs. And I know a lot of people, like you said, feel that, oh, yeah, well, they beat them, but they can't beat them in the playoffs. I'm sorry, the playoffs are for winners, okay? You have to admire whatever it is, if it's a fighter, if it's a team that keeps getting back up and keeps fighting, okay? If they don't get in the playoffs, if they don't win these games, is that better? Does that mean that the Kelly era was all for nothing because they lost 4 Super Bowls and nobody was any good on that team? That's ridiculous, and I'm sick of hearing this. So, and especially with all the adversity that it had this year and all the questions about the offense and the inconsistency on defense, and a lot of those questions are valid. But when you cure those problems, or at least start to head in the right direction against a good team last week and a great team, as you said, many are saying this is maybe the best team in football right now. Tony Romo could not stop raving about the Chiefs and about Mahomes before the game started, and they really did a great job. The Bills, like you said, didn't dominate, but they controlled the game. Okay. So here's the thing that bothered me is to have these feelings as a fan, to have this great excitement. And then last night after the game, and I know the unwritten 11th commandment with your station and any station, you don't want to talk against the people that are saying whatever they're saying that might be bad. But at the end of that game, the announcers around the game for the post game and for taking phone calls, celebrate what? What? They beat the
Okay, wait, hold on, Michael. If this is a point about other hosts on the station, that's not really for me right now. This is not what I do here. So.
I understand, but we want to be excited as fans.
Okay, that's cool. And you are. But wait, you have a chance right now. You're on with me. So if you want to do that, go ahead and do that.
I know.
Okay.
Right. But I'm saying is that that enthusiasm.
Okay.
Fans like me that are that passionate.
Great.
We feed off of that. We don't want to be.
Okay.
Have mud thrown in our face after a victory.
Okay, well, that's okay. You can pick it up with the people who did that, okay? It's not me, so I appreciate it, Michael. Thanks a lot for the phone call. Thank you. I got to go. All right, Mark in Canada. What's up, Mark?
Yeah, how you doing, my friend?
Good, thank you.
I'm in Canada, so if you can give me a minute, my wife doesn't want to hear me talk about football. I just wondering, it kind of frustrates me a little bit as a fan when you hear these guys on national media, to talk about the first takes and all those guys, what's his face there, on First Things First. And they're talking about Mahomes always beats Allen. Even all over today, we can't appreciate this win because it doesn't mean anything in the playoffs. And I'm just like, well, obviously, the team that beats the Chiefs in the playoff in the regular season is never the team that he has to face in the postseason. But nobody talks about that. They act like it's just the one team is the same team. Well, we lost Von Miller. There was a direct reason why we beat the Chiefs that year. He wasn't available in the playoffs. We had some guy who was retired on a camping trip with his family come out and try and guard Travis Kelce. Then we sit here now and we destroyed the Chiefs. But that's not going to happen later in this year because Michael Hoyt's gone. I don't know if Ed Oliver's coming back. So Patrick Mahomes is going to line up against practice squad players, and then we're going to act like he's the best quarterback who ever lived. Well, if he's the best quarterback who ever lived, maybe he should have a harder time. Meanwhile, Josh Allen is putting up the same stats going against Pro Bowlers and future Hall of Famers. And so it just, I guess, if you had the answer to the Michael Jordan, LeBron debate, then maybe as talk show host and radio host, maybe that's their profession, and maybe you guys aren't allowed to give the answer because it would kill the narrative, and then you have to talk about something else. But it's like the answer is so simple. And it's so frustrating to see Josh Allen's a loser because, guys, he doesn't come with the same team that the other guys come with. And like that's just not being talked about. Like it's very simple. Like why these things matter, and we got to do something at the deadline because that's going to matter. We got to. I don't know. Jeffrey Simmons, is he available? Because that's something we could do. Like, can Michael Hoyt, retire because he's upset, and then like unretire, we get cap space?
No, they don't get cap space for Michael Hoyt. No matter if he retires, he's on IR, nothing like that. I have to be super honest with you. I'm kind of confused about the phone call. I think he's just saying, hey. I think he's just saying like, I don't really know. I don't really know. Thank you. I appreciate that. I know. And I know you're in Canada and you said your wife doesn't let you talk about football or something. So this is an outlet for you, and that's great. I was kind of confused there on what the point was. But they're not playing. He's not going to play practice squad players unless the Bills have a whole bunch of more of injuries. And the Chiefs will have injuries too, and injuries can't be an excuse. Every team has them. And I agree that the Bills have lost some key players in those games. And that's been a big deal. And that's why the 1 seed's important. To not get injured before you play the Chiefs later in the playoffs, which they have in a couple of different instances. Billy up in Toronto. What's going on, Billy?
Hey, I'll tell you what. I gotta. If that was my wife, that'd be my ex-wife. If I can't talk football, simple as that, fellow Canadian. Listen, Sal, what a great game. How many times have I called you and said to you how to beat Mahomes? And they did it, and it's not on me, but I mean, they did it exactly the way we said it. We've seen what Tampa Bay did in the Super Bowl. We've seen what Philly did. I want to ask, how many yards did Patrick Mahomes run for?
5.
How many yards? 10? 15,
5.
maybe?
I just said 5.
Yeah. This is how you beat these running quarterbacks, and he's a lot better than a running quarterback. But my God. I mean, I said you make Patrick Mahomes pass the ball when he can't run. He's not as good as everybody thinks. And that's exactly what the Bills did. I loved everything. I didn't think we could run the ball as well as we did. We ran it down their throats. When Mahomes did get to the sidelines that one time, we didn't think that he was going out. We drilled him. I thought we might have got a 15-yard penalty. Drilled him into next week. I just love the way the Bills played this game.
Yeah, that was AJ Epinesa. I think every single football fan looked for a flag after that play because that's just what happens, right? Man, did he crush him. Check out my my post on that. I quote tweeted Dan Fates in Rochester with a great video of that. What a hit. Holy cow. And he was feeling it. Patrick Mahomes was feeling it for sure. Good start to the program. We'll take a timeout here. We'll come back with more of your phone calls on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show on WGR Sports Radio 550. Sal Capaccio with you on a Buffalo football victory Monday.
Right away, you could tell, again, talk about attitude and mindset. The way we were running the football in that first series, James Cook, the O-line, you could just see our pads were in this direction. It was a forward lean on our offensive line and a forward lean on our offense, Josh included. And when he's rolling like that, I know he's vibing, and we go. It gives us more of a chance to be aggressive on fourth downs. I mean, he's an elite competitor.
Sean McDermott right there. All of our post-game sound available at WGR550.com and in the Odyssey app. By the way, real quick, forgot to tell you, obviously, courtesy Chris Brown and the Buffalo Bills Radio Network. You heard a little bit of his calls leading into the program, so I wanted to make sure you knew. That was from Chris and the Buffalo Bills Radio Network a little bit earlier. We got a couple Anthony's on the line. Let's start in Long Island with Anthony. Go ahead. You're on WGR. Anthony, you there?
Hey, Sal. Sorry, Sal. How are you?
I'm good. Thanks, bud.
All right. So really, really excited about the win yesterday. Team looked great. Demoralized about the Hoyt injury. He definitely made a huge difference with the defense. I loved how the defense was able to match up with the coverages in the secondary. They looked so good and in sync yesterday. And Harrison playing and just chasing Worthy looked phenomenal too. That burst of speed, just so evident that we didn't have that earlier in the season,
Yeah, for sure. I mean, listen, I think it's made a difference. Sean McDermott having more of a hand, it appears, calling plays, although he hasn't officially said he's calling them. He says he's doing the same amount, but I think it's clear that he's having more of a role, whether he's outright doing it all or not. The coverage and the pass rush is marrying together better, the way it's supposed to look. And to your point about Hairston having more athleticism on the field, no doubt about it. No doubt. And that play, him running with Worthy, that doesn't show up in the box score. That's not a pass defended. It's not an interception, obviously. It's an incomplete pass. But that is a great example of what a guy like that can bring. And suddenly, your first-round draft pick is looking like a first-round draft pick, right? Where it's like, oh my God, they're getting nothing from this draft class, and now, bam, here comes your first-round pick looking like he should. And in a big game against a team that you drafted him kind of basically to make sure almost, I'm not saying specifically for Kansas City, but yeah, I mean, they matter when you're making those decisions. Alex in Pittsburgh. What's up, Alex?
Hey, Sal, thanks for taking my call.
Yep.
First-time caller, long-time listener. First, I want to say you guys do a great job covering the Bills. I'm not in the local market, so I rely on you guys. You guys do a great job. My point is, I want to call and say how impressed I am with the defense. Even with the injuries of Oliver and Hoyt, I'm not discouraged as much just because the secondary has been picking up. Cole Bishop, I watched a lot of his college tape. I was excited when we drafted him, and he looks like he's coming into his own. And Maxwell's speed is evident. That play, when Mahomes threw deep down to, Worthy, and he was step by step with him, it was just phenomenal. And, I'm excited, and I just want to hear what you have to say, and go Bills, and thank you again. Bye.
Yeah, you got it. Thanks a lot for the phone call. We got a lot to get to today, and we're going to do sit up, stand down, hey buddy, in the next hour. But 803-0550 is the telephone number to call here in the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show on a Buffalo Football Monday. Pat is in Foxborough, Massachusetts, where the Patriots moved to 7-2. What's up, Pat?
Oh, Sal, it's so fun. Oh, you know how people were so loving if the Bills had lost last night, and now all my neighbors. They hate me. I love it. Hey, I think this might be McDermott's best masterclass coaching game maybe ever. I mean, he did everything right, and this is a testament to Bean. His draft worked. They played their time to bring Maxwell. They took their time with him, and man, he delivered. And Cole Bishop, second year, getting better. He was a stud. Was he the best player on the field, Sal?
He might have been. Cole Bishop, did you say? I'm sorry.
Yeah, Cole Bishop.
Yeah, he might. I mean, I don't know if he's the best player in the field. Josh Allen was pretty darn special last night.
On the
but
defense.
yeah, but yeah, I think so. I mean, listen, I think everybody was. Joey Bosa had 5 quarterback hits. Greg Rousseau 4. So I don't want to necessarily single out. I will say this though, to your point, that was Cole Bishop's best game as a pro, and Cole. This was a great reminder. Okay, a great reminder, Pat, that development is not linear, and we can't make these sweeping judgments on players after one game. The guy had started 4 games last year. He had started a couple of games this year. He had injuries. He has started less than a full season in the NFL.
Bills fans, wanted this guy off the team. They wanted him shot out of a can into the sun, off the field.
I didn't. He's a second-year player.
I know.
And you
I'm
can
saying.
tell he's athletic.
I know. And the point is, though, like, this is why you can't be so beholden to the moment in each game. It is. These guys develop like it's professional sports. You can't just walk in and make these impacts. And the injuries held him back. We know that. He needed the reps. He's getting them now. He's not perfect. He is ascending, and he's going to be just fine.
And one other point. Thank God college basketball is starting, man. Oh, jeez.
Yeah, I love it too. I love it.
And the NIL is such a mess. It's still fun, man.
Tonight, right? Opening night tonight, right? Official opening night is tonight.
I believe, right?
Yeah, tonight. Yeah, it's going to be awesome. I love it, Pat. Thank you very much. Cody in Rochester's up next. What's up, Cody?
Good morning, Sal. Happy Victory Monday.
You got it.
2 questions for you. Number one, should we expect to see McDermott involved more with defensive play calling? Because it's clear as day that since last week against the Panthers and then this week, our defense looks totally energized. They look like they're on task. I mean, there were a couple moments last night where there was some confusion, but I think overall they all understood the assignment. And then the other question was, Andy Reid threw, at least from where I was sitting, it looked like he threw a challenge flag to challenge the intentional grounding play or call on the Chiefs. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I didn't think coaches were allowed to challenge a penalty. Is that correct?
So some are and some aren't. That's correct. That's a judgment call. I guess from what we were told and the way that it played out in real time, that you can't challenge that because that's a judgment call. Okay, I'm still kind of unclear on a lot of the fallout of this because there are people who say, and I think this has happened before, if you throw the challenge flag in a situation you're not allowed to, you're supposed to get another penalty on top of it. Like, that's a delay of game penalty, which I believe is correct as well. It was tipped. They should have. I think that the proper call was not made on the field, but that happens a lot, and you can't challenge that particular call. Gene Steratore didn't know you couldn't challenge that call, apparently, from the TV broadcast, from what I'm being told. There's still a lot that I'm kind of trying to figure out about this morning to have a better answer, but that was a very, very long process and situation that should not have taken so long to iron out.
Right on. I appreciate it, Sal. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. I wish I had a better answer for you, but I don't. Gene Steratore said he had never seen anything like that in his career. Andy Reid attempted to challenge the flag, only to be told he couldn't. Yeah, I don't know. I'm still kind of trying to figure it out. You know what? Here's the other thing I'll say about all that. I don't care. That team gets a lot of calls and a lot of big moments. The Bills got one yesterday. Live with it. Deal with it. Sports. Corey in Buffalo. What's up, Corey?
Hey, Sal. How are you, man?
Good.
Doing well. I just wanted to touch on a couple things. Offensively, a lot of people, nag on Joe Brady's play calling. I thought he called a phenomenal game yesterday. There was a couple of plays, the read option run with Josh, which we haven't ran at all this year.
Yep.
The Cook pass to the flats was a beautiful play design. And then, I'd like to see us throw the ball down the seam a little bit more, maybe outside the numbers, so Coleman stretch the defense a little bit more. But other than that, man, what a game from the offensive side.
Yeah, and I like the read option, by the way, they ran it right at Chris Jones, and Osiris Torrance had a nice block on that. So, you do with that what you will, because that was a really big play, obviously, and a great call. I love the Cook pass as well. It's the first time he's been targeted in the passing game, actually, in a while, and it came at the exact right time when they needed a big third down late in the game. And then the thing about Coleman is he's got to win, right? He's got to win on the outside if you want that to happen, and I still don't know if that's happening. It's still an issue. I mean, this was a tight end game for the Bills. And you know what? Anthony, North Carolina, wants to touch on that. Go ahead, Anthony.
Hey, Sal. How's it going?
Good, thanks.
Thank you for taking my call.
Yep.
And so first off, I want to say, I love how we utilized the tight ends yesterday. The Bills need to do that more often. I felt like the way when they were using them yesterday, it felt like how Brady used to use his tight ends all the time. And it's very similar to how Patrick Mahomes uses his tight ends all the time. And I feel like the Bills should do that more often. And then the second thing I wanted to add was I feel like the Bills should add another wide receiver. I think it'd be great if they would go after one. Hoping they do. But anyways, I'll hang up and listen. Go Bills.
Yeah, listen, I know this isn't the answer people want to hear. They are going to get Josh Palmer back at some point here. That'll help. But even with Josh Palmer, totally understand, and I agree. They need more help. I've been on the Rashid Shaheed kind of train for a while, and I don't know if that is the answer. But to me, he gives you the elements you need. A downfield threat, guy with the ball in his hands. He's good at rack, yards after catch, which is which is what the Bills like to do. And he's a really good return man, and you could kind of solve a roster issue right there because right now Brandon Codrington's inactive. He's taking up a roster spot, and, Khalil Shakir's returning those punts. So I think Rashid Shaheed would fit there. Olave is the more complete, better receiver. He'd cost you more, though. What receivers available? Jacoby Myers? Not sure. I really like Jacoby Myers. I've always been a Jacoby Myers fan. Not sure if he's a little redundant, though, of what you have on the roster already. We'll see what they do. Tuesday at 4 p.m. is the trade deadline. We'll take a timeout here. We'll come back. We'll take more of your phone calls. And then, of course, next hour, we'll get to more of yesterday and sit up, stand down, hey, buddy, but a lot more of your calls on the way at 803-0550 on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. Hey, folks, when it comes to the most important piece of jewelry,
All right, let's continue on with your phone calls here on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show on a Buffalo Football Monday. Steve is in Virginia. Good to talk to you, Steve. What's up?
Hey, how you doing today, Sal?
Good, thank you.
Hey, I was wanting to go over the secondary. So I know weeks past I was kind of down on Benford. He just kind of looks like an average corner, but looks like things are finally changing with the secondary with the addition of Harrison, and also in the secondary as well in the safeties because they look a lot better yesterday. And a huge play at the end was when McCombs threw the deep pass, and I believe it was Hancock who knocked down the ball. I mean, we've seen so many times that play getting made on the Bills, so it's great to finally see, the Bills secondary be able to knock down a play like that.
Yeah, listen, I mean, it all works in conjunction. And, I mean, Benford did get beat pretty badly on a one-on-one route yesterday, and that's going to happen. And that was the Hollywood Brown play towards the end at the end of the half. But, yes, the answer is what you said, Steve, which is when you have other people around you, you become better yourself because everybody fills a better role and a bigger role, and you don't have to be relied upon to do everything yourself, right? I mean, the secondary just works better with better athletes, and that's what they have right now back there. And the ascension of some of these guys and their development, which is mattering. Let's go to Joe in New York. Hi, Joe.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good, Joe. How are you?
Okay, look, talking about play calls with Brady, I know he made some good calls, but boy, the one that drove me crazy was we had a 3rd and 10, and he calls that play to Shakir, that short pass on the side.
Yep, tunnel screen.
We never get 10 yards on that. I don't know why he expected to get 10 yards on that play.
Well, I'll go halfway here. I'll go halfway with you. I agree with you. I did not like that call, but they do get 10 yards. They just had a 54-yard touchdown last week on it. You know what I mean? So they do get yards, and they do get a lot. And maybe he was trying to get a certain amount to try and go for it. But I'm not going to disagree with you, Joe. I didn't like that call in that moment, but I thought overall it was a good game plan by the Bills offense. I thought it was good play calling by Joe Brady. I'm not going to nitpick on one call, but I didn't like it either.
Yeah, I got you, but I don't like that play, period. But
it's been pretty effective. Crazy. It's been pretty effective for him this year. They lead the NFL in yards after catch, mainly because of that play.
Okay. Well, I think a lot has to do with Shakir over the middle and the yards he gets.
He gets way more yards after catch on those kinds of plays. But either way, Joe, you're not wrong. I agree with you on the play call there. I didn't like it at all. I appreciate that. But they did score on it a couple weeks ago. Walter in Toronto. Hi, Walter.
Hey, Sal. Good morning. Good morning. I just want to touch upon something you guys were talking about earlier, that Andy Reid, he was trying to challenge that, and he shouldn't have been challenged. And then, it turned out to be a delay of game. And because I was watching, I was there, and the offensive coordinator for the Chiefs the whole time was talking to Mahomes. So, in effect, it was a timeout for Kansas City. And what is your opinion about if that was a younger coach and you were coach and not Andy Reid with his pedigree? Do you think a coach would have been able to do that? I mean, it felt like forever that the game was.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a good. I don't know. It's a good question. I agree with you. Like sometimes these guys get benefit of the doubt on who they are, what they are, or what's happening. But it just that took way too long, and he basically. I know the clock was already stopped, but he essentially got a free timeout out of it anyway.
Yeah, definitely. And over the years I've criticized McDermott, but and we were all wondering what's the deal with all these timeouts. But obviously, when you're at the game, you don't have the insight of getting people like yourself explaining that the guy was offside, and so we're all like, what is he calling a timeout? But
yeah, I mean, I don't think. I mean, if people think he's just thin air, like, hey, you know what? Let me. Which way is the wind blowing? Let me call timeout. It doesn't work like that. No. People can be upset about the fact that these timeouts are being used when they are, but at least understand why. Because if your argument is right, and I know you're not saying this, Walter, but if your argument is, oh my God, I can't believe they used it on that situation when he was offsides. Well, the alternative is you're telling me you'd rather have the free first down, and that's just not negotiable to me.
No, knowing the information, yeah, absolutely. Call the timeout because why give them a first down?
That's right.
They were stalling, right?
To be upset, you should be upset at Jordan Hancock lining up sides. He knows not to do that, and he did.
Yeah, good point. Good point.
Yeah.
But let's see how we work through these injuries. I mean, every team has them, and And I really, really like to see the Bills. I'm licking my wounds over the Blue Jays losing. So
I know, buddy. I mean, that's some of the best baseball I've ever seen in my life, though, man. Unbelievable. What a series. Let's go to Kevin in Florida. Hi, Kevin.
Hey, Sal. Happy Victory Monday to you.
Okay, buddy. You too.
Hey, so a couple things here. So on the intentional grounding, so I agree. I don't understand how they weren't charged a timeout for that, because when the challenge flag comes out, we've got to charge a timeout or we're going under review, right, even if it's not a reviewable play. So I'm real confused about that. It wasn't able to be reviewed, right, because the only aspects of intentional grounding that can be reviewed, and you can check me on this, but I'm pretty sure, it's where the pass is landed, whether the quarterback was in the pocket or the spot that the pass was released from, so we could establish the spot of the foul, right? So the rule specifically states it's physical contact from a defensive player, right? That is the rule for intentional grounding, and his arm was never hit. It being tipped, like you said earlier, is not able to be challenged, right? That doesn't matter. They have to use a judgment on if that's not tipped, would it have reached the receiver? And on that play, I believe Worthy was on the outside. I think he was running a go ball. So that ball was never getting there regardless, right?
Yeah. I mean, the overall point is, like, obviously that whether or not it was able to be reviewed or not be able to be reviewed, or they made a good call or a bad call, I think the issue a lot of people have is, but he still threw the flag and he's not supposed to. And when you do that, you're not supposed to. You're supposed to be charged a penalty, and he didn't get the penalty.
Yeah. No, I agree. I don't understand it. That doesn't make any sense to me. So just a couple other things here. So real quick. So the screens, to your point with the last caller, I get it. We get some yards. It's questionable sometimes with running the screens, because I think in that one he brought up, I think we had on second or on third down or on second down they threw a pass over the middle of the field, and then third down we run the screen. I would have rather that been reversed, right?
Yep.
And then on that 4th and 2, throwing that deep ball, why not run Josh, right? I get we don't want to run him all the time, but on something like that, keep the ball in your best playmaker's hands outside of James Cook.
I thought it was going to be a Josh run on the first 4th down the Bills went for. Remember during second drive, midfield, they're at 4th down. I don't know if that's the one you're talking about, but I didn't like that. I thought, they should have. I thought so too. And what I didn't like about that was they kind of hurried up because the Chiefs were in a certain personnel they liked, which is fine, but I don't think they got to their best play by doing that.
No, I totally agree. I really thought it was a Josh run there, and that, I was expecting we were going to get a first down from that. One question for you. Well, I have one point and then a question. So I think, in my opinion, Cole Bishop without Taylor Rapp is playing so good. So good without Taylor Rapp, with having Poyer back there. And say what you want about Poyer, and people can say, I love Jordan Poyer. Yes, he's lost a step because he's 34 or whatever it is. I get it. But I think having Jordan Poyer back there with Cole has just brought a different aspect of Cole, right? And I think I think it's tremendous for him. My biggest holdup here is the quote-unquote tush push that we run compared to what the Eagles run. Yes, the Eagles are always offsides on that play. I get it. We're putting that aside, right? Jalen Hurts is 6'1", and Josh is 6'5". It is so hard for us to get a first down compared to them. Why is that? I can't figure it out.
Well, it wasn't always. It wasn't always. It just showed up last year in the championship game. I mean, otherwise, it was their best play all year, except, I guess, once against LA, but that was 2 yards ago. But, I mean, it really was an automatic first down up until the championship game last year. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So, but why is it Josh is always so high? Why are we not going low?
Well, that's a good question. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that, Kevin. You know, I mean, I get it. I get the question and why. I gotta go though. Good phone call. I want to tell everybody something about the Cole Bishop, Jordan Poyer playing relationship together when we come back. I'll do that in my extra point from the sidelines and something that happened yesterday right after the game that I think you'll be interested in. 803-0550, the number to call. Hour 1 is down. Hour 2 on the way on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show.
Big challenge, obviously. He's been doing it for a really long time, super smart. I'm sure if you guys watch, you see the stuff he does, being able to sit down in zones and everything, and there's still things that he got that we can improve on. So just being able to try to limit him and that offense as much as we can.
Cole Bishop's one of these guys that, like, he's just very sticks to the plan and the script of what you're supposed to say to the media, right? He doesn't really give you much. It's great, though. Love to see him ascending and playing the way he is. And got with him yesterday at the post-game interview as well on the radio and on the Buffalo Bills radio network. And we're going to start right now this hour with my extra point from the sidelines. It's a deeper look at something that happened in the game. And it is brought to you by Catholic Health. Catholic Health, the right way to care. And it's that. See, so here's how it works. At the end of the game, when the Bills win, I have an opportunity to, interview a player on the field before they head to the locker room and kind of work it out with Bills PR, who's going over to CBS, who's doing this or that. And I said, I want Cole Bishop. Like, oh, yeah, absolutely. Let's do that. So I'm watching Cole, and I'm standing right at the goal line at the end of the game, knowing this is the last play. I mean, if it's a Hail Mary and it's complete, then maybe it's not the last play, but I'm standing right there. I'm watching. I'm knowing I'm going to go get Cole Bishop, hopefully, after this ball falls harmlessly to the earth. That happened. So I run out of the field to grab Cole and was like, hey, post-game radio interview, you ready? As I'm walking out there to get to Cole Bishop, I see Jordan Poyer go right over to him, and they just shared this really cool, long embrace. And I just think it's a really good testament to what Jordan Poyer has meant to Cole Bishop. And this is a really big key part of it. How Jordan Poyer is accepting that role. Jordan Poyer is accepting that role to be the mentor. The Bills got laughed at for signing Jordan Poyer to the practice squad at the beginning of the season. Laughed at. I'm not, and I understand why. Oh my God, can we stop bringing all these guys back? Micah, Jordan Poyer, Jordan Phillips, Jordan Poyer, Gabe Davis. Stop it. What's he going to do? If he wants to be a coach, let him be a coach. Right? All the things you heard. The Bills got laughed at, completely panned, okay? Jordan Poyer is not the same player he used to be. No doubt. But what Jordan Poyer is someone who understands why it's important to have people like him doing this on a professional football team. And one of the first things he said when he signed in Buffalo was that he had a conversation with Micah about this and said, Micah said, you're going to need some humble pie. You're not going to be the guy you were. And that's going to be tough to deal with. You're going to be on scout team. Practice squad. That's tough. And Jordan said, I don't care. I want to help. I want to be here and help. And I just think it speaks volumes about a guy like that to do that. And you know what? There's going to be a time this year where Jordan Poyer is going to get beat athletically on a play, and we're going to go, ooh. In fact, it happened yesterday. There was a play early in the game, maybe the Chiefs' second drive. There's a crossover in the middle, and it's Jordan Poyer who's matched up on someone. I'm like, that's Rashee Rice, I think it was. I'm like, that good, right? You don't want to see that. I get it. I'm not telling you Jordan Poyer needs to play 100% of the snaps. He doesn't. But there is a direct correlation of the ascension of Cole Bishop and the development of Cole Bishop with having Jordan Poyer next to him. And not just in the games. It's also on the practice field, in the meeting rooms. The things that people laughed at the Bills for doing. Who said, we need this guy to help this other guy because he's going to see things and be next to him. It's not a coach. The coach and a player are totally different. A veteran player and how he can help another player when they're watching film and going over a game plan is totally different than a coach actually teaching technique and taking the time to do that. Coaches are coaches. Players are players. Jordan's not a coach. He's a player. But what I saw yesterday at the end of that game, when I saw Jordan Poyer embrace Cole Bishop the way that they embraced each other at the end of that game, that spoke volumes to me about what he has meant and what they mean to each other and how they've accepted that relationship. And I think it's cool. 803-0550 is the number to call. Welcome back to the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show here on a Buffalo Football Victory Monday on WGR, presented by Catholic Health, the right way to care, brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com by Northtown Hyundai, Western New York's premier Hyundai dealership. Shop online at northtownhyundai.com. Let's go to Neil in North Carolina. Hi, Neil. You're on WGR.
Hey, thanks for taking my call, Sal.
You got it.
Totally agree with you on Poyer, and you're absolutely seeing it in the way he's in the way what's his name is playing.
Yeah, Bishop.
I mean, Bishop, awesome. I was watching Kyle Brandt this morning, and he said the biggest change he sees in their defense is Bosa, and he showed the replays from the game yesterday, and he looked like he was possessed. He actually said he looked like he was in his third year with the Chargers. He looked phenomenal yesterday. Yeah. It was really nice to see that. Nice to see the way they play defense in the secondary covering. I mean, Hairston played great as well. It was a great win to see. I am actually going to Miami for the first time. I've never been to a Bills game in Miami this Sunday. Really, really looking forward to it and hoping they do a number and a half on the Dolphins.
Yeah.
And hopefully I'll get to say hi to you.
All right. I love it, Neil. Thank you. I appreciate that. I hope we can as well. On your point and what you said, I want to give you something on Joey Bosa, too. After the game, in the locker room, we go and meet Joey Bosa at his locker. Hey, ask him questions about the game. In a 2-minute span, I could play the audio for you. I won't, but I'll just tell you. In a 2-minute span, Joey Bosa said the following things. Just couldn't be happier right now. Yeah, just happy. Feel reinvigorated here. So happy to be here. I'm just super happy and just super happy. I think Joey Bosa's happy. The Bills have had quite a few injuries this year, and they've taken a lot of shots for their training staff or conditioning or whatever because of certain injuries. I think we also have to recognize the training staff and Joey Bosa have done a great job to keep him healthy, and they need to keep doing that because they are now really dipping even more into their depth on the defensive front without Ed Oliver, without Michael Hoyt, two interior and exterior with Hoyt pass rushers. They got to keep Joey Bosa healthy. So far, so good. Knock on wood, that continues. Let's go to James in Florida. Hi, James.
Hey, Sal. How are you? Good morning.
Yep, good morning.
I just wanted to play off the Poe and Bishop. It seems like he's the Karate Kid and Poe's the Mr. Miyagi to the whole situation, but I wanted to remind people that fullbacks are people too, and I feel like Reggie just had a great game giving holes to Cook, and thanks for taking my call.
I gave him an arrow up, buddy. I gave him an arrow up. I appreciate that because he deserved one. You're right about that. Reggie Gilliam was a game changer yesterday. Reggie Gilliam coming right at you through a hole on ISO. What's ISO mean? You're isolated, one-on-one. Reggie Gilliam going through a hole on ISO, bam. Now, it's not necessarily ISO. Back in the day, I-formation ISO is basically fullback runs right at you. We ISO the linebacker. You hit him, and then the running back takes off the block, right? Nowadays, it's a little different. You have all these different concepts, but that's essentially the same thing. You're taking the fullback, you're running him into the hole, and you're hitting somebody. And Reggie Gilliam's doing that. He was great yesterday. I agree. I gave him an arrow up. 803-0550, arrow up, arrow down, WGR550.com. Tom in North Tonawanda. What's up, Tom?
Hey, Sal. So that caller there just took half of what I was going to talk about. You know how much I love Reggie, and you know that, and he was outstanding. So I'll go and talk about another guy that stepped in yesterday, and he's done this before and filled in. And that was Cam Lewis. He comes in the reserve at nickel corner, and he kind of play. Of course, we know he plays safety as well. And I thought he had an excellent game. He always seems whenever he does have to come in and fill in for Taron Johnson, he does his role, and he's great. And, I know he's a free agent at the end of the day. I'm worried the Bills somebody's going to see that and snag him. But I thought, it was kind of a seamless transition out there, and he really did.
You're talking about Cam, you said Cam will be a free agent? Is that what you said?
I think
but here's the thing. He's a free agent every year, and he comes back to the Bills, right?
I know.
I mean, Cam Lewis is never going to break the bank in free agency. He is what he is. He's a more of a over the minimum, but like a guy who's he's going to make a more of a minimum type of salary. And if a team wants him to be their starting nickel and pay him a good hefty salary, then good for him. That's great. I mean, but I think he's been in Buffalo 8 years. He went to UB, obviously. I wouldn't worry too much about that. I agree with your larger point, though. And Tom, I've been on the Cam Lewis bandwagon and train since he arrived in Buffalo after year one on the practice squad.
Yeah, and it's just good to see. It was perfect. You didn't, it was basically kind of one of those. oh, you didn't hear his name for doing anything bad, and that's what you want from the depth guys like that come in, and he had good coverage, made some nice plays out there, and it was good to see. You know, they have that type of depth where somebody as available as Karen Johnson goes down, and it was kind of a seamless transition. It was great to see.
Yeah, you got it, buddy. Thanks a lot. By the way, I am out of your loser pool.
Yeah, well, so is everybody else but 4 people. So
I took the Vikings, and I could not believe it. I'm like, come on. And, yeah, the Vikings won. There's a loser pool, so everybody knows. Paul Hamilton as well. Are you out 2-0? You're raising your hand. You out of the loser pool? Did you go in a loser pool?
I'm not.
Oh.
I'm not in those, but I'm in a different loser pool that I also lost on Minnesota.
Oh, yeah. So there you go,
so
Tom.
I hear
Carolina. How does Carolina win in Green Bay?
I know. Yeah, you're right. I mean, hey, it's the NFL, Tom. That's why. You know that, right, buddy?
I know. All right. Sal.
Yeah, good to see you. Good to see you yesterday. I appreciate that. All right. Dave in Buffalo. What's up, Dave?
Hey, Sal, how's it going? I just had a quick point. I'll take the win. It was a great game yesterday. But Mahomes played arguably the worst game of his career and still at the end of the game had a chance to go down the field and tie it. I just wanted to hear your thoughts on that. I'll hang up and listen.
Well, I mean, you tell me your thoughts on that. Why do you think that is? What's the point you're making?
The Bills need to go out. I think offensively they still struggle. Like the passing game did well yesterday, which scares me to think that they don't want to go and trade for a wide receiver.
I mean, they threw for 260 yards. They ran for 140. I don't think their offense struggled. They had 400 yards of offense.
I don't think they struggled, but I think because they did well, it's going to push the Bills away from trying to trade for a wide receiver, and that scares me.
Okay, well, I don't know. I mean, that's just pure speculation, and I have no idea. And I mean, yes, you're right. They still had a chance to win. It's football. It's a one-score game. I mean, it's 2 really good teams, right? So, yes, he played the worst game of his career, and they still had a chance because the Bills made a couple mistakes. If the field goal goes in, they don't even have that chance. And we can debate if the Bills should have punted or kicked a field goal. That's a fine debate. I have no problem with that. But if the field goal goes in, it's a 10-point game, and you're not even thinking about that, and that's not even a phone call. Let's go to Patrick in Las Vegas. What's up, Patrick?
Hey, Sal, 2 things. A, the pass rush was dynamite last night, and not just because of how often it got to Mahomes, but we kept our lanes. We did not over-pursue on Mahomes and allow him to get out and run for those 10, 15, 20-yard gains that he seems to do every time against Buffalo. And the second thing I want to say, as far as the trade deadline, we're not going to face teams that have a running back room as bad as Kansas City's did yesterday. And I would still say you've got to go defensive tackle, defensive lineman, something on the defensive side, because the win was nice against Kansas City. Don't get me wrong, and Mahomes can beat you by himself. But we were playing a team that was kind of they were being dealt to from the bottom of the deck in the running back room, and we're not always going to see that. I just want to make sure that we don't get lulled into a sense of security that our defense is phenomenal because we did this to Mahomes in Kansas City. We play Kansas City again. If they have Pacheco back in there, it's probably going to be a different game. And we have
maybe. I mean, he hasn't done much this year. I don't think they're a strong running team. I think they actually might have helped them to go to a power run game yesterday with Kareem Hunt. But look, I think the larger point though, Patrick, is I don't think I've never seen the Bills do that. Say, well, we're fine now, so everything's good. Every game's different. Every week's different. They prepare for every opponent different. You know what I mean?
Yep. No, I agree. We get caught in being prisoners of the moment sometimes, and we take what happens recently as a sign
100%.
of what's going to happen in the future. And
no, that's right.
Just say, watch out. That's all.
Yeah, that's it. Hey, I get it, and I think it's ever evolving, right? But no, you're right. The teams are different, and you're right, and they're going to be different when they play again, if they play again. But yesterday, the win by the Bills, the loss by the Chiefs. Right now, the Chiefs are on the outside looking in, folks, in the AFC. They're in the 8th seed out of 7. I still think they'll make the playoffs. They can still win their division. I mean, in 2 weeks, they play the Denver Broncos, and that's massive for them. They still have the Chargers on the schedule. We'll take a look around the league ourselves in just a little while. Robbie, another one from North Carolina. What's up, Robbie?
Hey, Sal, been watching you and listening to you for longer than you've been on GR, man. Love where you've gone in your career.
Well, I love being here, and I love that you said that. Thank you.
So, hey, real quick, thoughts and prayers out to my boy Jake. He needs it. But anyway, feel like we let off the gas there, man. And I love what we saw yesterday. That looked so good. But I feel like there was a moment we could have finished it. We let off the gas, whether it was Brady getting way too conservative or maybe some demons coming out, with the stupid commenters, on stupid announcers on TV saying 13 seconds and stuff.
Oh, jeez. Were they talking about it? Were they talking about it?
They said it on air. They said it on air.
Well,
during the game.
I guess they got to do that, though.
They don't have a choice, But anyway, with all that said, though, I mean, it's not like we're not thinking it in the back of our heads. We can't help it. I'll shut up and I'll hang up and listen. But what do you think, man?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think there's an argument to be made. I think you're caught in between how do you close this game out? You got to do it the best way, the right way. And sometimes you could be a little more aggressive, and then it doesn't work out. You're leaving more time on the clock. You're a little more conservative. It doesn't work out. It's less time, but you didn't get that first down. I think a big debate is what happened at the end with field goal versus punt, and that could go either way. I didn't mind kicking the field goal. Matt Prater's been excellent this year. It's in his range, and it was in his range. He hit the upright. If it goes in, it's a 10-point game at the end, and nobody's even thinking about it. But I would say this. This game probably was a little closer at the end than the stats showed, but that's just football, and you know that those things happen, right? I mean, a play here, a play there can just keep you in the game. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. Do we double down now with Hoyt out, or what do you think?
I don't know, man. I think it's going to be tough to go out and get a receiver, a defensive lineman. I think what they need to do, though, is find somebody to help in the interior pass rush. And I don't know if that's in-house because Javon Solomon has actually played that role. And you can tell me all you want, well, Javon Solomon's not good enough. But I don't know what else is out there and available that you're going to go out there, give up an asset, and be able to pay somebody's contract. The salary cap matters here, folks. They do not have room enough to go out and just make swings and make these trades. They're going to have to get creative in some way, and I don't know what that way is, but Tuesday at 4 p.m. is the deadline. Good phone call. Alex is up next. Alex in Rockland. What's up, Alex?
Good morning, guys. Happy Bill Victory Monday. Big win last night. I really want the fans to enjoy it. These wins are not easy to come by. On paper, I thought we were going to lose. No Ed Oliver, no Shaq Thompson, and I really felt that we were going to get carved up with their speed. But I have to give Bean credit. Bean's been taking a punch, as we know, on this radio station as well as fans across the world regarding Kincaid, regarding Hairston, regarding all these question marks. And yesterday, I think that was Bean's best game, looking at the depth that we have on defense. And it sucks to lose Hoyt, but that was Bean getting us Hoyt. It sucks to lose Oliver, but I do feel that we are at a critical point, that the Chiefs were the best opponent for us. We are blessed that the Chiefs played us, and we played the way that we did 2 days before the trade deadline. Now I want to go all in, give up as many firsts as we need, give up a second. It doesn't matter. It's all about now because we've just extended almost half our guys on defense. And we're capped. We're strapped. We don't have a lot of choices. So I feel like we have to give up those draft picks. I am totally okay with that. Our trust in Bean, my trust in Bean, has skyrocketed. Look at Cole Bishop yesterday. He was a freakish athlete. Hairston keeping up with Worthy, Hoyt, Bosa, all those players. Those are Bean's guys that he put on his roster. So we have to take a step back and respect and tip our hat to Brandon Bean because this team, for a second, I wish we had Oliver yesterday because then it would have been complete to see what this team could have looked like the way Bean had constructed this roster to be.
Yeah.
I'm really curious on what we're going to do going forward.
Yeah, it's interesting, Alex. It's interesting because I've had a couple phone calls, and I agree more with you what you're saying, which is I think this would allow them and help them to lean more into let's go get somebody. Not take the approach of, hey, we're just fine here. Look what we did with the roster we have. And we've had those phone calls, and we've had people say that today. And I think it's more like you say, which is, okay, this is a good, it's right there again. Everything you want is still right in front of you. Now, how do you do it? Maybe you go out there and make a deal, but, man, it is just going to be tough. Just telling you, folks, it's going to be tough. I don't know what they can do. Thanks, Alex. Good call. Steven in Florida. Hi, Steven.
Hey, happy Victory Monday, Sal.
You too.
Good to talk to you.
Okay.
So here's my take on this game. First of all, a little bit bittersweet because just like last week, this is a very costly win. Last week it was Oliver. This week Hoyt. I'm very sad to see that happened. But here's the thing. My perspective on this game was that this was the most balanced Bills performance I've seen since last season because on both sides of the ball, Joe Marino on the Bills squad show with Jeremy and Jerry, He said what the Bills are going to have to do is establish play action. That's exactly what they did on offense. They ran the ball well. Josh was in MVP form. Kincaid, all the guys on offense, the line, they were great. And then on defense, they did what they knew they had to do, which was get Mahomes out of his game, rattle his cage, put pressure on him. And I had told friends of mine, I predicted that Maxwell Harrison was going to pick off Mahomes in this game, and they were going to sack him at least 2 to 3 times. So this is a great win for the Bills, and nobody can say anymore, well, the Bills haven't beaten a good team. They just did it yesterday, and I think they're going to find a way, even with what's happened with the defense now with the injuries, where they're going to be able to come up with enough to continue in the win streak and go on to the playoffs and ultimately to the Super Bowl. So go Bills.
Okay, thanks a lot, Steven. We'll take a timeout here. When we come back, going to look around the NFL. What happened in week number 9? We'll take more of your phone calls. We do have a little bit of time left to do that at 803-0550 if you'd like. We can always get connected with you on social media at Sal Sports as well. And, of course, getting connected with our fans is brought to you by Northtown Kia, Western New York's #1 Kia dealer. Shop online at northtownkia.com. Sal Capaccio with you on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show on a Buffalo Football Victory Monday. Sit up, stand down. Hey, buddy, a look around the league. Next on the way on WGR. Hey, everybody, Sal Capaccio here for Oh, man. Having some fun on social today because I'll just tell you, and then you can go back and check it out. But so I tweeted I told you earlier, there's a great video of the hit on Patrick Mahomes by AJ Epinesa. Dan Fates from Wham in Rochester on the sidelines with the camera got a great look of it. It's a really great video. And I quote tweeted it, and what I said was, here's a look at the hit. Every football fan was looking for a yellow flag, not because it was a penalty, but just because. And oh my gosh. Chiefs fans have found this. Chiefs fans have found this tweet, and they think, oh, just because Josh Allen gets more calls than Patrick Mahomes. That's the responses from Chiefs fans. It's hilarious. There you go, Bills fans. Check it out. Go see my tweet at Sell Sports, the tweet of the quote tweet of Dan Fade's video, and the responses from Chiefs fans. Actually, I wasn't even referring it to it that way. It's more because just generally in quarterbacks, but yes, we know with Mahomes, but just generally quarterbacks, they get calls like that, right? But yeah, this quarterback, and I do think even Josh does get calls like that. I didn't even really mean it like that, although kind of, sort of. I really meant it just more in general as quarterbacks, but Chiefs fans have found this tweet, and they're mad. They're big mad, and you can go debate it if you want with them. That's funny. Greg is in Cleveland. Hi, Greg. What's going on? You're on WGR.
Hey, Sal. Doing great. Always enjoy the show, and it's always nice on a Victory Monday.
Yeah, thank you.
I was thinking, sometimes like that New England game, at the end of the game, you go, well, New England won, and that's, I guess, the bottom line. But the Bills, the turnovers, lost the turnover battle, and where the turnovers happened, right? Could have been a field goal here, gave up a touchdown there. This was a game that no matter, even if, and God forbid, Kansas City would have had that Hail Mary, came away and said, Buffalo, and they said it didn't dominate them, but boy, they handled them top, bottom, left, and right. And that was really, really good to see. So I'm kind of hoping they build on that. Obviously, the Michael Hoyt thing is really tough, but, hopefully they've got that energy back, and looking forward to seeing the rest of this season, play out.
Yeah, you got it. All around big victory for the Buffalo Bills yesterday, for sure. And really good victory, solid victory. Both sides of the ball. Special teams a little lacking yesterday. I thought that they didn't have their best day. They gave up a big kick return. They missed a field goal. You need a little bit more from there. Wisnowski was good with 2 punts out of 3 inside the 20. That's good, right? It wasn't like they were bad. I'm just saying, like, if you want to pick something apart, what do you got? You got the... I generally find this, though. This is a pet peeve of mine. This is happening today again, okay, which is I know that when the Bills win, not everything is great. Like, there's still things that you could say, you can improve here, improve there. There's this thing that they did wrong. There's that thing. That's what happens. Just like when they lose, not everything is terrible. There's this they did well, and that's the way it goes all the time, okay? But, man, some of you, when I say this, some, not a lot, I don't know, what's the percentage? Some of you, it just seems like you intentionally have to find the things that you're mad about. I don't know. That's just not a way for me to live. I can't do it. How do you live like that on a daily basis? The Bills just beat the Chiefs. They gave Patrick Mahomes his worst day statistically ever. Josh Allen had one of his best days statistically ever, franchise record at least, completion percentage. They ran for 140, threw for 260, had 400 yards of offense. They beat the Chiefs in their house, 28-21. They're in control the whole game. And the immediate reaction from some of this fan base is, but let me tell you why I hated the timeouts. The immediate reaction with some of the fan base is, I can't believe they kicked that field goal at the end. Dude. Like, that is just a weird way I just think it's a weird way to live. I just do. I'm sorry. It's not saying that everything's perfect. Yes, those are debatable things, and I could tell you, this didn't go right, and that was a bad call, and maybe Sean McDermott used a bad timeout here. It's all good. It's all fair. But it's sports. Enjoy when your team wins, especially a big victory. I just think it's if you try to do that, just try it. If you're one of these people I'm talking about, just try it the other way for a minute. Maybe it'll really just help you brighten your week a little bit. I don't know, man. It's weird. It's wild. 803-0550 is the number to call here on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. on WGR. I just quote tweeted the honey badger, not the real one, not who's the honey badger? The now I can't think of his name.
Matthew, right?
Tyrann Mathieu. Thank you. Yeah. This person online. Thank you, Owen. This person online goes by Honey Badger Cards, and he said just because Josh Allen gets more roughing calls than Mahomes, is that just because? It's so funny. Like, no, I actually meant because they overprotect QBs, but glad to see Chiefs fans found the tweet. It's funny. 803-0550 is the number to call. Let's get to what happened week number 9 in the National Football League. It started on Thursday night. The Ravens beat the Dolphins 28-6. Ravens now 3-5. Dolphins cleaning house. They fire Chris Greer, their GM, after the game. And then today, this morning, they trade edge rusher Jalen Phillips to the Philadelphia Eagles. Who is going to be playing for the Dolphins when the Bills play them on Sunday? Maybe Owen Parker and Dan Dale. I have no idea because I don't know who's going to be left on that roster by the time that they're done. I mean, hey, they have to do it, though. They really do. And honestly, like they're in no man's land right now. The Dolphins, they got to figure out their QB. But either way, Ravens 3-5, Dolphins 2-7. The Cincinnati Bengals defense is so bad. It is so bad. They gave up 576 yards of offense to the Chicago Bears and a running back that no one heard of before this week until he had to start on fantasy, and everyone was picking him up, and it worked out for you. Menanje. Is that how I say his last name? Menanje, right? 47 points for the Bears, 42 for the Bengals. The Bengals come to Buffalo the first weekend of December. I mean, you're like, can you put a 50 burger on them? You're thinking. That is, their defense is so bad, and yet their offense is so good. It really is. Joe Flacco threw for 4 more touchdowns and 470 yards. Can you imagine that? This dude is like, he's throwing the ball all over the place. All these touchdowns. They have Jamar Chase and T. Higgins putting up numbers after numbers, and they just cannot, they can't stop anybody. Bengals fall to 3-6. Bears go to 5-3 in a very competitive NFC North, and that's a big reason because the Vikings with a huge upset over the Lions, 27-24, and the Vikings improved to 4-4. They're suddenly back in this thing. Lions now 5-3. How about J.J. McCarthy, 143 yards and 2 touchdowns? Solid performance, not great. Okay, did enough. Jared Goff, 284 and 2 touchdowns for the Detroit Lions, who fall to 5-3. Also in the NFC North, the Packers lose to the Panthers. Hey, maybe that win by the Bills over the Panthers was pretty darn good. I would say it this way. It's not Andy Dalton, it's Bryce Young, but I thought Andy Dalton might have given him a better chance to win. Bryce Young looked pretty good yesterday, 11 of 20, 102. Didn't ask him to do much, but he did throw a pick. It was very windy. Really, the story for the Panthers in this game, well, actually, it was Rico Dowdle. 130 yards rushing again. The Bills held Rico Dowdle to pretty much nothing. 25 carries, 130 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Other teams get run on too. Carolina now 5-4 in the NFC South. Packers come back to the pack a little bit, 5-2-1. That tie is helping them at this point. I guess you could say it's hurting them. They could both 6 wins, but they're a half game up. The Denver Broncos, they have a good defense. So does Houston. The Texans are going to be a tough defense for the Bills to go against when they play on a Thursday night in a few weeks. And the Broncos, we know they have a tough defense, and we know they get after the quarterback. And they were able to squeak out a low-scoring victory in Houston, 18-15, the final score in this one. Defensive game all around here. Oh, I'm looking at this. Can you guys help me out? Owen, did C.J. Stroud get hurt or something?
Yeah.
What happened? I didn't even know this. I'm looking at the stats. Davis Mills, 30 attempts.
Yeah, Stroud went down to slide after going for a scramble and got popped pretty good from the side and ended up getting knocked out. Had a little bit of the fencing thing that we saw with Tua, like bad. It looked like
I did not know
concussion.
This until just now.
Yeah, it was ugly. We talked a little bit about it this morning with Jeremy and Joe. And they were talking about, like, he goes down and got hit from the side. It's an ugly-looking play, and he got his head hits back on the turf really hard.
The Bills play on November 20th. We're still 19 days away. I mean, you're probably thinking at this point, like, that's something that he'll go through concussion protocol by then play.
He should be back, but it was a gnarly enough
I did not know this
bang in the head
just
that
now.
It could feasibly keep him out.
Okay, well,
doubtful, but
well, Davis Mills goes 17 of 30 for 137 after C.J. Stroud was knocked out of the game, 6 of 10, 79. Bo Nix, 18 of 37, 173 and 2 touchdowns, but they get the field goals and they win 18 to 15. Was this all field goals? Oh no, there was a touchdown. Cortland Sutton scored, and R.J. Harvey scored. Okay, so but the Texans had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 field goals. That's how they scored. Okay, Texans now 3-5. Broncos 7-2 atop the AFC West. Man, the freaking Falcons. 4 minutes left. They score a touchdown. Drake London on a 4th down. They're going to tie it up. They miss the extra point against the Patriots. They get the ball back. They get to midfield. And then they get stalled. Have a 4th and 20. Patriots win 24-23 to stay atop the AFC East. Falcons 3-5. How did the Bills lose to the Falcons? Man, it's just one of those frustrating losses that seems to happen once a year. Giants, they lose after a nice opening drive. They go down the field and score. Theo Johnson from Jackson Dart, but after that it was pretty much all Niners, 34-24 in this one. Mac Jones gets to start again, 2 touchdown passes on 235 yards passing. Jackson Dart throws a couple of touchdowns, 191 yards passing. You have to wonder about the Giants and their coaching staff and their GM and Joe Shane and Brian Dable and their future in New York. They're as competitive as they can be right now given the circumstances, but it's not going well. 2-7. Niners 6-3. Another big upset. This one, I said it pregame. I said to Jeremy and Joe pregame yesterday, I said, this is a Mike Tomlin game. It's kind of the game where Tomlin just wins, right? His teams find a way to win these games. It's weird. The Tomlin pixie dust gets sprayed in Pittsburgh over the Colts, 27-20 in this one. Colts turned the ball over, 6 times, I think it was? 6 turnovers for the Colts. That's right. 27-20. Short fields for the Steelers. They took advantage. They got after not only Daniel Jones, but Jonathan Taylor, only 45 yards rushing. Steelers now 5-3. Colts 7-2. Still atop the AFC, but locked in right now and tied with both Denver and New England for the top seed. Chargers lose Joe Alt. We'll see what that means going forward. They had a tougher than expected game in Tennessee against the Titans. 27-20 the final score in this one. Cam Ward, 145 yards passing. Didn't throw a touchdown, but didn't turn the ball over. Justin Herbert did, but he also threw 2 touchdowns. 250 yards passing, and Rondé Gadsden again led the Chargers in receiving, 5 for 68. Chargers 6-3. 1 game behind the Broncos, 1 game ahead of the Chiefs. Titans 1-8. Rams, pretty easy work, I guess you'd say, over the New Orleans Saints. 438 yards of offense at 224 against a rookie quarterback in Tyler Shuck. Kyron Williams, 114 yards rushing. Matthew Stafford, 281 and 4 TDs passing. Shook did throw a touchdown pass, also an interception. Rams 6-2 atop the NFC West, along with Seattle. Saints 1-8. Right now have the number 1 pick in the draft. Jacksonville Jaguars beat the Las Vegas Raiders, 30-29. How about the Raiders in overtime going for 2? Pass fails, they lose. Good for them. They're trying to win the game. I don't blame them there. They had 2 wins on the season. Jags, though, gives them their 5th win of the year. And it was Trevor Lawrence threw over 220 yards, no touchdowns, 1 pick. Geno Smith, 284 and 4 touchdown passes. Seattle, late last night, was all over the Washington Commanders, 38-14. They go to 6-2 to stick with the Rams in the West. And terrible news for Jaden Daniels. Dislocates his elbow. Terrible-looking injury. His non-throwing, which is the only good news, I guess, about the injury. It wasn't his throwing arm, but it was a terrible-looking injury. And just a lost season, it seems like, for the Commanders after such a promising start to Daniels' career last year. Tonight, Monday Night Football, the Arizona Cardinals visit the Dallas Cowboys. We'll come back. We'll do sit-up, stand down, hey, buddy, and wrap up the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show on a Buffalo Football Victory Monday. All right. Got to give a nod of the cap shout out on a sit up here to what Cam Little did yesterday. Jacksonville Jaguars kicker broke the NFL field goal record with a 68-yard field goal. 68. Cam Little. Sit up on what Cam Little did yesterday. And really cool, right? I mean, that's a cool moment. That is amazing. I have not watched it. I have to go back and watch it. I haven't even seen the highlights yet. Cam Little, huge, strong leg. We have seen so many of these long field goals this year. Let's sit up on Cam Little. Let's stand down on anointing the Green Bay Packers as this. I don't know. It's been annoying to me all year about how the Packers are seen as some incredible juggernaut that has this incredible roster. And yes, they got Micah Parsons. Oh my God, anybody stop them? And Jordan Love's great. Yes, they're a good team. They just lost to the Carolina Panthers at home 16-13. They tied the Dallas Cowboys 40-40. They lost at home to the Cleveland Browns. Yes, they've also won some games. The Steelers, the Cards, the Bengals. Not a lot of great big wins. The Steelers was a nice win. I just want to stand down a little bit on, oh my God, Packers. Like every time I turn around, everybody's talking about the Packers and how great they are, it seems like, on these national shows. Now, yesterday, the Panthers go to Green Bay and win. And maybe they'll win next week. Maybe the Packers will beat the Eagles. They can do it. They have a good enough team to do that. Just want to stand down on anointing them. Let's get to Hey Buddy. All right. I'm going to make my buddy, anybody who was at KeyBank Center on Saturday night for the Sabres to beat the Washington Capitals. It was a great, great night in the arena. That's how the arena's supposed to sound. All of you who made it happen. And listen, it was Hockey Fights Cancer Night, which is always a big, big night, a great night, terrifically done by Roswell Park, the Sabres, KeyBank Center, everybody. I love it. Love being there for that night to honor and pay tribute to and help out in the fight against cancer and being one of the men at WGR with Roswell Park here. Great, great job. That was one part. Number two, Ovechkin's in town. He's going for 900. I don't even know how many people knew he was going for 900. It was an intense overtime, intense shootout. And then number three, it's the Chiefs weekend, right? People are here. They're coming to town. Bills are playing the Chiefs. I loved it. That's how the arena's supposed to sound. I hope it sounds like that again tomorrow night. Sabres take on the Utah Mammoth tomorrow night. That was great. So all of you who were a part of that, my wife said to me after the game, I've never heard the arena this loud because she's never been a part of playoff hockey. And that was cool. And I want to hear more of that. Have a great rest of your day. One Bill's live up next here on WGR.